Morning to all the delegates. We have 10 more minutes left to start Technovanza 2025, an event we all had been eagerly waiting for. So we have only 10 minutes, so I kindly request all those who are standing to come forward and take your places, because we have only a few round tables left. So make sure you're comfortable enough as you're coming forward and being seated. The ones who are standing, a kindly request to hasten up, come forward as soon as possible, because we are going to start at sharp 10. There won't be any delay, there won't be any waiting there, because we have a whole day, a beautiful journey which is going to unfold one after another. So many segments, so many interactions that are going to happen, so we are not going to waste any time. So once again, I request you all to come forward and be seated.
What if I told you there was a place that lets you escape the daily grind of everyday life? Smog, stress, and a race to nowhere. Now imagine a 15-minute city of green and blue, where local meets global and the sea meets the sky. Welcome to the Silicon Beach of India, where technology and tranquility harmonize. We are the talent hub of the country with a next-gen way of life. We sweat hard, but we also work smart. Experience a city where the future is now. A city that is smart, premium yet affordable, and breathes clean air. Yes, this is why you think big, create better, and grow faster. From IT to healthcare, from education to industry, the diversity drives us forward. Silicon Beach of India, where life and work blend in perfect harmony.
Hello everyone, Ellarigu Namaskara. I am Krishna Mohan Mucharla, Deputy General Manager, State Bank of India, Mangaluru. And I am truly excited to be part of Technovanza 2025 here in Mangaluru, the city now celebrated as the Silicon Beach of India. I see this event as much more than a conference. I see it as a platform bringing together the government leaders, global industry pioneers, entrepreneurs, and academia to shape the next chapter of India's digital economy. One of the big focus areas this year is Global Capability Centers, or GCCs. And let us be honest, GCCs have completely transformed in the last decade. They are no longer just support hubs. They are strategic engines of innovation, design, and global operations. Mangaluru is now stepping on to the global map with its skilled young talent, world-class institutions, a thriving startup ecosystem, and strong government support. The city is perfectly positioned to be the next big GCC destination beyond Mangaluru. For banking and financial services, this is a game changer. GCCs are where the next wave of solutions and digital payments, AI-driven security, cross-border trade, and financial inclusion will be built. And Mangaluru has all the ingredients to lead the transformation. Technovanza 2025 is where we'll see this vision come alive. It's where ideas meet action, where partnerships are forged, and where the blueprint for the future of Mangaluru as a global innovation hub will be drawn. We are looking forward to meeting all of you leaders, entrepreneurs, and innovators as we explore how Mangaluru can become not just India's Silicon Beach, but a true global gateway for technology and finance. Let us make this journey together. See you at Technovanza 2025.
All right, once again, I request all our delegates to kindly get seated and settled. We want everyone to be seated, the ones who are standing as well. The pathway has to be clear right in the center. Rest all of you are requested to take your places and be comfortable there. That's more important for us because this is a tech session You all have to be there throughout the day. So your comfort is a priority. So make sure everyone is settled and seated. All right. So are we good to start? I'm asking everyone there. If you all give me a heads up there, only then I can start over here. Are you all good to start? Oh, that's not going to happen. I can see only few hands raised. You all are excited and eagerly waiting. I don't know about rest of them there. Are we all ready to start? Yes, fantastic. A very good morning to you all. Before we start, this is Mangaluru, this is Kudla. So speaking about Mangaluru is our pride. So let's start with that. Between the sea breeze and coconut skies, where rivers meet oceans and hope always lies. A city awakens with brilliance untold, blending traditions with visions bold. Mangaluru, once known for spice and trade, now wears a new crown digitally made, where code flows faster than the tide and innovation walks by heritage side. From classrooms that nurture tomorrow's minds to startups where fresh ambition shines. Every street hums with dreams to create a tech-driven future, bold and great. So here, culture and silicon shake hands with pride. Faith and progress walk side by side. Mangalore, the shore where past and next meet, a tech hub blossoming, vibrate and elite. So once again, a very good morning to all the lovely esteemed delegates who are present over here. This is your host for the day, MC Lavita Menezes, extending a warm welcome to each and every one. And I'm going to be there to guide you throughout the sessions, the celebration, and the movements that have been planned, ensuring that together we all are here to create memories worth cherishing. And now, on behalf of Team Technovanza, a warm welcome to all the delegates there once again from far and near. Your presence has indeed brought us cheer. With minds so bright and hearts so true, this gathering shines indeed because of you. So now I request everyone, if possible, if your hands are free there, to put your hands together nice and loud and welcome each and everyone present away. This has to be louder now. Come on. I hope that everyone is clapping. Everyone is clapping over there and cheering there, because tech event indeed needs a powerful impact and a powerful start, because together we all are here to share, together we grow, exchanging ideas, letting our wisdom flow. A journey of learning and a bond that we are going to create, because this is the 5th edition of Technovanza, proudly celebrated in the Silicon Beach of India, Mangaluru. So speaking about Technovanza, this is more than a fest, it's indeed a movement. A space where technology meets imagination, where students become innovators, and where every idea creates the power to transform tomorrow. So Technovanza is the heartbeat of innovation, where creativity sparks and the technology indeed rose, and young minds come together to build the future. And today, we are all set and ready to step into the Technovanza, where technology meets passion and the future begins today. And I don't think we need any further countdown to give a kickstart to Technovanza 2025. And as we start this session, we do believe that be it cricket or be it Technovanza, you need an opening batsman there to give a powerful impact and a powerful start. And for this, we are going to have a vibrant dialogue, a vibrant communication that's going to happen, which is going to be guided by some of the region's brightest tech minds, visionaries who turn ideas into revolution. So as I introduce and as I call them forward, this is the morning session. I hope and I believe that everybody over here, you had your breakfast? Mangaluru buns, what did you have? Something very special, right? I'm sure this has energized you. So you have to make sure and ensure you're giving them indeed a warm welcome. First and foremost, It's indeed a delight, it's indeed an honor to welcome our very own Mr. Rohit Bhatt, who is the lead industry anchor for the Mangaluru cluster and a pioneering entrepreneur, a trailblazer who's redefined what it means to build global success from a small town. So celebrated as the founder of Robosoft Technologies, 99 Games and Work, his vision and relentless pursuit of excellence have made him a cornerstone of Mangaluru's digital ecosystem. So first and foremost, I request Mr. Rohit Bhatt to please do come forward and join me. And joining him, we also have Mr. Ashit Hegde, who's the Managing Director, Asia Pacific for Arkewa. With his exemplary leadership and deep understanding of advanced analytics and supply chain innovation, Mr. Hegde has been a key catalyst for transforming business operation across industries. And the last person who I'm going to call forward, definitely his presence speaks volumes, who doesn't require any introduction as such. So I request, joining them we have Mr. Chetan Dixit, who's the VP KDM Beyond Bengaluru. Now all three esteemed guests are on the stage. So can we all put your hands together nice and loud and give them a warm welcome. All right, so over to you, Mr. Rohit, Mr. Ashid, and Mr. Chetan there. So can we have mics, please?
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to the 5th edition of Mangaloru Technovanza. Right here, which is the Silicon Beach of India. It's a Mangaluru cluster. We are going to celebrate this 5th year of Mangaloru Technovanza once again on behalf of entire team, KDEM, Government of Karnataka, and the entire on behalf of the industry leaders. I once again welcome everyone. And all of you, how many of you know this is the first startup district of India? Today we are not just celebrating innovation, but the story of a region, which we are talking, which has rewritten the rules of the cluster. So, Rohitji, so if you can just share, how did this happen? From a first district capital of, a startup district, today we have seen such a large scale. Maybe, over to you to share.
Yeah, I think Mangalore has always had the potential because it's always been the talent capital. I think 40,000 graduates from this region graduate every year, 15,000 engineers graduate every year. Even in the IT scene now in the last few years, there's a lot of momentum picking up. So last 2.5 years, Ashish, I think more than 40 companies have set up in this region. Adding more than 8,000 jobs. So, we were 15,000 jobs a couple of years ago. Now, we have already crossed 29,000 jobs. And the momentum is picking up. So, Technovanza keeps getting bigger and bigger. Our first event was in a small place, and that itself is a true sense of progress that, we have seen.
Absolutely, thank you. Ashit, just what makes it more exciting, if you can just add that perspective?
I think it's, apart from what Rohit just told in terms of numbers, right, it's also the sense of that strong community that we have here. It's, as Mangalorians, it's, we have very strong culture, we have very strong bonding. And even if you look around, right, all the organizations here, whether it's Chamber of Commerce or KDM, CII, and all the other organizations, they work together. And the Silicon Beach program is one such example, right? And that ignites the whole thing. I think that's what led to it. And also, it's not just the commercial side, right? It's about the sustainable living. It's about the affordability in terms of the living here, and also what Rohit always calls the 15-minute city. So all that kind of has impacted and made a difference in creating this impact, in my opinion.
Thank you, Akshay. First of all, Mangalore was always known for people who are outside Mangalore region as only a coastal education hub. That was the identity which, as Mangalore had. But today, it's just not coastal hub. It's also be a technology hub. It's also have, the momentum have shifted or geared up to the next level. Any thoughts, the leaders from you, just to share, we saw, but from academia to technology.
Well, I think we cannot discount the role that academia has played. whether it's NITK or Manipal Group or, Nitte, the Aloysius of the world, all of them have contributed. And what that has done is, because of this strong education, we already know that these districts are about 95% literacy rate. And also, with a strong education, a lot of people migrated, gained that experience, became, powerful in their organization, and they've come back. And that also is driving So I think the fact that the education is very strong, the academia is so involved, it creates that churn, right from the entry level to even the people who are the top management who are coming back. Rohit, I don't know if you want to add anything to this.
A couple of more things to add. Recently, Mangalore, was also listed as the #1 safest city in the country.
Right.
Okay, just couple of weeks back, and in terms of per capita GDP, we are the 7th in the country, 2nd in the state, only after Bangalore. Okay, one of the 50 best places to live in the world. Okay, so this place has this whole concept of building the future without while preserving the culture without destroying the nature. That's the growth that we are as an ecosystem trying to build here. And the fun fact is, everybody is on to this. The entire ecosystem here, different trade agencies, we're all working together to make it happen. And the more government support, the more we will fly.
Right. Thank you, sir. I think adding to this, a policy element or a support or the enable which plays an important role, where from the government plays an equally important role. Just for the benefit of all the delegates here, Government of Karnataka has various sector policies. I'm sure many of you have witnessed the policy sessions which was happening just before this. And we are happy to say that there are many beneficiaries of these policy incentives from this region. That adds so much of confidence, and then it motivates a lot of many other entrepreneurs in this region. For example, the Mindstack, the Niveus, the Emphasis, all of them have tapped into the different policy incentives. It could be under the IT, or it could be under the infrastructure, or the power tariff concessions, or is the PF or the EPF or the rental reimbursement. So there are various elements. The reason why we are calling it out is entrepreneurs here or the business owners here, please do also reach out and make benefit of these various wonderful policies which are available. Sir, would you like to just comment on the policy and the enabling and how government becomes an important enable for entrepreneurs?
Yeah. So yesterday made an important point during the CEO roundtable that out of the 400 applicants shortlisted for Elevate, 87 came from our region. Okay. Now we should have the same pride in claiming the policy incentives as well. We should be at the forefront of claiming policy incentives as well. And one of the things we have requested the government is to have quarterly or monthly policy clinics here, so that when people go and avail these policies, those things happen at a much more faster level, Chetan. So a good beginning has been made, but I think there is a lot more we can do. And I think Ashit, 3 years ago we set a 10-year vision of 2 lakh people in this region by 2034. Yesterday, while sitting in the round table, I felt that we probably did not aim high enough.
I think you're right. I know, looking at the hearing discussion yesterday, I think we should have aimed much higher. But I think, just to add to that, right, regarding policy discussion, I think pre-COVID, about 2018-19, some of us, Dikshit, Gaurav, Agde, and all these guys are here, we used to run around like headless chicken, because, we used to go meet every politician possible. We used to knock on every IT company door possible, but there's no structured policy as such, right? But after COVID, I know once the Beyond Bangalore and KDM happened, right, the structured policy came into effect, which actually took us to the next level. And then, of course, the Silicon Beach happened, program happened. So I think all this together, in addition to the policy that you're talking about, is what defines it. And that really, it's not just for the big companies, right? That also helps the startups ecosystem and all the young entrepreneurs, which actually is very important. And we Mangalorans have entrepreneurship in our blood. And that, the policy like this is actually helping to take it to the next level.
Thanks, Ashit. I think, one of the strengths of this region is the community-led support, which extends to entrepreneurs traditionally as well. And now we have the Silicon Beach of India as a program, which is coming out. So maybe we want to just say that, how SBP is adding value to the entire ecosystem and, adding value to organizations or any governments or the entire stakeholders,
Yeah, I think, the foremost thing that we need to do, because, we have picked up a lot of initial momentum. We need to brand our city. We need to brand our region. And, we need to constantly go out to other cities, in the country. Our biggest, thing is, Bangalore is so close to us. Okay, and we should encourage some of the companies to come here and set up. We should go to other cities. We have a wonderful example here, EG, which came all the way from Denmark, and they already have 850 people set up in our region. There are so many such success stories that we should go out and speak and position Mangalore as this next best IT destination for companies to come to. I'm sure, people like Bhaskar from NASCOM will help us in our mission. Mr. Berry will help us in the mission. Mr. Mohandas Pai, BV Naidu, they're all there, all well-wishers and mentors. And I'm sure that, as a cluster, we are going to hit this one out of the park.
And what better example than last 3 years, right? I mean, we have Rohit, Suyogan team and Praveen and team all made this big exits. And you tell me one other tier 2, tier 3 city in India which actually had such big exits in the last 3 years, and all acquisitions and mergers by global companies, right? So that speaks of volume. It's also that, we as a community, we celebrate that, right? We celebrate all these success, and I think that is a big motivation. And I think it's about, like like Rohit said, if you can showcase all these things, that shows that Mangalore is way apart from compared to any other tier 2 or tier 1 cities in India.
Before we finally come to the closing remarks, if I can have a call to action from, the industry or the community, or from the, you being a lead industry anchor for KDM as well, a call to action for all the entrepreneurs here, and what is that in store for all of them in the entire day happening today, maybe?
Yeah, I think my top 3 would be, take the message of Mangalore to other cities, brand Mangalore, and make sure that we start attracting more and more companies here, create more and more opportunities so that our talent stays where it belongs. This is number 1. Number 2 is plan for the capacity expansion, because the Mangalore entrepreneurial culture is so good that whenever they see an opportunity, they latch on to it, they become part of it, and they make it big. And we don't want our cities to become very congested and all. It's a 15-minute city, and as we grow, we should remain a 15-minute city. That's the second thing. Third thing is, we should figure out a way to help companies here avail all the benefits, the policy benefits. There are so many policy benefits. We should figure out how to avail them. So many startups coming in this region. We have a goal of creating 4,000 startups by 2034 and 5 unicorns by then. So from this region. And the industry is geared up, and we need to make that happen.
I mean, I just echo what Rohit said, and I think my only mantra is, brand, and brand. It's all about that. We had back in the days, the argument was there is no infrastructure, but Vertex and Work has kind of turned that around. We have education institutions, which means the talent pool is there. We have some big acquisitions that happened. We have big GCCs that's come here. So I think we have everything in place. It's all about branding. And we as Mangaloreans, like I said, we are all together in this. A little bit of more push from the government. And I think we are on our way. Yeah.
Super. Thank you so much. I think a big round of applause to all the industry anchors. We had representation here, but there are various anchors sitting on the dais. Once again, thank you everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Rohit, Mr. Ashid, and Mr. Chetan. I believe that their insights have not just energized us, but also set a perfect momentum to give a kickstart to today's event there. Well, having said that, we all know light has always been humanity's first innovation, guiding us from darkness into discovery. So today, as we light this ceremonial lamp, we honor the power of knowledge and celebrate the spirit of innovation that defines Technovanza. And to honor this auspicious beginning, we invite our industry anchors, our chairman for KEDEM. Joining them will also have DGM of SBI, Mr. Krishna Mohan sir, is also present amidst us. So without any delay, I request your presence on this stage today. We want all the industry anchors to be present. No one should be missed. Please do come forward as quickly as possible. Krishna Mohan sir is also requested to join us on the stage. I request Mr. Mohandas Pai, Mr. B.V. Naidu, Mr. Bhaskar Verma, who's the Regional Director of NASCOM, to please to come forward and join us on the stage. I request Mr. Sanjay Tyagi as well to be joining us on the stage. I also request Mr. I.S.N. Prasad to please to come forward and join us on the stage. Sir, please, Maniela. Yes, Mr. Ramanath Reddy, sir, as well, to please come forward and join. We have set a huge stage so that we have to make sure and ensure all the requested guests will be on this stage, because lighting the lamp is somewhere auspicious and it's a tradition we highly practice in a country like India there. So please do come forward. Let's make this quick. Come and join. I hope all the industry anchors are on the stage and no one is missing. I also request from sponsors, I also request Mr. Mikhail Bertram, who's the Global CEO EGAS, and also joining him we have with us Mr. Peter Winter-Smith, Consulate General of Denmark in Mangaluru. You're requested to be joining us on the stage. I request Mr. Vinod Subramaniam from Invest India to please to come forward and join. As the names have been called out, you all are requested to come and join us on the stage. And also, last but not least, Mr. Adarsh from LabTech. Mr. Adarsh, our sponsor, you're requested. Your presence is requested on the stage. Mr. Johnson, tell us as well. Yes. I hope that we have called everyone. We don't want anyone to be left out. For this first segment over here, please do come forward and do the honors. We have our esteemed guests there. Please, go ahead. All right, so we have 5 wicks there. So each and every wick, as it's being lit over here, we want you all to clap. Please don't stop clapping, because you all can't lit the lamp, but you all can clap and make sure and ensure you're part of this lamp lighting ceremony. Oh, come on, you all can do better than that. Can you all please clap? We have just 2 more wicks left there. All the ladies, please join your hands. And one last. All right, this is the last one. The claps have to be louder there as we join and be a part of the lighting ceremony. Thank you so much. I request all of you to be standing closer for one picture with the ceremonial lamp there. Please come forward. Close the gap, come forward. We want all your faces to be visible. Make sure all your faces are visible. Come forward. Ma'am, please come forward. All right, thank you so much. I just request Mr. Mikhail to please be on the stage. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much there. Well, I must say that with this lamp lighting the way, the stage is set for ideas to spark and the minds to shine. So we are going to welcome the tech leaders one after other. But let me be very clear as we start with one after other segments over here. We are going to have a proper time management. We are going to time out. So adhere to the time that has been given. No more looking at me. No more asking for grace time there. So first and foremost, we have with this Mr. Mikhail Berdam, who's the global CEO of EGAS, a leading Nordic software company renowned for transforming industries with innovative digital solutions. Mr. Berdam will share his insights on the evolving global technology landscape and the opportunities for collaboration and growth here in Mangaluru. Now, this is the first addressal speech, and he's over here at Mangaluru. So all the Mangalurians, please do clap loudly and give him a warm welcome on the stage. So over to you, Mr. Mikhail.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. Always good to be back in Mangaluru. First, a big thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak. Some of you might think, who is this Danish guy and what is he doing at this event? Well, I'm Mikkel, CEO of EG. EG is a software company based in Denmark, the land of Lego, of Vikings, and very long and cold winters as well. EG has a long history. We've started back in 1977, back when the internet was still science fiction. Today we serve over 50,000 customers across Northern Europe with more than 150 software solutions, each tailored to very specific industries. In EG, we believe that every persona in every industry needs a tailored and scalable SaaS solution for them. We call it software made for you. We are over 3,000 people across different time zones in several countries. We're backed by Francisco Partners, an American private equity company with $40 billion in investment or assets under management. With their support, we've grown both organically and also through acquisitions. Over the last 6 years, we have acquired more than 40 companies across the Nordics and in Denmark. Last year, our revenue was close to $400 million. So that's a bit about the facts of our company. Then the story about how we ended up here in Mangalore. Back in 1999, so 6 years ago, we started up actually first in Warsaw with a development center there, where we moved 200 of our Nordic roles into Warsaw. Then COVID hit, the demand for tech talent surged, costs rose, and we start to consider, was it actually the right choice to be in Warsaw? Then in 21, we acquired the company Front Avenue. They had a small team here in Mangaluru, led by Anand Fernandez. Our first thought was to move all this work to Warsaw, where we had our development center. But then we met the team, and we had one of these rare moments in corporate life of actual clarity, where we met the people and said, well, these people are exceptional. Why don't we actually go here instead? Best decision we ever made. Today, Mangaluru is our main global capability center. We've grown from 80 employees to over 850 employees in just 2 years. Our teams here support 14 different business units and work across development, testing, UX, AI, customer support, and also internal IT and finance. But this isn't a typical support center. Our Mangaluru teams, they co-own the product roadmaps. They deliver end-to-end solutions. They deliver complete solutions and take full ownership of the work that they deliver. We chose India not for outsourcing, but as an expansion of our teams in Europe. Mangaluru stood out thanks to institutions like NITK, Sarukal, and Manipal. a strong work ethic, and a culture that surprisingly aligns very well with the Nordic values that we have. Attrition is lower, loyalty is higher, and the weather is significantly better than in Denmark. Plus, Mangaluru isn't saturated with European product companies giving us access to incredible talent without all the noise. It might also have weighed in that EG's CTO is an ex-semi-professional surfer, and he's been traveling the world for 8 years looking for the best surf. And I know that he was out this morning and also yesterday morning checking out the surf here. He says it's really good, and he was also teaching some of the locals how to catch the waves. So that might have played into it as well. So for some reason he thought Silicon Beach was also the place for us to go. We've also built strong partnerships here. We work closely with universities, with startups, and government programs like Beyond Mangaluru and the Global Innovation Alliance. At first, our hiring in Mangaluru in India was relatively transactional. We used external partners to fill roles quickly. But as we grew, we saw that we needed a better alignment, and we wanted to tell our own story to our potential recruits. So we built our own recruitment team. Now we balance lateral hiring and campus recruitment, and we also run our own internal training programs. Our Mangaluru team is helping to redefine what global capability centers can be. They're not just executing, they are innovating. With access to proprietary data from hundreds and thousands of properties in the Nordics and millions of users, our team here in Mangaluru is creating the vertical software and the AI-driven vertical software of tomorrow. What we built in Mangaluru proves that innovation doesn't have to start in Silicon Valley or stay in Scandinavia. Sometimes the best foundations are laid in places where people want to stay, grow, and build something meaningful. Thank you, Mangaluru. Thank you, Technovanza. And remember, if a bunch of Vikings can build world-class software in coastal India, anything is possible. Thank you.
All right. If we highly appreciate something, I did not say what was the time given, but he ensured that it's within 5 minutes. So can you all clap for that? Thank you so much. And now Mr. Mikhail Bertam there. As a token of gratitude, as a token of love, we would like to hand over a memento. And for this, I request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi to be please coming forward and doing the honors. Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, who's the Jurisdictional Director, STPI Karnataka, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. So I request Mr. Mikhail to please proceed and receive your memento. All right. So it's indeed an honor, I must say. A leader is not just one who knows the way, he goes the way and shows the way. And today we are honored to welcome such a leader amidst us, our respected Minister, Shri Priyank Kharge ji, the Minister of Electronics, ITBT, and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Government of India. Joining him, we also have Shri Rahul Uzza, IAS Officer, Director, Department of Electronics, ITBT, Department of Government of Karnataka there. A warm welcome to you, sir. All right, before we can escort the minister on the stage, we have one small segment over here. We're not going to delay on this. So without any further delay, adversarial speech by Mr. Peter Winter-Smith has requested his presence on the stage. So he is the Consulate General of Denmark in Mangaluru. So Mr. Winter brings with him decades of global leadership experience and a passion for advancing innovation and collaboration. So I request Mr. Peter to please to come forward and address the delegates.
Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you today in Mangaloru for Technovanza 2025. This gathering reflects our shared ambition to not only celebrate the city's achievements, but also to explore how international partnerships can help shape its future. I'm relatively new to the Karnataka's ecosystem, having taken up my position recently, but what strikes me immediately is the ambition, energy, and vision that this state and this city bring to India's digital economy. Today, Mangaluru is not only known as the Silicon Beach of India, but it's also shaping up as a gateway for global innovation, investments, and sustainable growth. Like many, I've come with a sense of curiosity and respect. And what's clear is the ambition, the resilience, and the visionary spirit that define this city. It reminds me of a quote I recently read. Innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking that nobody has thought. Mangaluru exemplifies this, seeing potential where others see just a coast and daring to dream bigger. With that context, let me turn to why international partnerships, particularly in skills and technology, are so crucial for Mangaluru's journey towards becoming a global innovation hub. Mangaluru is fast emerging as one of Karnataka's most dynamic coastal cities. With its strategic location, strong industrial base, and expanding tech ecosystem, it already has compelling advantages for foreign investment. Think about its ports, the historic natural gateway that from ancient times on the Malabar coast historically has connected India to the world, now also support a modern tech-enabled economy with educational institutions and thriving sectors in IT, manufacturing, and healthcare, which makes it a natural gateway for innovation and international collaboration. The Mangalore Special Economic Zone, petrochemical and chemical industries create a robust base for green manufacturing and exports. And let's not forget, this region is poised for a greener future, with focus on sustainable growth thanks to proximity to feedstock and innovative industry initiatives. This region produces skilled STEM graduates, making the region a talent pipeline for future industries ready to work on cutting-edge projects. And I've often believed that the future belongs to regions that combine natural advantage with human capital, and Mangaluru checks both boxes. The Karnataka government has been instrumental in promoting Mangaluru as a technology hub. With initiatives like Beyond Bengaluru, the state is actively encouraging IT and tech companies to set up operations in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. These initiatives aim to decongest Mangaluru while ensuring equitable growth across the state. For this, the Karnataka government deserves applause because they're not just decentralizing growth, they're democratizing opportunity. It's like planting seeds in fertile soil, hoping they will grow into vast forests. I'd like to share a personal story here. When I first heard about the Danish companies expanding into Mangaluru, I thought, now, here's an example of true global integration. Denmark, despite being smaller in geographic size, has made a big global impact, especially in sustainability and green energy. Through our green strategic partnership with India, we are committed to long-term collaboration in areas such as renewable energy, smart grids, green hydrogen, and sustainable growth. Danish companies, researchers see Mangaluru not only as an emerging hub of opportunity, but also as a partner in building solutions that resonate globally. I will not go into an example of EG. I think the CEO, Mikkel, has already told you about that. But another example that I will bring to the table is Mashmakes, an Indo-Danish clean tech venture based just 60 kilometers from here in Udupi. Imagine transforming agricultural waste into carbon-negative biochar and biofuel, powering sustainable farms and energy needs simultaneously. It's a small story with a big message. Danish innovation can create environmental impact and strengthen local communities right here at home. Both these examples show how Danish companies can successfully integrate into the Silicon Beach, in part due to favorable conditions for industries. But beyond the technological edge, it's the large, diverse, and technically skilled talent pool here that truly makes this partnership promising. Mangaluru's potential is undeniable and already on an impressive trajectory. And there are exciting opportunities where we can work together to accelerate its journey as a global innovation hub. First, we must work together to improve the ease of doing business, streamlining processes, install better infrastructure in ways that can support both local and international investment. These aren't just bureaucratic details, they are the foundation for scaling innovation. Second, we should co-develop a sustainable energy ecosystem drawing on Denmark's experience in smart grids, renewable energy, and green hydrogen that could be tailored to Mangaluru's industrial strengths. Here we can look at the Green Transition Alliance India as just one example of how we can build innovative models of cooperation that benefit both regions. Imagine a future where Mangaluru becomes a leader in green energy, not just through ambition, but through tangible projects and investments. Third, talent development will be key. We need to cultivate a world-class workforce by fostering joint initiatives in skills training, technology transfer, and industry-academia partnerships. This ensures that local talent is not only prepared for local or global opportunities, but also capable of creating them. It's about planting seeds today for sustainable and inclusive tomorrow. Moreover, I see immense potential in digital innovation, AI, IoT, that can transform traditional sectors here, making Mangaluru a hub not only for manufacturing engineering, but also for digital enterprise. Denmark's digital transformation experience can offer valuable insights into building robust, scalable tech ecosystems. And let me add a personal note. Having visited many regions around the world, I firmly believe that sustainable growth is rooted in collaboration. It's about sharing knowledge, co-creating solutions, and fostering an environment where business and communities grow hand in hand. Mangaluru, with its unique blend of natural beauty and technical talent, has all the ingredients to be a model of this kind of inclusive growth. As I reflect on today's gathering, I see Mangaluru standing at a pivotal point, an inflection point where ambition meets opportunity. The city possesses remarkable strengths. Its strategic location, vibrant talent pool, and innovative spirit, combined with its growing global connectivity. Denmark is committing to walking alongside with you on this journey. Our experience in green technology, green energy, and skills development can serve as a catalyst. But more importantly, I believe the real power lies in expertise to create a future that's sustainable, resilient, and globally relevant. In closing, I want to emphasize that this isn't just about economic growth. It's about shaping a legacy, one of technological innovation, environmental stewardship, and inclusive prosperity. Mangaluru can be a beacon of hope and a testament to what is possible when regional ambition is paired with international collaboration. Thank you for your warm welcome and your shared vision for a brighter future. Together, let's realize the potential of Mangaluru and make it a shining example for coastal innovation in the 21st century. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Peter, without any delay. Now I do request Mr. Vijay Krishna Shetty, sir, to please do come forward and hand over the memento as a token of gratitude there. Well, thank you so much for all the contributions and your presence at Technovanza 2025. All right, thank you so much. Well, so without any delay, it's time to start with the chief guest session. And now onwards, we request everyone, if you have a space, please be seated and settle there. The session is going to be indeed very, very important session of the day there. So first and foremost over here, to do the proceedings over here, we request our chief guest, none other than Shri Priyanka Kargeji, to be joining us on this stage. Joining him, we also have Shri Brijesh Chauta, who's the MP, and MLA South, we have with us Shri Veda Vedavyas Kamachi, all are requested. Joining them, we also have our own Mr. Rohit, Mr. Mohandas Pai, Mr. Vinod Subramanya, who's the VP of Invest India, Government of India there. And also Mr. Rahul is also requested. If he is present over here, he'll be also requested to be joining us on this stage. I think we all can put our hands together nice and loud, because in spite of his busy schedule, he has made sure and ensured he's present over here. Now joining them, I also request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi and our very own Chairman of KEDEM, Mr. B.V. Naidu sir, on the stage. So can we all clap once again? Come on, you all have to clap for each and every dignitary on this stage. I also request Mr. L.K. Atik sir, who has just joined us. A warm welcome to you, sir. You're also requested to be joining us on this stage. Yes, without any delay, we all do believe that every note of Nada Gite lies the power to inspire, uplift and unite hearts. Nada Gite turns sound into devotion, rhythm into peace and music into timeless tradition there. So as the Nada Gite is going to be played in due honor, we request all of you to rise and stand and join us.
Jaya Bharat Jananiya Tanjate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate, Jaya Sundara Nadivan Kalanade, Jaya He Sarushigala Bide, Bhudeviya Makutana Navamaniye, Gandhara Chandana Honnina Ganiye, Raghava Madhusudana Ravatarisida, Bharata Jananiya Tanjate, Jananiya Jogula ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ಇನ್ನಾದೇಶ ಹಸುವಿನ ನೀಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತಂಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ನನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಪಂಪನ ತುಮಿಪತಿ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತಂಜಾತೆ ಕೈರಪ್ಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಡಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತಂಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ಉದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಗಣ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಭಾರತ ವೈದಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತಂಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
All right, with that, bolo Bharat Mata ki. Fantastic. I request all of you to take your places and be seated there. And now, may I have your attention please to all the firms and all the companies. The segments are going to unfold one after other. The time is indeed precious, so we are going to make sure and ensure each and every minute counts. As and when the company or the firm name has been called out, quickly make sure you're coming on the stage and doing the needful there. First and foremost, we are thrilled to announce that 3 dynamic companies have officially expressed the intent to establish a strong presence in Mangaluru, further fueling the city's rapid rise as a tech and digital powerhouse there. So first and foremost, let me welcome Hyperfin Technologies Private Limited, a cutting-edge fintech innovator revolutionizing digital lending and credit risk evaluation with AI-enabled solution designed to empower financial services. Put your hands together for Hyperfin Technologies Private Limited. Well, congratulations, Hyperfin Technologies. And next we have Adaptech Advisory Private Limited. And we're looking forward consultancy, blending deep technology expertise with strategic advisory to accelerate digital transformation across industries. Adarsh is present over here. Please do come forward along with other reps as well. And finally, we have Exathought Technology Consulting Private Limited, committed to delivering advanced technology consulting and innovation solution across multiple tech domains there. Peter, on behalf of the company, is requested to come forward. Now these letter of intents mark an exciting chapter in Mangaluru's growth story, a clear signal that global and national pioneers are eager to be a part of the Silicon Beach revolution. Once again, let's all congratulate the companies on this decisive step forward. A hearty congratulations on behalf of our team. Without delaying any further there, the next segment over here, we all are aware and heard about a keyword which is called as Elevate. Now, we proudly recognize the outstanding winners of the ITIA 2 POC Elevate program. And we're indeed happy because the one who started this initiative is present right amidst us. That's none other than Shri Priyanka Kharge ji. He was the one to start this initiative there by the government of Karnataka, which designed the fluid innovation by providing early stage seed funding, mentoring, and incubation support to promising startups. So we have identified 5 Elevate winners there from the previous edition. I request all of you to come forward together as the names have been called out. We are going to have a group picture over here. First and foremost, Unveiling Technologies Private Limited, Bellary. Please come forward. We also have GIS Consultancy Private Limited. We have the Scalirex Technologies Private Limited, Zupalu Private Limited, and Ecopoly Biotech LLP there. All the company reps are requested. Quickly, as soon as possible, hasten up, come forward. We're going to take one big group picture with all of you there. Bellary GIS Consultancy Private Limited, yes, come forward. We have 5. So let us congratulate the startups for the education vision and for driving Karnataka's innovation ecosystem forward. Hearty congratulations to you all as well. Thank you so much. All right, that's it. Thank you. And next we're going to have felicitation of ecosystem enablers there. So we take a moment to honor the true champions behind the scene, the ecosystem enablers for the wavering support, mentorship, funding and guidance to create the fertile ground that allows startups to dream big, innovate boldly and thrive sustainably. So without these enablers, the vibrant startup landscape we celebrate today wouldn't have been possible. So without any delay, we proudly call upon MITE, Manipal Bio Incubator. We have it as Manipal Institute of Technology and AICE NITE. So all 4 are requested to come forward. MITE, Manipal Bio Incubator, Manipal Institute of Technology and AICE NITE. Please do come forward quickly. When the picture is being clicked, please do make sure your face is clearly visible with a nice smile, because this pic adds on to the value. Do remember that? All right, so thank you so much once again for being the backbone of innovation and catalyst of growth in Mangaluru's entrepreneurial ecosystem there. And next we have Mangaluru Blue Winners. So we celebrate the remarkable achievements of Mangaluru Blue Winners. This is a select group of startups who have risen above fierce competition. And this time we had nearly 50 applications which were all streamlined to 10 which had been selected there. And amidst that 10, we have top 3, just yesterday, the top 3 were selected, and 3 groundbreaking ventures were recognized by 15 VCs who evaluated them. So let's put our hands together nice and loud and congratulate Mangaloru Research and Technologies Private Limited. We have it as Yaska Agrotech LLP and Hydrogen Innovation Private Limited. You all are requested, come forward. Well deserved. Mangaluru Blue winners. Congratulations. This was indeed a tough one because there were 15 VCs who had streamlined them. We have Mangaloru Research and Technologies Private Limited, Yaska Agrotech LLP and Hydrogen Innovation Private Limited. I believe all 3 winners are present on the stage. Don't miss on this picture, please. These winners definitely represent the next wave of entrepreneurial excellence ready to scale and transform industries with their visionary solutions. I think one was left out, right? Please come forward. Quick, quick. Let's make this quick, guys. Please stand. You all stand. Let's make this quick. All right, so now we are moving on to the next exciting segment, which is going to be a product launch. I request our AV team to please be ready. AV team, please be ready. The product launch segment featuring we have few innovative startups making waves in the tech ecosystem. First and foremost, we welcome Zupaloop Private Limited, an AI-powered video content management platform that is revolutionizing how organizations record, search, analyze and retrieve video data efficiency and securely. As the AV is being played, I request the dignitaries on the stage. AV is right behind you to be coming slightly moving across so that you can have a view as well. About the first product launch, can we have the AV please of Zupaloop Private Limited?
We record more video as of footage pile up, yet finding what matters remains a struggle. Enterprises store terabytes, creative teams spend hours tagging endlessly, and organizations lose time sharing files the hard way. Imagine if every video you worked with was clear, searchable, and ready when you need it, instantly. Introducing Zupaloop, the AI-powered platform that makes video organized, searchable, and effortless to share. And with Zupaloop's built-in AI chatbot, your entire video library becomes a conversation. Just ask and get answers, clips, or summaries instantly. Transcribe, summarize, tag people, scenes, and even brands. Share securely across teams, on desktop, mobile, or cloud, wherever you work. Zupaloop. Every frame, exactly when you need it.
All right, that was Zupaloop Private Limited. Congratulations to you all. Your picture is pending, I believe, right? Yes, please stand closer. We'll take one picture with them. I'm really sorry giving you all some work there. We have 2 more firms there. We request you to please stay back and receive your memento from our Minister, sir, as well. The mementos can be ready. Get it forward, please, after this picture. Yes, Zupaloop, stay back. Memento as a token of gratitude and congratulating you for your hard work there. Next, I request our... next, we have Flashmates. Flashmates, you're present over here. Please do come forward quickly. The ones who are representing Flashmates, quickly on the stage. Flashmates AV to be ready. All right, Flashmates on the stage, AV to be ready. Once again, I'm so sorry, sir. There, you can turn and see, I think. It's okay. You can turn and see. 3. That's it. All right, that's fine. There's some tech glitch. That's fine. Okay, I request you to stand closer and take one picture, and also the memento to be ready. Yes, memento to flashmates. Flashmates. All right, congratulations. And next I request without any delay, Sarlata IT Solutions, training and recruitment startup. Sarlata IT Solutions to please to come forward. Videos we're going to play together, okay? We'll play it later together if possible, because the time constraint is what matters now. Sarlata IT Solutions is here. Sarlata IT Solutions, no. Then we have Jumpware. Jumpware is present over here. Yes, Jumpware on the stage. This is an emerging startup bringing innovative solutions. Jumpware, congratulations to you. Sarlata IT Solutions, if you are present over here, you're requested to come for Sarlata IT Solutions idre ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. All right, thank you so much. And next we are going to have new companies launch over here. So we are delighted to welcome 10 Vibrate companies, but we have few which are present over here, so they'll be coming forward there. They have opened their offices here in Mangaluru. It's indeed an honor to have them, and we thank them so much from the bottom of our heart to coming to our city and trusting us. So further enriching the Silicon Beach ecosystem with fresh energy, innovation and promise. So first and foremost, I request Oja's Quest to come forward. Oja's Quest. We also have Sofrasai Semiconductors, Sitara, Unveiling Labs, and Manasicha Technologies. I repeat once again, Oja's Quest, Entropy. We also have Sofrasai Semiconductors, Sitara, Unveiling Labs, and Manasicha Technologies, Entropy as well. So please do come forward. Memento will be handed over and we'll take a picture together. We'll take it together, guys. Come on. Just receive your memento. You can stand and take a group picture together. Please stay back with the memento. We'll take one group picture, please. So these companies exemplify the growth momentum and the immense potential that Mangaluru holds as a thriving tech and innovation hub there. So once again, request all of you to put your hands together nice and loud. Give them a round of applause as they mark the beginning of an exciting new chapter at Kudla. So I request all of you to stand close and take one picture. Come on, one group picture with all of you there. Group madi vidwa. Let's be quick. Group, okay? Closer, come closer. Stand closer, one group picture. Together, please. Close the gap. Ma'am, you won't be visible if you're standing here. Move towards the center, please. All right, thank you so much. Next, we are going to have release of Silicon Beach Skills Report. This is a dipstick of talent and capability. So we have come to a landmark moment in today's event. We'll take one picture. We have come to a landmark moment in today's event, the release of the much anticipated Silicon Beach Skills Report. So now I invite over here on stage Mr. Kamal Karan sir, who is the co-founder of Xfino on the stage. This is a collaboration with Xfino and Kedem there. We request you to be joining. This highlights the immense talent pool in the Udupi Mangaluru region, which is home to nearly 240,000 professionals, including 150,000 fresh graduates and 90,000 experienced workers. So anchored by premier institutions like NITK Surathkal and Manipal Academy of Higher Education, the region produces over 15,000 graduates every year, fueling a strong pipeline of skilled talent. So Mangaluru has attracted major IT companies and is rapidly growing into a growing and thriving tech hub with over 225 companies employing more than 20,000 professionals there. So once again, a hearty congratulations and also thanking for the accelerated growth, talent development and positioning the region as a world-class innovation hub. Moving on to the next segment, we are going to have release of Draft Mangaluru Cluster Vision Document. I believe Rohit sir is present and the industry anchors are also requested to join now for the release of Draft Mangaluru Cluster Vision Document. So we're going to unveil the Draft Mangaluru Cluster Vision Document. Now this is open for the stakeholders, a blueprint that marks Mangaluru's readiness to lead the next wave of technology-driven, inclusive economic growth. Grounded in cultural heritage and academic excellence, this vision sets Mangaluru apart as an emerging innovation capital and a model for decentralized digital progress under Karnataka's Beyond Bengaluru initiative. So with great anticipation, let's mark the unveiling of this visionary document. I request all of you, once again, put your hands together nice and loud and congratulate them. Thank you so much for the release of Draft Mangaluru Cluster Vision Document. All right, thank you. I request all our leaders to be escorted off the stage to take your places and be seated there. We will be now proceeding towards the next addressal speech. And for this, we have with us Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, who is the Director, STPI, Government of India there. Dr. Sanjay Tyagi is requested to be on the stage. So this is going to be a special address by the very special person who is present over here. And they have been recognized for the policy and the innovation leader who is shaping the future of India's tech and the startup landscape. So I request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi to address the delegates. Yes, over to you, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi.
Good morning to everybody. Honorable Minister, Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Member of Legislative Assembly, other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud privilege for me to be present at this Technovanza 2025. In fact, we had a wonderful CEO roundtable yesterday, and most of you were there. And we all discussed that what a turnaround of the Mangaluru. I told you that STPI have set up its operation 23 years before over here. We invested into this region, we contributed our bit for the capacity building. But under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, what a turnaround has happened in the Mangaluru, and all efforts which has been made by the KEDM, Mr. Naidu and all other dignitaries present over here, they are commendable. This is a story when we started in 2002 over here. We started with the small facility from here, and since then, it's a wonderful journey we had in Mangaluru. We always say that we have the partner in progress with the government of Karnataka. We are having some 250 very vibrant IT, ITS and the ESDM companies which are operating from Mangaluru and contributing more than 3,500 worth of the export from this region. We still feel that Mangaluru have a great potential. We still feel that Mangaluru have not reached to its potential. And I think we can very comfortably reach to 10,000 crore exports from this city with having at least 1 lakh manpower in place, sir. So that is the objective which has been decided by the local KEDM leadership, that they wanted to have 1 lakh people over here in next 3 years. And we would like to contribute our bit for creating that ecosystem and the environment. One of the scheme which was very close to my heart, I talk again and again about that. That was the India BPO scheme, Honorable Sir. And that scheme we have made to disperse the IT industry to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We have given certain incentive to the IT industry go to the Tier 2 cities, and we have given 1 lakh rupees per seat for people who are going beyond Mangaluru. I mean, going to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. The whole purpose was to facilitate the industry which is going to the, outside the major hub and major metropolitan city. So this is my request to the Honorable Minister that, sir, whatever the incentives we are envisaging for the GCC and other industry, it should be more for the beyond Mangaluru. We have to identify certain incentives which is to be given only to the industry which is going to the beyond Mangaluru. And India BPO scheme, which we implemented in the entire country, have shown great results. Somehow it has not been very successful in the state of Karnataka because of some our implementation issues. But we still request to the Honorable Minister to, because still this was a 430 crore scheme, out of which only 135, 140 crore have been spent. So a lot of funds are still available which can be utilized and roped in. So I will take the help of the Honorable Minister to, and the Member of Parliament as well, to bring this scheme once again so that we can support the ecosystem of the Mangaluru for bringing the IT industry over here. We have some 15-20,000 square feet area over here in our incubation facility. We would like to invite you all to utilize this facility. All the industry body, we invite to use this facility for their meetings and for whatever function they want to do. We have to do our skill development also into this region. Yesterday, Mr. Mohandas Pai said that why not the Mangaluru should be the AI city of the Karnataka, and I fully agree with him. And we all have to join hands to do the capacity building in terms of the skilling our manpower, in terms of the proving to the world that the best AI skilled manpower is available in Mangaluru. So I would like to take help from you, and when a lot of incentives are being given by the government of India, we are talking about production linked incentive, we are talking about performance linked incentive. Why we should not talk about the capacity building linked incentive? So that is, or the skill linked incentive. So we should talk about these incentives as well, and we should encourage the industry to come to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We are co-hosting the Bangalore Tech Summit for last 25 years, and we are making a pavilion for the startups. This time also we are inviting some 250 startups from all over the country to showcase their products into this event. And and this pavilions we are providing free of cost to the startups. I would love to accommodate as many as number of the startups from the region of the Mangaluru. I extend my invitation to all of you to join in this event and be the part of our pavilion. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, sir. Now I request Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbavi, sir, to please to come forward and hand over the memento there. Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbavi on stage. All right, I request all of you to please clap and do appreciate the efforts that have been put forward by each and every speaker over here. Thank you once again. And now I request our own MP sir, Brijesh Shouter sir, to please to come forward and address the gathering over here as he's going to come forward. He has made sure he's over here just for us. So please do make sure you're giving him a warm welcome to the Technovanza 2025 there. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಟೆಕ್ನೋವಾನ್ಸಾ 2025ನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ITBT ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರದ ಶಾಸಕರು ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಾಮತ್ ಅವರೇ, ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ನ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಭಂಡಾರಿ ಅವರೇ ಮತ್ತು KDMನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅತೀಕ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ISN ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಸಿಲಿಕಾನ್ ಬೀಚ್ನ ಒಂದು ಟು ಬಿ ಆನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್. ಅಂಥ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಎಫರ್ಟನ್ನು ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಭಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ತಂಡದವರೇ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೇ ಅವರೇ ಸೇರಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೈಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯಂಗ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗದಿಂದ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅನ್ವೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಈ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಸಿ a program like this in Mangalore. One emerging tech cluster, one stage and infinite possibilities. I am somebody who truly believed that Mangalore is an ocean of possibilities. Idondu sadhyategala sagara. Unfortunately, or probably for whatever reason, we have not realized that potential ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ತುಂಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಟ್ whatever is happened. This is the time. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಹಿ ಸಮಯ ಹೇ ಸಹಿ ಸಮಯ ಹೇ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪೆಂಡ್. ಲೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬಿಗಿನ್ ನೌ. ಸೊ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಭಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಉಳ್ಳಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಸ್ ಪಿಚಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್, ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಟು ಸಿ. ಐ ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಫಾರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್. KDM ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಂಬಲವಾಗಿ ನಿಂತು ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರನ್ನು ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಸಮಸ್ತ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಐ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅಶ್ಯೂರ್ ಯು that as the member of parliament of this region and all elected representatives of this region, we are truly with you in this effort. ಮತ್ತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸೇರಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅನಾವರಣಗೊಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಪಾಸಿಬಿಲಿಟೀಸನ್ನು ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಪೊಟೆನ್ಷಿಯಲನ್ನು ಫುಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಈ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಸೇರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ. And I also request senior officers like ISN Prasad and Mr. Atik to also guide us as to what we can get from the center. Like there is a AI mission in the center, if we can plug in Mangalore to that AI mission. And there are multiple other things which the center also can pitch in. The center and the state can together work and ensure that the region gets benefited, and because through Mangalore, Karnataka also gets benefited. ನಾನು ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೊಸ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. I sometimes do not understand why our port is not developed also. ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ it is because of the communication, when I say communication, infrastructural challenges we have in the Ghat stretch. I must also say to this august audience here and with the presence of the minister that the Mangalore-Bangalore corridor, the Mangalore-Bangalore road, our honorable road transport minister has sanctioned it as a high-speed corridor. He's already sanctioned it and it is in the process of preparing a DPR. I request the minister also to, the state government also should join hands in this effort and ensure that we have a very good road between Mangalore and Bangalore and also a good rail line between Mangalore and Bangalore so that people can move very fast between Mangalore and Bangalore. And there are so many of us who live in Bangalore. Mangalorina ತುಂಬ ಜನರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಇನ್ಫೋಸಿಸ್, ವಿಪ್ರೋ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನವರೇ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲೇ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಫೋಸಿಸ್, ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಾವಿಗೋ, ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಿವಿಯಸ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಂಪನಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅನಾವರಣಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ವಿನಂತಿಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಊರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮೂರಿನವರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಂಡವರು ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಊರು, ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಊರು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಊರು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಟು ಪೀಪಲ್ ಇನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಮಿ ಅನ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಕೆಡೆಮ್ ಸೇರಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಯಹಿ ಸಮಯ ಹೇ ಸಹಿ ಸಮಯ, ಲೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಬ್ ಆನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್, ಲೆಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ದ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಭಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸೇರಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್.
ನಮ್ಗೇನು ಖುಷಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಯಾವುದು ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇರಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ MP ಸರ್, MLA ಸರ್ ಸತತವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಿರ್ಬಹುದು, ಯುವ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಇರ್ಬಹುದು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ MLA ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಾಮತ್ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್, ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ನಾವು ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ Mr. Gaurav Hegde to please to come forward and hand over the memento to MP sir as well as MLA sir. I think this time everyone should clap. No hand should be empty there. Everyone needs to clap and thank such dynamic leaders for being our support system. We also have with us Mr. Manjunath Bandari, who is MLC. We request you to please do come forward, sir. Manjunath Bandari, sir. Yes, ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಗೆ ನಿಮಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊ ವಿದೌಟ್ ಎನಿ ಡಿಲೇ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್. ಸೊ ಇವರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆಸಿ ಬಿಡುವ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. Yes, thank you once again. All right. And now moving forward to next part of this segment there, we invite our chairman of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, we proudly call it as KEDEM. We have with us Mr. B.V. Naidu, sir. Now, Mr. Naidu is one such person who brings us vast leadership experience in building India's IT industry and has played a pivotal role in shaping Karnataka's digital economy landscape. So we look forward to his insights and vision for the future of Mangaluru and beyond. So please join me and welcome Mr. B.V. Naidu on stage. So over to you, Naidu sir.
Our Honorable Minister Priyank Ji, Honorable MP, Honorable MLC and Honorable MLA, and my friend Mohan and all the industry leaders here. So a few years back when we started this, we never imagined that this as an event would grow to current levels, whatever it is. And especially last 2 years, there is a tremendous impetus came thanks to our Honorable Minister and the kind of new policies that are created and the people who support it. I always say KDM is by industry for industry with the support from Government of Karnataka, and this collaboration is working excellently. I must tell you that. Today, actually, you must have noticed that our CEO Sanjeev Gupta is not available because of some family calamity back at his hometown, so he was to rush there. And all the team, KDM team, excellent team whom we brought from the industry and recruited here, they have been doing excellent work along with the Government of Karnataka and also with support of the local leaders. So this event, apart from whatever the size and all it has increased, I see a key differentiator. For me, the differentiator means a lot. One is our Honorable Minister, and unfortunately we couldn't have him at Mysore and Hubli Dharwad, but he made a commitment that I am going to be there, and he made it. Thank you, sir. Actually, some of you must have interacted. Leaving apart his political image and political aggressiveness, what he shows, but when it comes to the interacting with the industry, I saw three things with him. I admire you for that. Number one, he is like any other bureaucrat. He's a taskmaster, bureaucrat. He sits across the review meetings and takes the reviews. I've not seen any other minister like that. Number two, when he interacts with the industry, he is like a corporate leader. He has all the numbers in fingers. He's just like a corporate leader. He can interact with them. And number three, which many of you are not aware, he is an innovator. I call him as an innovator because the two things that what he innovated, the number one, Elevate, is one of the unique thing that has come. I think you should patent that, sir. That Elevate model has been excellent model that, across the country wanted to adopt it. And big applause for that. And the second thing, what he is probably is going to announce, he's come out with this new program called The Leap. He worked very hard with the industry and the other, Atik ji and all that. So these are the two things are his innovations. And your name will remain in the history that you are the one who created this, which obviously the Karnataka feels proud because of the Elevate ecosystem is growing. So thanks for taking your time to come here. And the second thing is, I always call this the great supporters from the bureaucracy. I'm very happy that another differentiator, they are here, Mr. I.S.N. Prasad. Mr. I.S.N. Prasad, thank you. And many of you may not aware, the KDM seeding was done when he was an IT secretary, when our Siddaramaiah ji, our CM, passed him. That seeding has come into a plant and is got into the hands of Mr. E.V. Ramana Reddy. He made this possible. Thank you, Dr. Ramana Reddy. And the third, Atik ji, always fond of remembering him, and he's a man of action. In sitting in the CM's office, he made it possible a 250-kilometer metro, got it announced by the CM and got it implemented. Thank you, Atik ji. And also he is a sounding board for all of us in the KDM to make sure whatever the KDM activities are going. Thank you for, and also he is a son-in-law of Mangalore, so he will continue to be coming here quite often supporting the initiatives. And these are the three, few reasons which I felt that this event is so key differentiator. They took out their time to come and see what has been seeded few years back, how it is performing. And also the other differentiator is Mohandas Pai. Mohandas Pai is always with us, whatever we do in Mangalore. And he is a man, all of you know, he is a man with the numbers. He gives the targets, motivate the people to come and do something here. That is how I got into him 28 years back. he took me to the Manipal to set up the first STPS center in Manipal when no other state capital has a STPS center. That was done. And he said, this region kids should know what is an internet. That time internet was not there. So I was to set up my team, set up a VSAT, 400 PCs were connected to the internet and showcase that in Mangalore and also showcase that in St. Aloysius College. So he always drives that. I enjoy working with him. Likewise, I'm sitting in the government and sitting in the industry. We did a lot of several things last 28 years. And of course, Dr. Tyagi, STPA was lost his this thing few years back. When Sanjay came into the action, he said, I'm there, and is coming closely working with our KDM team to make sure that Beyond Bangalore mission is taken into an action. Thank you, Sanjay. And of course, Rohit Bhatt is a fantastic entrepreneur. As all of you know that he is an entrepreneur who has taken an exit. But what is most important is, 2 years back when we are trying to invite the co-working place, they came here, they will keep asking a lot of demands like the local investment, demands like the local company. Then he said, why to invite the people from Bangalore? We are an entrepreneurial region. We ourselves can do something. That is what Rohit did in terms of the co-working, and it's been very, very successful. Congratulations on that. Not only that, he's taken a lead as an industry lead for KDM and working with the KDM to make sure that the government policies, government vision is come into an action. This is what has happened. And all of you know that last few years there has been a change. The primary things what I noticed was he talked about 15,000 professionals working here. Number two, we never imagined an MNC like EasyDK come here and acquires a small company and grows to 850 people. That is a big, big symbol to the across the, signal to the across the industry. They would be coming in here. And yesterday we went around. There are companies like the Bose. Bose has set up an R&D here. Companies like NCR set up an R&D here. Likewise, what it means is that action has started. So I congratulate the minister last 2 years because of whatever the, the push and support that you extended from the government, things have started happening, right? And with it, these are the people who are making sure that the things will work. Then we wanted a vision document to be created, and then it has come out. The industry leaders came together, worked with our KDM people to make sure what should be their vision. Then it came out 2 lakh professionals from Mangalore by 2034. That's possible, the way it is working. And they said 4,000 startups. It is possible. 2 reasons it is possible. Minister will be happy to see that out of 400 people shortlisted for Elevate, 85 startups have come from this region. Right? So, and that means and yesterday in the Mangaluru Blue, around I think 100 people participated, 10 were shortlisted and 3 were selected. And these are the 3 people probably will get some funding from the VCs who evaluated them. Then GCCs. Their aspiration is, can we have a 225 GCCs? I think the answer is yes. Why not? 2034, the action has started. I think if this momentum continues, definitely we'll be having 225 GCCs here. And probably I think right now around 9 or 10 are there. That will happen. When all these things are happening, last evening, CEO dinner or round table is a fantastic. There are a few things that have come out, and Priyankji, you will be very happy that the people came out, given a target that they're going to create a 2 million square foot in Mangalore. Which nobody thought about it. It is not that, the government setting the target. These are the targets set by themselves.
that means they own that, right? And likewise, there is a company which wanted, and Mohan came out with an idea, can we create an AI corridor here? The people are there. Prashant has come forward, Prashant Shanai, I don't know where is he, and he came forward to make sure that AI corridor can happen, right? Then, some people said that we don't have an AI COE here. Then Suman from alumni, IIT alumni who are running the AI center in Bangalore, they said that they're going to set it up here and Rohit is going to provide a space for them, right? These are all the outcomes that have come. And then, somebody said that, this is always a fintech. There are 5 national banks are there. The fintech is growing here. There's no fintech COE here. So I sent a message to Dr. Ekrupka ji that can we have an IAM fintech COE spoke here. Probably Minister is going to announce that. So these are all the few things that come from the industry, makes us feel proud that this momentum has started, and then Mangalore is going to grow the way what we expected to grow. And people also talked about the challenges. Every challenge our India has overcome. The challenges from Y2K to the subprime lending to the all the ups and downs we've gone through, and we have grown. Now, AI revolution also, people have said that it's going to reduce the employment, but probably I think it is going to increase that employment because a lot of data annotation work has to happen. That is going to be the big opportunity for our districts. That is going to happen. And then people are talking about the current Trump effect. I think we all know that we are very sure that we are going to overcome that. That is not going to be a problem, but that might be a solution for you to attract the talent coming from the US back to here. So it is an opportunity. I think all of you need to work together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward for your active participation in this momentum of the Beyond Bangalore and our KDM team, I think Priyankji, and this is the team, 20 people we selected from the industry, brought them here. They are like your Fauzi. They are like your, army. They can work, you give them the targets, they will deliver the targets. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. I must say that tech की बात और होठों पे मुस्कान, टेक की बात और होठों पे मुस्कान, बीवी नायडू सर है हमारे केडीएम की शान. सो इनके लिए भी हो जाए जोरों से तालियां. थैंक यू सो मच. और इनके लिए भी मोमेंटो डेफिनेटली बनता है. सो नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर आशित हेगडे टू प्लीज डू कम फॉरवर्ड and hand over the memento to our chairman, Mr. B.V. Naidu, sir. KDM team, you all have to clap louder to your own chairman there, Naidu, sir. Thank you so much. All right. As mentioned earlier, a leader is one who knows the way, he goes the way and shows the way. And today we are honored to welcome such a leader amidst us as a chief guest for this session, Honorable Shri Priyanka Karge ji, who is the Minister for Electronics, ITBT and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Government of Karnataka. He has been a trailblazer in integrating technology with governance and rural development, driving initiatives that empower startups, enhance digital infrastructure, and promote inclusive growth across Karnataka. So please join me in welcoming our Honorable Minister Shri Priyanka Karge ji on the stage to deliver his addressal speech.
Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning to all of you dignitaries, Honorable Member of Parliament Shri Brijesh ji, colleague from the Assembly, Shri Vedavyas ji, Shri Manjunath Bhandari ji, Excellency Consul General of Denmark, Mr. Schmidt, Tyagi ji, Mr. Mohandas Pai, Shri B.B. Naidu ji, Shri ISN Prasad Sahab, Shri Raman Reddy Sahab, Shri Atik ji, B.B. Naidu Sahab, Mr. Rahul, Shri Rohit Bhatt. There are a lot of distinguished guests sitting in the front row and behind. So I'm sorry, I see our friends from NASCOM here, Mr. Bhaskar and everybody over here. So sorry, I'm not able to take everybody's name. So pardon me for that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, my personal congratulations to my team of KEDEM and the excellent support system of the Mangaluru ecosystem that is led by Mr. Rohit for organizing the Mangaloru Technovanza along with the government of Karnataka. ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರದವ್ರು ಯಾರಾನ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ನೀವು ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಟೆಕ್ನೋವಾನ್ಸಾ ಲೋಗೋ ಲಾಂಛನ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಡಿ, ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರೇ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಇದನ್ನ. So this shows that how we have progressed as a ecosystem. A few years back, if we told about Karnataka and Bengaluru, the entire the entire world would talk about us as a IT services ecosystem. But now when we talk about Karnataka, when we talk about Bengaluru, people consider us as a place where innovation and inventions are happening, where research is happening, where intellectual properties are being registered. So we have moved up the value chain, and now we are catering to global aspirations from our state of Karnataka. We are the only government in the country who don't position ourselves as a investment destination. Now America go ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಯುರೋಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಸ್ಟ್ರೇಲಿಯಾಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಏಷ್ಯಾ ಪ್ಯಾಕಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು we have stopped telling that Karnataka is an investment destination. We are positioning ourselves as a skill destination and a knowledge destination that will cater to sustainable solutions on scale for the world. That is how we are positioning ourselves. ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ರಾಜ್ಯನೂ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ we are a heavily people and policy driven state. As a government, we have taken that conscious decision that we will go with the 3P policy. People, policy and participation. Mere people are not enough. Mere policy is not enough until and unless participation is there of the government and the industry also, and backed by academia. So, ಈ 3P ಏನು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. And people generally ask me, especially north of India, whenever we go for pitching sessions, or recently we had a session called Dialogue with Diplomats, where we got more than 80 countries, ambassadors, consul generals in Delhi, where my CM and DCM addressed them, invited them to Bengaluru. So we are trying to bridge Bengaluru to Boston, Bengaluru to Brisbane, Bengaluru to Brussels. So we have called the entire world in that hall that day, and we announced our GCC policy. Our GCC policy is very ambitious. 500 new GCCs in the next 4 years, creating over 500,000 jobs, billions of dollars of target. So somebody asked me, some of my North Indian colleagues asked me, and even a government of India official was there, he asked me, sir, bada ambitious agilva target idu anta. I said, Karnataka is known for our ambitious policies. We were the first one to come out with IT policy. We were the first one to come out with biotechnology policy. We were the first one to come up with engineering, research and development policy. We were the first one to come up with ESDM policy. We were the first one to come out with the animation, visual effects, gaming, comics policy. We were the first one to come out with startup policy. We were the first one to come out with data center policy. We were the first ones to come up with electric vehicles and battery storage policy. We are the first ones to come up with the space tech policy, cyber security policy, and now the global capability centers policy. And in the next 1 month, I will also have a circular economy policy with me. I still remember, I don't know if Mr. Pai remembers or not, in the previous government, in the previous Congress regime, when Mr. Deshpande was there, Mr. Deshpande had called me for some other work with respect to tourism. That time I was both tourism and IT minister. So Mr. Pai walks into the room and he says, Sarkara yenu madta illa. And then he says, Mr. Deshpande says, Mohanora heli yen madbeku. He says, sir, we need a EV policy. If you recollect, sir. Electric vehicle policy, ಅದೇನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಾತು, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ್ದು. ಅದು ಅವಾಗ ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, why we have so many policies catering to across sectors, catering to verticals, is because we are a government that listens. We listen when the academia speaks. We listen when industry leaders speak. We listen to the aspirations of people. That is why today Karnataka is one of the most prosperous states. That is how we were able to become the 4th largest technology cluster in the world. Today we are number 5 in AI cities. We have the highest AI skill penetration after US and Germany. We are ranked 2nd globally in AI specialists, number 3 in research publications in AI. We are number 8 in the global startup ecosystem. We have the 5th largest unicorn hub in the world. Out of 110 unicorns in India, more than 45 unicorns are present in my state of Karnataka. Bere ellu illa. Namma startup ecosystem Karnataka, it is worth close to around $200 billion. And what is heartening is, our startups are not replicating what Americas or the Europes are doing. If you have a Amazon, you have a Desi version of Amazon. No, that is not where. 28% of our startups are into deep tech. No ecosystem gives you this kind of thing. And more importantly, close to around 29% of all the startups are women-led startups in Karnataka. We have to keep pushing to ensure that it is. And of course, 40% of the entire talent pool in engineering and research and development in the nation is in Karnataka. You know who comes closest? Hyderabad and Pune put together. Namatra 40% talent pool ide, nam Manav Sampalmuna. The closest that comes is Hyderabad and Pune with 26%. Third comes Delhi NCR, that is around 13%. Yavaglu nanage ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಿತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಏನು ಸರ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ತ್ಯಾಗಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ, STPI ಅವರು. ನಂದಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳು, ಅವ್ರ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದು. ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಐ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಟು 4.5 lakh crores of IT services exports from Karnataka. Next closest comes Telangana, 2.1 lakh crores. I am growing at 29%, they are growing at 31%. ಈಗ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ we are number 1. Now, even in GCCs, Global Capability Centers, we have more than 875 units here in Karnataka today, including Mangaluru. If Vertex is getting Bose here today, it is such a huge jump. It's such a big achievement, not only for Mangaluru, but for the entire state of Karnataka. Mangaluru is leading the way. 30% of all global capabilities talent is available here. We are growing so much, namage ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಅನ್ನು ಸಸ್ಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಟು ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಆನೆಸ್ಟ್. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು 8.4%. ಅತೀಕ್ ಜಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ACS ಟಿಲ್ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ. ವಿ ಗ್ರೂ ಅಟ್ 10.5%. Government of India said 8.3 to 8.5%. We grew at 10.5%. In fact, when Mr. Ati gave a presentation to the 16th Finance Commission, we asked the central government that you need to give us more funds because we can build better infrastructure, because we are the ones creating employment. Highest migration absorption ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಿಹಾರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, everybody is coming here. And we are growing rapidly, and we are scheduled to grow at a whopping rate of 8.5% till 2035. Till 2035. ಇದನ್ನ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ just imagine. Mr. Pai will vouch for me here. Last year, only in global capabilities centers, office leasing space. In entire India, it was 77.2 million square feet. 77.2 million square feet. 47% of that entire 77 million square feet was in Mangaluru alone. 47%, more than 35, close to around 33 million square feet. In the last 6 months, Mangaluru alone has given 12.43 million square feet. ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷದ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಈ 6 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 12.43 million square feet. You know who comes the closest to Karnataka? The closest comes Mumbai, 3.68 million square feet. I am at 12 million square feet. They are close to around 3.6 million square feet. This is how Karnataka is growing. And now we have, from the Department of IT/BT, we have Global Innovation Alliance. Over 35 countries are partnering with us. Recently we were in Denmark as well, Your Excellency. We were in Denmark. Ali, we went to the tech barbecue where we took our startups to Denmark for market access programs. So we are doing more than what any other state is doing. In fact, we are doing much more than what the government of India also is doing. In fact, they look towards Karnataka for a blueprint. And like ಈ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರುದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ್ದು, because we need to go out of Mangaluru. We need to ensure there are more Bengalurus throughout Karnataka. That is why we are ensured that we come up with a new program. As Mr. Naidu was suggesting, just yesterday, I announced that program in Mangaluru. And ಯಾಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ if there is the second most potential city in Karnataka after Mangaluru is Mangaluru. And ಇದು ನಾನು ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. The reason why we brought this program, I went to Atik ji when he was the Additional Chief Secretary for Finance, and I told him, sir, I think we need to do something for our state GDP. Bangalore contributes close to around 40% of the state GDP. The next closest, Vedeva sir, next is Tamadu, 5.4%. See the difference. 40%, the next closest is 5.4%. Kalburgi alla bitbidi sir. Uttar Kannada, Dakshin Kannada, eradu ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರು we are not very maybe 3 or 4 districts only are 4%, 4.5 to 5.2% ಅಷ್ಟೇ. The rest is all in Mangaluru. So how do I take this out of Mangaluru? So we have come up with a program called the Local Economy Acceleration Program. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ we are investing 1,000 crores for building infrastructure outside Mangaluru. And this local economy acceleration program is cluster based, is industry based. No retrofitting of policies will happen. ಈಗ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ Manipal, Udupi and Mangaluru is a cluster. Huge potential. If you see the skill report that they have released, close to 310,000 people, ಅಂದರೆ 3,10,000 ಯುವಕರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Potential ಇದೆ. How do I ensure that we cater to their aspirations? So we have the human capital, we have the government intent, we have the academia participation, we have the industry participation. So through LEAP, we will ensure that this cluster, the Hubli, Belagavi, Dharwad cluster, the Kalburgi cluster, the Manipal, Udupi, Mangaluru cluster, the Mysuru, Ramnagara cluster will cater to the local aspirations. So if Mangaluru says, look, we are great at fintech, we will ensure that we build business incubators here, we will ensure we build centers of excellence here, we will ensure that every little thing that we can do to propel the fintech ecosystem, we will get it here. Marine biotech. In fact, I think there's a huge potential in marine biotech. That is why we have started a center of excellence in marine biotech here. 12 nautical mile tanka, Rajyada Sampalmuna. The government, state governments are in control of 12 nautical miles of the sea. Beyond that, it goes to the central government. How am I harnessing my natural resource for biotechnology? There is a company called C6 that has been incubated by government of Karnataka. They manufacture biofuels and other things using seaweeds. Unfortunately, because I don't have a policy today, their IP is in India, they have been groomed in India, they're doing business in India, but growing seaweeds in Indonesia and Malaysia. So we are changing that. So can I do that in Mangaluru cluster? Of course I can. I cannot do it anywhere else because this is where the natural resource is. And we will call the entire academy here, whether it's Manipal, Sahyadri engineering colleges, everybody here, and ask what is it that they require. Do you need electronic manufacturing, component manufacturing unit? We will set up plug and play facilities. We will set up flat floor factories. So Rohit aur helta idriga, close to around 2,000 seater ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. Probably with all your blessings, either tomorrow or next Thursday in the cabinet, we will be coming up with Mangaluru's biggest technology park from the government of Karnataka on 3.25 acres, which will have close to around 3.5 lakh square feet with a working capacity of close to 3,500. ಈಗ ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಅವರೇ, ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಭರತ್ ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಈಗ like B.V. Naidu ji said, people are used to see me only angry politically. Vedavyas ji and me always fight in the assembly. But once the assembly is over, they come outside and meet me. Sir, yenu ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಮ್ದು full support ಇದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. See, whatever might be our political differences. But all of us have been elected to ensure that we propel ecosystems like Mangaluru here. And I had told them, just give me some time. ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, 8 ತಿಂಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದು. ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. Bandari ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಭಂಡಾರಿ ಅವರು. I mean, I think he's been doing a phenomenal job along with Manipal Institute on propelling the young minds. You know, it's not easy to run institutes in Manipal. It's not easy to run institutes in like Sahyadri engineering colleges. Just imagine, because of the socio-economic conditions, people just want to get a degree and get out. But here, these institutes, these 8-10 institutes are creating incubators, accelerators, forcing people to think out of the box, forcing people to go into accelerators, forcing people to make startups. This year, out of 400 startups, 81 are from Mangaluru cluster. And out of that, 31 are women-led startups. So there is huge potential. Elevate, like they said, it's a unique concept. Leap irbodu, elevate irbodu. They all are to ensure that we have economic activities beyond Bengaluru. Elevate now caters to, show me one other state government that has funded more than 1,100 startups. 1,100 startups. Illi ISN Prasad avaru idare. He was the additional chief secretary in my previous tenure for finance. Now hodaga first time he asked me, Priyank, are you sure you want to give a grant? Sarkaರದ ದುಡ್ಡು ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ಸಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾ ಅಂತ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, we will try ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. And he was kind enough to approve that. Ivattu, actually, both ACS Finance are here, sir. The one who ensured Elevate saw light of the day, the one who saw Leap is the light of the day. Both ACS are there. And fortunately for me, I was the minister both the times. So, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ it is truly revolutionary. And this will not be possible if we do not work together. See, I'm having the Elevate Next Fund, Beyond Mangaluru, Elevate Beyond Mangaluru Fund of 300 crores only for deep tech. Only for deep tech. We have approved the Nipuna scheme so that, all the GCCs that are coming here, you have the best trained human resource in the country, the Nipuna scheme. Again, we are spending 300 crores, probably India's biggest reskilling and upskilling program in the world, I think. I am of the opinion, why can't we skill people locally who can work globally? After the advent of GCCs, I think our human resource is the most in demand in the world. Whenever I meet any ambassador, whenever I meet any consul general, the first thing they ask, how are you? The second thing is, can I have your human resource? They just ask for that. And the Nipuna program and this LEAP program will cater just to that. And I think that without the industry's help, without the help of the education institutions, and without local support, I don't think this will happen. So I think today what we are seeing in Mangaloru Technovanza is a convergence of government policies, academia and industry intent, and individuals who want to make a difference for the ecosystem. So, I'll not take much of your time, but I'd like to draw your attention. See, Mangaluru has the potential to be the lighthouse. Nim Lanchanadalli Mangaloru Technovanza nalli lighthouse ide. Lighthouse is generally used to show the way, not only to the shores, but also show the way to the lost souls. So, whatever it is, my request is that there is immense potential. Nan heldange, we can make this another Bengaluru. Mark my words. ಇವವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ 5 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಬದಿಗೆ ಒತ್ತಿಟ್ರೆ 100% ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ವೆದರ್ ನಾವಿರ್ಬೋದು, ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಜನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಏನಿದೆ? ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಸಾಬ್, ನೀವು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದವ್ರು ಏನು ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಟು ಬಿ ಆನೆಸ್ಟ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರೆಡಿ, ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ರೆಡಿ ಟು ಅಬ್ಸಾರ್ಬ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್. ನೀವು AI ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? We are the state to do that. You want to do in cyber security? We are the state to do that. ನೀವು ಅಮೃತ್ ಕಾಲ, ನೀ ವಿಕಸಿತ್ ಭಾರತ, ನೀ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ನೀ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ನೀ ಮೇಕ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ನೀವು ಏನೇ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ದಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಲೆಡ್ ದ ವೇ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ. ಸೊ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್. ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಟು ಎನ್ಶೋರ್ that Mangaluru can become the next big cluster after Bengaluru. ಈಗ ಮೈಸೂರು ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ 3,500 crores of IT exports has happened. ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ close to around 3,000 crores. ಹುಬ್ಳಿ ಧಾರವಾಡನಲ್ಲಿ close to around 2,800 crores. ತುಮಕೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ close to around 1,400 crores. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಪೊಟೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಜನರಲ್ಲೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಭಂಡಾರಿ ಅವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಅವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಅವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾರೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಒಮ್ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಇವತ್ತು. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ I'll not take much of your time. Today what we are seeing here, let it be probably a great start, not only for Mangaluru. I want to see this happening in Manipal as well. I want to see this happening in Udupi as well. Naidu ji, see, you KEDEM, although it is in partnership with the government, we don't bring in that professionalism that you bring in. So when I go, people always look at me suspiciously. But when you go, people are saying, okay, they will reveal to you better, they will advise you better. And I think this cluster, if we are able to, let's try in the next 2 years to ensure that the Mangaluru cluster contributes 0.5 to 0.75% more to the state GDP. Very, very doable. Very, very doable. I think if we put these incremental challenges to ourselves, I think that will be done. So, having said that, like I said, by tomorrow or by next Thursday maximum, we will be having one of the local economic accelerator program kickoff with the technology park. I will come myself with the district in charge and probably, if possible, with the CM for the foundation stone for laying of the foundation stone for the LEAP program in Mangaluru soon, and together we will all ensure that the Mangaluru cluster is or more competitive than the Bengaluru cluster. So when a GCC comes and tells me, no, I wanted to go to Bengaluru, but I hear Mangaluru is better. So that is the intent that is my intention of getting things done here. So, and I seek your cooperation for that. So thank you so much for your attention and for your time and your patience. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Well, thank you so much, Priyank sir. I must say that when he spoke over here, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜೋಶ್ ಇತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬರೀ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ಎರಡು ಕೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ನಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಉಂಟು, ಈ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಜೋಶ್ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲದು. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಪುಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಆಕ್ಷನ್ as well. This is the request from our Honorable Minister sir as well. And for this, now to hand over the moment as a token of gratitude, I request Mr. Praveen Kalbavi sir to please do come forward and do the honors. Mr. Praveen Kalbavi sir, yes. Alright, ಆವಾಗ ಎರಡು ಕೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಇತ್ತು, ಇವಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಎರಡು ಕೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಡಬೇಕು. He definitely deserves this respect from all of us there. Thank you so much for your precious time and gracing this occasion, sir. Please collect this. Alright, now quickly, without any delay, as the Honorable Minister sir is present amidst us, we want to make sure his time has been managed thoroughly, and we are going to have a short question and answer session. Him being over here itself adds on to the value there. So those who have to ask question, do make sure you're restricting to the topic that is innovation, digital economy and future of technology. Do respect to what the agenda has been given and ask the question. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Our volunteers are going to come to you quickly. Mics over there. Right in the front. First question.
Hello.
Volunteers with the mic. Friend. Okay.
ಕೇಳಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಇದೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ.
Yes sir.
Sir, good morning sir. I'm so lucky that I've been meeting you for the second time within this week. I don't know. Thank you, Priyank sir. Sir, what role do you see for fintechs in accelerating the digitalization of rural lending in Karnataka, especially to strengthen cooperative banks and small borrowers?
Well, that's a tough question to answer because, financial and digital literacy in the rural areas, especially with respect to the cooperative sector and the NBA, the non-banking financial sector is a little less. So first we need to ensure that we take up large-scale financial and digital literacy programs. And that is what I am doing in my other role as the Rural Development and Panchayat Raj in the department. And you'll be surprised to know that when we started doing that, people wanted to start paying their taxes through online methods. So we had to get more than 4,000 POS machine, point of sales machines in villages for people to pay taxes, and that has resulted in ensuring we have collected 1,237 crores, the highest tax collection from the Department of Panchayat Raj and from the Department of Panchayat Raj in India. So that digital inclusion has happened. Now we are also targeting the self-help groups, women-led self-help groups, on how they can save money if they are able to get into the banking ambit. Okay. So it's a massive program that we have taken up. we have seen partial success of that, but I think as a department, we need to be more consistent, number one. Number two, we need to ensure that the bankers as well come forward for ensuring that more people come into their ambit, whether it's the cooperative or whether it's the banking sector in general.
Okay, okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next question, please.
This is Sunil Padmanabh. Sir, do you have any plans to integrate the blue economy policy with the IT-BT incentives so that, yojanas like the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampadana Yojana and leverage those funds so that every bit of AI innovation we are talking about in the AI coastal city is tracked and incentivized?
Okay, so that's a good idea, but right now, whatever they're doing in marine or the aqua industry is with respect to either engineering or biotech. So while we have a biotech policy that covers what you are saying partially, but what you are suggesting is whether linking the entire blue economy with the tech, that is something that we are working on. Like I said earlier, we are seeing how to harness the 12 nautical miles that come under the state government. So we will be linking it up with the fisheries department, with the forest department, because a part of it comes to the biodiversity policy comes to them, and also with the biotechnology part of it. So how do we ensure that we have a bioeconomy that is catering to the blue innovations that you're talking about? That is something that is work in progress. So probably in the next couple of months we'll have something on something up for you. But as of now, our biotech policy covers partially what you're suggesting.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. But it's a good idea. We should do that.
Yeah. This will be the last question there.
Hello, sir. My name is Raksha. You spoke about Mangalore being the knowledge cluster, right? There's a lot of talent here. One thing is full-time jobs, but I think the trend is also moving towards gig economy and freelance talent where opportunities can be global. What does the government think about that? What are your thoughts?
See, while reports say that gig economy will be contributing to more than 4% of the national economy in a couple of years, my personal opinion is that we need to create more and better jobs to ensure that you don't remain in the gig economy for long, but a gig is always good to get experience. It's always good to get some professional outlook on where you're headed in your career or as an entrepreneur. But freelancing, gig I don't see a long-term stability in that. So if I'm able to create better jobs, more high-valued jobs, and more jobs that are higher in the value chain, I think that should be what the government should be looking at rather than just the gig thing. Of course, we are very aggressive on that part as well. We cater to the gig economy workers through the Nipuna scheme. So whether you are an individual or whether you're working for a GCC, it does not matter. If you want an industry-based reskilling program or a upskilling program, the government of Karnataka is going to take care of that as well, provided you take care a bit of it yourself. But having said that, like I said, it is time that as a country and as a state, we create more high-value jobs which are higher up the value chain. Thank you.
All right, I said last question, but we have young minds there.
There's a lady there.
Yeah, one lady and there's one more student as well, sir.
Okay.
Will please do this quick. Okay, this is going to last two. Let's make this quick, please.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Ramya from Hydrogen Innovation. I'm very happy to talk with you, sir, today.
Pleasure.
We are located in Sahyadri campus and they have been supporting us immensely in this journey. And my request is, we are closing our funding round soon. So we have received the funds. Now we are looking into getting purchase order for paid pilot projects for our electrolyzer stacks. So I request you to support us in this journey by providing some...
So government of Karnataka is probably the only state government that has a public procurement policy for startups. Especially if you have registered with the startup cell, especially if you are incubated with the business incubation centers of Karnataka, or you are incubated in our centers of excellence, or you are an Elevate winner. So if you are any one of these, we can definitely try and see how the government can be your first customer as for a pilot. That should not be a problem. So, yeah, and also if you are actually solving a problem for the government, like we have, whether it's air quality, whether it is grey water management, potability of water, biological, chemical contamination, probably you're helping us solve mobility problems, we'll definitely be able to have a look at that. So we also pose grant challenges once in a while, wherein you can participate. I'm sure
we have participated last year in Elevate, but unfortunately we did not get it because they said it's difficult to scale and commercialize. But today, after a year, I am proud to say that we have already scaled and commercialized our product.
So definitely, I mean, I would request you to speak to the KEDEM team over here. The KEDEM team is over here. Just find out how we can do. And sometimes the Elevate juries do things that might be counterproductive. We don't know, but because the government does not involve itself in selecting the we are not a part of the jury. The idea is to be independent so that we have the best professionals coming and evaluating you. So if you have commercialized, if you have scaled, it doesn't matter if you are not an Elevate winner. As long as you have registered your startup with the government of Karnataka, we can definitely have a look at that.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. This is the last question.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you very much, sir, for your fantastic presentation. And my question is regarding the marine innovations that you spoke about. You spoke about marine biotechnology and seaweed, but I just wanted to draw your attention also to marine defense. Now with the Indo-Pacific and the Quad coming into emphasis, India has a huge opportunity for submarine technology, deep ocean space technology along with space technology, and also GPS, GIS mapping that can help fisheries, you know, along with defense. So I was very curious to know if you're developing a coastal defense and coastal innovation dual technology, or whether you'll be coming up with something.
Well, we don't need to exactly create a blueprint for that, because our, when we say we are investing in deep tech startups or innovations, you fall right under that bracket. Whether it is marine tech or whether it is Deftronics, there is a policy for it. And more importantly, even like you rightly pointed out about space tech or anything else. So if you are, if you see our space tech draft policy that has come out, while we encourage manufacturing, while we encourage component manufacturing and the heavy engineering and industrial stuff as well, but the downstream applications of that, whether it's for agriculture, whether it's for coastal, whether it's for fisheries, or whether it's for automobiles. So we manufacture sensors for spacecrafts, but we don't manufacture sensors for automobiles in Karnataka. So the downstream application of a spacecraft is the automobile. So definitely we already have that in place. Probably I would urge you to have a look at our draft space tech policy, our BT policy, and also the deep tech call out when it's made public. So, but we covered that. But point taken, I don't think we need to add another layer of coastal innovation. This thing, the LEAP program will fit into that. Thank you.
Minister,
Sir,
there are 2 points I would like to talk to you about. First, thank you for Elevate, the best program in the country and possibly the world. You conceptualized it, you drove it, you're the big innovator. I want to publicly acknowledge that. So everybody here should understand what you've done for the country and the state. Now, in Elevate, can we have a Elevate AI 1000 driven by you, whereby this year you'll give 50, you'll identify 50 AI first companies as a separate Elevate program and give them a grant. The reason is, we want you as a minister to capture the world's attention in AI and make Karnataka the AI center of India and the world. And doing this program, talking about it, will create the brand and give them recognition. That's the first point. For the second point, for the LEAP program, would you have Mr. Atik be the, what do you call it, the director for LEAP reporting to you?
The anchor.
because you see, to put it into effect, he may not agree because he just wants to retire and eat fish or whatever it is. But you know, he conceptualized the plan to give it to government. He's a brilliant man. And if you put him in charge to execute it, we want to see results every quarter. And we want you to get the credit, because this program can show India what we can do to bring up the small centers, because nobody has a LEAP program in the country. He conceptualized it, you agreed to it, you gave your ideas, you got Canem to execute, but put him in charge as the director of LEAP or whatever it is reporting to you, and every quarter ask him to give a quarterly report to everybody, what has been done and what he proposed to do. We have to execute, we have to make it work, and we want you to lead it. And we want you to show India what can be done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I'll start from your second question. While I was conceptualizing LEAP for the Department of IT/BT, I realized that it should not be limited only to my department. Agriculture can do it, horticulture can do it, like the lady pointed out, fisheries can do it. It should become a Karnataka program. So if you read the economic survey of Karnataka, Bangalore itself can add another 5% to the, for its own GDP, while Mangaluru can add another 5% if thought about. So having an experienced LEAP officer would be great. But unfortunately, it's above my pay scale. I can't decide that. And we have some of the finest minds sitting here. In fact, whether it is Raman Reddy Saab or ISN Prasad Saab or Atik Saab, everybody combined, I think they must have close to around 150 years of wisdom in them, sir. 150 years of wisdom only in 3. Now add another 4, 5. Just imagine what Karnataka can do. But I will definitely echo your sentiments to Honorable Chief Minister. I will say that Mr. Mohandas Pai chided me in public with respect to the choice of probable LEAP officer, and I will ensure that it reaches the right person, sir. Number 1. Number 2, like you said, definitely possible, sir. When we conceptualized Elevate, we made it Elevate 100. When we saw the response from public, we made it Elevate 500 in 2017. Raman Reddy Saab is over, he was also in the IT/BT department way back then. And today, when this call of Elevate, when we opened it up for, I think probably around 65 to 90 days, we got 1,738 startups, only from Karnataka. So, I have an idea, sir, which I think you should support. I have so many witnesses with me, and record sariyag madappa idu. I get your point, sir. This BTS, Naidu Sab, this Bangalore Tech Summit on November 18th, we are having a program called Future Makers. My intention is to get at least 20,000 entrepreneurs under one roof from all over India. And we can have a section of what you are saying, AI, Elevate AI 500 or 100, whatever the industry decides. I am ready to pledge 5 crores for it. Okay? Now my ask, you didn't listen, sir. Get me the top 25 VCs across the country. Let them pledge another 5 crores with me. It becomes a very nice big kitty. And I'm not saying you let the people who are not be anywhere from India, but let them find their mentor, let them find their funding from my state of Karnataka. And if they want to tap into my fund, they have to just have their GST registration here, shop and establishment registrations here, that's all. So we will, if we are game for that, we will sit on it. And as we speak, just in the last night I was having a chat with Axel also, they are ready to commit 5 crores. So future makers, if we are able to have a section for AI, sir, I am game. Rahul or idara? Sir, 5 koti. Nim parvagi, I have already announced. Our director kits also should be put in, sir. After that, in the file, if he says that I didn't hear the minister, you kasta agutte. So we are on it, sir. We will do it. And by November 18th is November 20th, Future Makers 20th. So November 18th is it starts, 20th is the Future Makers, 20th we will announce the results, not the program. So program is announced now, sir. You have to ensure that the entire thing plays out in the entire October. You have time till November 10th. November 20th, we will be announcing the future makers in the sector of AI. Done, sir? So I need your skin in the game as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I have two more points, Priyankji. I forgot to mention in my talk. You know, yesterday in the CEO roundtable, there are many players, data center players were there. You know, data center players were there. The Berry's chief sitting here,
Yes, sir.
and a couple of people came from Singapore. All of them felt that this is a potential data center place. That is one thing you need to champion. The second thing is you wrote the letter to the government of India for a cable landing.
Correct.
That is sitting there. Probably you should, take it up. The third is, which is also very important, which we have been asking for many years. Gift City in Gujarat sitting there, it is growing. Can we have one more Gift City in Mangalore? That can make the difference. If you can get that, the support from the government of India, nothing can stop Mangalore.
True, I agree, sir. I'll again start from third. My gift city proposal has been rejected already, saying that there can be only one gift city for the country, and that's going to be in Gujarat. But if all the honorable MPs of Karnataka, irrespective of party, can go and speak to the finance ministry and as well as the Prime Minister, I think it should be done, and I think it will work phenomenally well if it is done here, considering the remittances that happen here, considering the complete ecosystem that is here. So that is something that I have already proposed. The government of India has declined it, but nothing stops us from going and asking again. After all, it's a federal structure, and we give 4.5 lakh crores to the central government without getting 1 rupee back. Captain, not a single rupee comes back to the state out of the IT services export. Your second point of the cable landing, sir, I have written to Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. He said he will evaluate that, but I would request the Honorable MP over here also. I will give him all the material for them to check on it. If that happens, nothing like it. But I think he says that the private sector also needs to do something on, about the landing cables. And I'm going to Delhi and meeting him probably in a couple of weeks. And I will reiterate this point. And the first point that you made, Mangaluru has great potential to be the data center capital for Karnataka. One, it has talent. One, it has abundant of water resources. What we need to work on is energy. So I think we will look at that as well, sir, the data center. For data centers and for AI, two critical things are very necessary. I need to ensure uninterrupted energy supply and complete access to water. So if I am able to make industries water secure and energy secure, nothing can stop Mangaluru from becoming the data center capital, sir. We have already moved a proposal to the Department of Energy, asking them to come up with the industry-specific energy park. So, huge gigawatt of green energy only for AI and data centers. Because that is, if we want to ensure that we become the AI capital, the data center capital, we need to ensure that we are energy and water secure. So we are working towards both of it, sir. I am sure that we will come up with a blueprint by the next budget session for that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir. I think next piece of information we are giving over here, this might interest you, is Technovanza 5th edition is growing year by year. And this year we have a record-breaking 770 delegates who are present this year, being a part of Technovanza there. Amongst them are industry leaders, innovators, and also academic partners, media and government officials. So on behalf of everyone, we thank our Honorable Minister, sir, for gracing this occasion and taking some time out from his busy schedule. Thank you once again. We request rest of the delegates to please be seated and settle. Make some way. Let's not block the path there. We're going to take a short break of 5 minutes till the stage has been set over here. And then we are going to have a fireside chat that's going to happen. So we request all of you to stay back, not to leave your places. We have a very interesting fireside chat on digital acceleration for Mangaluru's future tech ecosystem. So I request our dignitaries who are going to be a part of this to please stay back. We have Dr. Lavnesh, Mr. Vinay Shanai, and also moderator, Mr. Prashant Shanai. Your presence is requested over here. Alright, meanwhile, as you all are seated, we have few videos that are going to be played over here. First and foremost, the title sponsors of Technovanza 2025. We have our title sponsors, Work. Along with that, we're going to have a beautiful video of our Silicon Beach. And last one is going to be Elevate Mangalore. 3 videos are going to be lined up and played over here. For the ones who are seated over there, I'm sure you all are going to thoroughly enjoy these videos, especially the Silicon Beach there. The first one is going to be by Work, who are our title sponsors of Technovanza 2025.
What if I told you there was a place that lets you escape the daily grind of everyday life? Smog, stress, and a race to nowhere. Now imagine a 15-minute city of green and blue, where local meets global and the sea meets the sky. Welcome to the Silicon Beach of India, where technology and tranquility harmonize. We are the talent hub of the country with a next-gen way of life. We sweat hard, but we also work smart. Experience a city where the future is now. A city that is smart, premium, yet affordable, and breathes clean air. Yes, this is why you think big, create better, and grow faster. From IT to healthcare, from education to industry, the diversity drives us forward. Silicon Beach of India, where life and work blend in perfect harmony.
All right, thank you. I think all the videos were played
What
there.
if I told you there was
All
a
right.
place that lets you escape the daily grind of everyday?
May I kindly request each and everyone to take your places and be seated. We have to move forward towards the next part of the segment over here without wasting any time. Madame request ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. We have to start the fireside chat, which is going to be at least for 20 to 30 minutes. So please do cooperate with this. All the delegates are requested. Please be seated. Or else we cannot invite speakers on the stage. Check. Check. All right. This is one final kind request from my side coming your way, please. Let's all be seated. We'll give you sufficient time to talk and interact. If you would like to talk, we'll clear the pathway. The pathway has to be cleared, guys. We are inviting speakers on the stage. Let's all respect the speakers, because these sessions are not only interesting, these are going to be very important, of your keen interest there. So we request humbly all of you to be seated and settled. Wherever there is space, please be settled and seated. I have to invite speakers on stage. I don't have time. We request all of you to take your places. Please take your places. Be seated. Let's make this quick. All those who are standing, you all can sit and talk. We don't mind. Sit and talk wherever there's space. So without any delay, we are going to start with the fireside chat, which is going to be on digital acceleration for Mangaluru's future tech ecosystem there. One final request to be seated and settled. So digital economy in Mangaluru is experiencing exponential growth with local startups and established global players alike driving innovation in AI, IoT and cloud technologies. This momentum is supported by an ecosystem that encourages collaboration between government, industry and academia, making Mangaluru a leading example of how strategic digital acceleration can create sustainable economic impact and social transformation. So with this, we are moving ahead to an engaging fireside chat which has been titled Digital Acceleration for Mangaluru's Future Tech Ecosystem. This session brings together influential voices from government and industry to discuss how India can drive digital transformation through public-private partnerships, progressive policies, and cutting-edge platform. So joining us for this conversation, we have with us Dr. Lavnish Chanana, who is the Senior Vice President and Head of Government Affairs, SAP Asia Private Limited. And joining him, we also have Mr. Vinay Shenoy, who is the Managing Director of Unveiling Technologies India. And this discussion is going to be moderated by our expert, Mr. Prashant Shenoy, who is the co-founder and CTO of Unicode. So all those are eagerly waiting for this session. So can you all please clap and welcome the speakers onto the stage there, Dr. Lavnish, Mr. Vinay, and Mr. Prashant. So we're going to have a small timer which has been displayed, or we'll let you know there. The time has been given. Those who want to be a part of this fireside chat, please be seated and listen attentively to them. We request you to please pay some respect to the speakers on the stage. Can we have the mics, please?
Welcome everyone to the Silicon Beach of India. Mangaluru stands at the crossroads today with a strong educational talent, a rich business heritage, and unique coastal advantages. The next 5 years is about accelerating digital growth through policy, partnerships, and cutting-edge technology. Today's conversation brings global leaders together to explore how Mangaluru can leapfrog into the future-ready tech system. This panel's topic is digital acceleration for Mangaluru's future tech ecosystem. And to discuss this, we have today with us two very distinguished panelists. Dr. Lavnish Chanana, who's the SVP and Head of Government Affairs for Asia Pacific at SAP. And in his role, he acts as a bridge between industry, policymakers, and the public sector, pushing for regulatory sandboxes, enabling digital economy frameworks, and ensuring that governance catches up with technological capabilities. Our second panelist is Mr. Vinay Shenoy, who's the MD for Unveiling Technologies India. He focuses heavily on R&D and design, with Bengaluru as a major hub, employing over 3,500 people, and now with the new setup in Ahmedabad. Welcome to you both. I would like to start this topic with Dr. Lavnish on what policy frameworks and PPP models are most critical for Mangaluru to leapfrog beyond being just a talent supplier to becoming a global innovation hub.
Thank you very much. First of all,
Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful city. A city that is, since yesterday, a constant feeling that it's getting to rewrite its future, and happy to be a part of this ideation and this discussion. To answer your point on the question on what policy initiatives, I think the larger, broader theme that we are looking at is this change of mindset of bringing in Mangaluru as an innovation exporter. That's the larger mindset that we are getting this feeling. And currently, if you see Mangaluru as a tech aircraft, you have the engine, that's the talent. You have the fuel, that's the startups. The navigation system is getting ready in terms of the connectivity. I think what's needed now is the runway of policy, and that will make it take off sooner than later. Then the point comes in as to what policy measures that So there are three broad directions that probably I can suggest. One, right back on the existing policy. You heard the minister talking about LEAP. We have the incentivization for startups. We have the huge skilling ecosystem, support. But more importantly, the answer in terms of the policy direction lies in what's in it for me uniquely as Mangaluru. That to me is something that will propel, rather than me going the general way of projecting myself as projecting the city as X or Y journalist kind of an. Now that's where I think there are some global examples that you can look at. You have a classical example of Barcelona. They converted this districts into the old industrial zones into innovation districts. Now, so the point that I'm saying is, I'm not saying that we should latch on to these models, but these are reference models, and probably we can convert that into a discussion that works for us. Now, how does it mean? What does it mean for me? Probably from a Mangaluru perspective, the need is not only for an innovation corridor. Now we can have an innovation corridor. All of you, those who understand, would be a self-contained system wherein government, community, startups, everybody does this. I think there is an opportunity that lies ahead for Mangaluru to look at new initiatives like the Living Labs and establish itself as a brand wherein the actual piloting, the actual scaling happens through participation. And that's the lesson that we are learning everywhere, wherever we are talking about policy, that policy, partnerships, and this culture of experimentation are the three big digital accelerators that we are seeing. The second probably area that we can actually build on the existing policy frameworks that have already been provided by the government of Karnataka, including the local ones for Mangaluru, is things like the challenge funds. The example being the Open Innovation Challenge and Open Innovation Fund in Singapore, wherein there is a funded government funded challenge on solving and creating problems, and then providing the access to this kind of solutioning or this kind of thing for public use through public procurement. The third biggest thing to me, frankly, is getting those anchor tenants now, and that's very, very important. If anything works best in India, it's the pull and rather than the push. So getting those anchor tenants in the city and ensuring the presence, in terms of a pull factor is key. And fourth is the whole issue of sandboxes. Now we have been actually talking about innovation. We have been talking about the way we should promote the idea of providing the example again in the Singapore AI sandbox, wherein you can go test. There is a protection for you, and then as you scale, through public procurement, these solutions can actually be good. Now, broadly, if I have to then look at all these initiatives and structure into four broad areas, one is obviously talent. Now, in talent, the the need for industry participation is known to everybody. Second to me is a classical example of not looking at digital infrastructure alone. We need to supplement that with the urban infrastructure so that we don't land up in situations where other cities have landed up in terms of the growth that we have had. The third, obviously, as I mentioned, is innovation. To me, a larger issue is also on branding. And a policy without a communication, a policy without a branding angle would actually be really finding it challenging to actually create the impact. And that's where it's important that actually we create something unique for Mangaluru in terms of attracting the anchor talents, whether it's doing a global innovation summit here, or doing something on AI here, or attracting this thing, and that will create the backward pull for all of us to actually be here. So that to me are some of the areas where we can actually go from a policy angle. Now, if I have to, and by the way, if as a policy professional, if I have to prioritize between tech, infra and policy, I would prioritize policy. The reason is simple, that infra and talent can shine and grow, but it's the policy that will set the flow. Good. The infra and talent can shine and grow, but it's the policy that will set the flow. Policy will be that pulse, that beat of the game. Otherwise, the balance will only remain a name. That's my concern. So let's get the policy in place in terms of the unique Mangaluru policy initiatives that will propel this city.
Very nicely put, sir. Thank you.
For public-private partnerships, I would club both of them together. Definitely the public-private partnerships are about creating frameworks or infrastructure. But on individual cases, it's all about private-private partnership, whether it's between the academia and a company, or a startup ecosystem and the company, or a company and another company, let's say someone who is able to offer technology. A PP cannot be a very general statement because it can encompass almost everything. For Mangalore and this stretch, it is very critical to understand what the value proposition of this region is. And I generally put in a matrix of 4 elements. One is scale. Is that the value proposition of Mangalore? That any company can come here, or a group of companies can come here and scale very rapidly. That's one. Second is the stability. The GCCs suffer from stability issues in terms of attrition. So is stability a value proposition? Third is competence. Is there a focus in this area for a certain domain? Could be fintech, could be AI, could be semiconductors. And I think that has to be first determined. And the fourth is the cost. So I've always put in a matrix, a sandbox of 4: scale, stability, competence, and cost. Now each location has to choose at least 2, because choosing 3 will start bringing in contradictions of sorts. So for some companies, it's about going beyond Bangalore, is about stability and cost. I think for many companies, it's about stability and cost, because Bangalore is getting very expensive. The tech market and the talent market is getting very competitive. Now that may not be the choice that Mangaluru makes. He says we want to go beyond just cost and stability. Then if you choose competence, then you have to make a choice. And based on that choice, the tech cluster here has to determine what partnerships make sense for an incoming company to thrive. If an incoming company wants to partner with specialist startups or a specialized ecosystem of academics and academic research, then that choice has to be made and that has to be developed. So it takes a little longer time. And you could have a scalable approach. Start with cost and stability and move towards competence. I think And in each of these stages, the partnerships between private and public-private will vary. And let me take one example of Infineon and NITTE College of Engineering. We are the world's largest security company, IoT security company. And finding that talent in India, go to any institute in India, finding talent who focus on security in academics is not easy. So what we did, we tied up with NITTE. At least we had an MOU. That's how it starts here. And the mortality rate of MOUs in this country and everywhere probably is 5 in 100, right? I mean, 95 out of 100 MOUs don't proceed to an agreement. But at least this one went a little ahead. What we did, we said we will train your professors because it's always good to teach people how to fish than feed a fish. I cannot bring my top technical people to teach, spend time in a university because that's not their primary job and they're too expensive for it. We said we will teach certain identified teachers and professors in this engineering college, and then you then teach the students. The students learn. We will give you certain curriculum to teach. We will give you some projects to execute. We will hire your students as interns at Infineon to make them ready for the job that we have on hand for them. Otherwise, the investment is pretty long. Now, this is again very normal. I think many MOUs already speak about this. But the struggle comes when we ask 5 professors from NITTE to come to Bangalore and be part of our company for 5 weeks and work with our engineers where we teach them. Many companies said, oh, we can't fund. We can't pay our faculty for 5 weeks in Bangalore. And we can't make them available to you for 5 weeks. And this is in the interest of the academics itself. Of course, we gain. But NITTE said, no problem. We'll send 5 of our professors during the vacation period. We train them. They return and they start teaching this new elective called security, IoT security in the campus. And now it's a very fledgling relationship. So in a private-private partnership as well, you have to have a similarity in mindset, similarity in thought. You can say, I want to do it, but I don't want to spend. That doesn't work. I would say this is one example in this region that we have successfully executed a private-private partnership.
Yeah. And like an honorable minister just said, PPP, people, policy, and participation, right? So this works very well, is what you're saying. And probably that's something that industries in Mangalore can do more, where they collaborate in the same way because they don't have to travel as much, and there's so many universities here too. I'd like to move on to the second question. You know, when we spoke the other day, you mentioned about cost arbitrage is an advantage, but it is not a differentiator, right? And you have set up your new unit in Ahmedabad, which is not just a back office, but a fully functional unit that can deliver independent services and R&D. Can you tell, from doing that, do you think there is something that Mangalore can learn if we wanted to enable these kind of units, where they are fully functional units and not just a back office? What does Mangalore have to do?
Like I said before, it's a matrix of 4 choices that location has to make. When we were looking beyond Bangalore, so beyond Bangalore to us meant any place in India. We had choices. First, we had to make a choice. What do we want that center to represent for Infineon? Initially, we started with cost and stability, which is typically what you would expect as a secondary center for a bigger center that has been in the country for about 25 years. So we have been in India for 25 years now. And many global responsibilities are based out of Bangalore, where people have from the US, from Ukraine, from Taiwan, from Japan, from Germany, reporting to the people in Bangalore. So that was how we began. And of course, the natural suspects do emerge, whether it's Coimbatore or Trivandrum or Mysore or Pune, Bhubaneswar, for example. they emerged. Ahmedabad was not a natural choice because Ahmedabad is not known for product R&D. However, what differentiated Gujarat government or Gujarat, now I go beyond politics now, I just talk about the process of engaging with a private enterprise to convince that they should set up a center in, let's say, their respective locations. From the day of my first visit to meet the ministry, the DST, the level of enthusiasm has been astonishing. And this is what I spoke about last night also. I think promoting and branding, and why should someone set it up in their respective locations is an important part. And everyone should be aware in the ministry or elsewhere that they don't have all the pieces of the puzzle to make it successful. But they should be open to realizing what are the missing pieces and take advice and implement them. Ahmedabad, again, comes back to the other topic that we might discuss, is not positioning itself, or Gujarat is not positioning itself as a next generation or an emerging tech hub. It goes one step beyond and says, we want to be an end-to-end ecosystem for high-tech manufacturing. And that is the reason why you see the effort that goes into attracting semiconductor manufacturing of nearly $10 billion. All, of course, except one are located in Gujarat state. And we being a semiconductor company, we said if the draw from Gujarat government is so high towards semiconductors, that we are better off starting with R&D in Ahmedabad and then probably extend to manufacturing as well. So for us, Ahmedabad is not just yet another secondary location or the first location, but we want to have a complete ecosystem. That's why I tend to call it the Austin of India. We have both R&D as well as manufacturing ecosystem today for semiconductors in Ahmedabad. And having said that, I put a LinkedIn post, I think about October last year. And I said, this is what we are planning. And it was an appeal to all the Gujaratis, the Rajasthanis and people from Madhya Pradesh for Ghar Wapsi or back home. And you won't believe, in 1 week, we got 860 resumes. 200 of them were of people from these 3 states, but working either in Hyderabad, such as AMD, Bangalore, such as Intel or other semiconductor companies, or Europe or US. And these are people with about 10, 15, 20 years of experience who are very keen to return to their home state, home city. And I think Mangaluru should exploit such an approach as well. We said we will grow with leaders who belong to those 3 regions, but are working elsewhere because during their time there were no opportunities. Now when opportunity surfaces, they're very willing to come back. And that is what convinced us that we should not look at cost and scalability. We said Ahmedabad does not have the talent pool that Bangalore has, so scalability will always be a limitation. So we defined scalability for us as 200 people that we can add every year with a minimum experience of 7 years. Because you can grow at 5,000 people if you are hiring young engineers. But we said 7 years average experience, 200 people per year. And you cannot get this talent locally from the local ecosystem. You get very young talent, but the seniors are all working elsewhere. So the draw is very important. And this is how we changed our posture from cost and stability to competence and stability. And now cost is no more a parameter for Ahmedabad because its value that it's delivering is far higher. So this was our journey with Ahmedabad. You have to learn. We began with, like I said, cost and stability, but we upgraded it to competence and stability. And all the leaders in Ahmedabad today are people who they belong to Ahmedabad, but have been outside Ahmedabad for the last 15, 20 years. And that's allowing us to scale at least 5 times faster than we would have been otherwise able to had we just scaled ground up from that region alone. So I think it's a model that Mangalore can try emulating, and I heard from Rohit yesterday that perhaps there are plenty of those people, and maybe I am interested as well coming back to Mangalore if there's any interesting opportunity. But I think this is what attracted us to Ahmedabad. The government policies were very, very lucrative. very quick in execution. I think speed matters. And like Rohit has set up now, there are plenty of grade A buildings. Some of them, the gift cities where we are located, and those of you who have not been to the gift city should at least have a look, typically offers 99 as they claim, 97% uptime of power. This has been their performance of the last 10 years. And this is only possible when you structurally design, because GIFT is meant for a fintech capability, and the National Stock Exchange runs out of GIFT City. Bank of America runs its entire fraud analytics out of GIFT City. HDFC Bank has its data center in GIFT City. So when you aspire for something, you have to have the necessary infrastructure. Otherwise, the ambition and the capability, the gap is too wide.
Yeah.
So this is where I stop.
Very interesting. A lot of learnings from that. And you mentioned about the whole Infineon and the Nitte model. Dr. Lavnish, do you see, like, Mangaluru has always been an education hub, right? And what Vinay spoke about in terms of, like, how he's collaborating with Nitte, do you see if there are policies that can kind of enable that and accelerate that model?
Okay, I think since yesterday we have been hearing and discussing a lot about Mangaluru talent. And if I look at it, what the impression so far is, if I look at Mangaluru talent as seeds, unless the soil of the local opportunities here is actually made ready, these seeds will blow away to other cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, and others. So that's where I think when it comes to the industry academia partnership and the facilitation at the policy level, to me, the larger question is no longer now as to what industry and government can do together. I think that's done. We have spoken enough on curriculum modernization. We have spoken enough on talent retention. We have also spoken enough on policy enablement that in like Elevate or the Leap and all. I think the larger point is now how do we make it work? And as Vinay said, we in our enthusiasm of industry academia partnership, we have gone around and signed these MOUs, and in the process, most of us now are a part of the graveyard of MOUs, if I can use the word rather bluntly. I think 2-3 very important strategic areas. One, let the partnership be a local sectoral focused partnership and not a general focus. Now, example, given my data center focus in Mangaluru, can I look at branding Mangaluru as a green fortress of data rather than a simple data center city, and thereby partner with industry in creating sustainable data center resources that I can actually look at? That's the shift that, so rather than going top down, I think the first point is it should actually come in. Second, the sectoral focus. And there is a huge discussion that I heard since yesterday on fintechs and all. Now, can I narrow down my scope in terms of what I want to do, make it more modular, and then expand as I go? Example, all of us, given the geopolitics that all of us are in, we are repeatedly looking at ensuring the sovereignty in the infrastructure. And companies like us are actually offering sovereign cloud services now in India. We just announced. Now from that perspective, the technical sovereignty, the operational sovereignty, the legal sovereignty, the people sovereignty, we will need people to actually do that. And the most common sectors that will get impacted sooner than later by this mindset of ensuring will be the regulated one. So can I focus narrowly on that, put a critical mass in place, and then using the branding and image that I create and move forward, rather than saying that I want it as a generic AI city? Can I move it into that? The third angle that I wanted to highlight, I think we have spoken enough on skilling for AI. I think we have spoken enough on innovation for AI. Let's become the center for AI for skilling. And that's where my institutes and working with the industry, can actually lead, and that will help us in two ways. One, this will force the embedding of AI into the curriculum. One. Second, it will create that pull factor which will establish that what's in it for me that was so far missing in terms of learning AI, in terms of getting attracted to the AI skilling, and that will become the base going forward. So these three steps, I think, is the way forward if we have to move into the skilling partnership, and more importantly, making it more successful as industry-academia partnership going forward.
Thank you very much. Since we are running short on time, I want to open this up for one questions from the audience, if we have any. Do we have any questions from the audience? Can somebody give her the mic? While we wait for that question, so since you already touched upon the data center hub, when we had a chat, you had some very insightful thoughts on what is actually needed for data centers, in terms of the power and infra realities. Can you talk for a minute about that, Vinay?
Sure. We are working on fundamental technologies, semiconductor technologies, sometimes so closely at the chip level with some of the biggest GPU companies. Just to give you some stats, since the topic of this afternoon discussion is also data center, by 2029, the power required for AI workloads in a data center, this is the energy required for AI workloads in a data center, is equal to the total energy generated by India. And we are doubling the energy requirement for AI training, as we call it, for the learning models. We are doubling it every 3 months. Now you can imagine the rate of growth of energy needs. Data centers hence have to be very compact. Now, if you look at a single CPU of NVIDIA, we call it the H20, a single CPU of 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters consumes 1 kilowatt of power. One CPU, I'm not talking about a data rack. It's bigger than your water heater, right? One water heater at home, that's about 35 liters, consumes 1 kilowatt. Now I'm talking about this chip. And there are hundreds of these chips on a single rack. Today, each rack of 7 feet height by 3 feet wide is already consuming 100 kilowatts, going to 250 kilowatts next year, to 1 megawatt by 2030. One rack. Now, when you have 100 of those racks, you're talking about 100 megawatts, and that's not even a hyperscaler. Google has typically 500 such racks. So you're talking about 500 megawatts having to enter a data center, one single building, 500 megawatts. I'm struggling today. I'm setting up a 10,000 core GPU data center in Bangalore, and I'm attempting to do so. But the building norms allow me only 7.5 megawatts. And just for my GPU data center, I need more than 5 megawatts. And if I have to scale it up, I need 10 megawatts. So I need special permission from the electricity board. I have to set up a substation separately. It's not possible. So I think when we focus on data centers of the future, the conventional CPU-based data centers are going to be very linear, growing at about 10-15%. But what's creating this inflection point are the GPUs. And I think we have to be ready. And when we are talking about data centers for GPU, you have to understand the scale. Is the grid of South Canara even ready to deliver 1 gigawatt of power to one building or a cluster of buildings in one area? If we are not, let's focus from the grid. The second is introducing sustainability. How do you do a complete DC to DC?
DC at the grid level, which is solar and wind, and maybe battery energy storage systems, because the consumption at the CPU level is anyway DC.
Why go through an AC cycle? Today we are going through an AC cycle because of legacy. But for such specific applications, can you build a microgrid, as I introduced as a concept, which is full DC? So I think these are some of the thoughts that we have to have, otherwise we are 10 years behind already in our thought process with respect to data center.
I think, yeah, this needs a lot more deliberation, which we have another roundtable for a lot more discussion. But I've been informed that this is only the time that we have for this discussion. I'd like to thank both of you for coming here today, sharing your insights, and I please request you to be part of the wave of the Silicon Beach in the making, actively by coming here more often and contributing to Mangaluru. Thank you very much here today.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much once again there. And now I request Mr. Gurudar Shanai, sir, to please come forward on the stage and hand over the memento to the moderator there, Mr. Prashant Shanai, for moderating this fireside chat session. It was indeed a very useful one there. You'll be receiving and you'll be handing it over then. Receive it, please. And now I request our moderator, Mr. Prashant Shanai, to hand over the memento to Dr. Lavneesh and Mr. Vinay. He has received it. That's okay. Fine. No problem. Gurunath, sir, one more there. To Mr. Prashant Shanai, our moderator for the fireside chat there. Thank you so much. All right. Now, as mentioned earlier, this year Technovanza, we have received an overwhelming response. There are 770 delegates. So the sessions are going to, yes, we'll take one group picture. Along with the moderator, along with the speaker, one group picture. So this year, the sessions are going to continue. As and when you feel you're hungry, the food counters are open. You can please have your food. But the sessions are going to go on. The sessions will go on. We are going to continue now with the next session. All right. Next we have one more fireside chat session. Thank you. On policy, partnerships and platforms for Mangaluru's tech ecosystem. The high-level fireside chat brings together veteran leaders from the government and industry to discuss the policy, partnership and platform strategies crucial for accelerating Mangaluru's emergence as a leading tech ecosystem. The session also explores Karnataka's Beyond Bengaluru vision, which has positioned Mangaluru as a dynamic fintech and a startup hub, backed by landmark infrastructure projects, proactive state policies, and collaborations among academia, corporates, and government. Panelists will draw on the extensive public sector and investment experience to share insights on skill development, economic reforms, funding innovation, and building high-impact partnership for sustained digital growth in Mangaluru. So the opening address is going to be by Mr. Mohandas Pai, who is the chairman, Arin Capital, and panel members. We have Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy, who is a retired IAS officer, chairman, Karnataka Skill Development Authority, Government of Karnataka. We also have with us Mr. L.K. Atif, who is also an IAS retired officer, former additional chief secretary to the chief minister, Government of Karnataka. We also have academic chairman, Mr. B.V. Naidu sir, joining them in. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Rohit Bhatt, who is a lead industry anchor, Mangaluru cluster, and founder, Robosoft Technology, 99 Games, and WorkWork. So without any delay, I request our moderator, along with the chairman and the spokesperson, the panel members, please do come forward.
dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start off your behind time. If you want to grow Bangalore as a cluster, you have to make it happen. And you need to understand one clear principle. The world has many things to do, including us in Bangalore. We still have to fix our roads. So our time for Mangalore is very less. So you have to get together, work together, push your agenda, meet influencers in Bangalore, other places, meet your ministers, meet your MPs, spend 10-15% of your time to execute on the ground all the policies that have been created. Karnataka is the richest state in India, 28,75,000 crores of GDP. I think last year they grew at about 12%, I think, 12%. 66% of Karnataka's GDP is services. Karnataka's per capita income, depending on population, is 4,25,000 rupees, with the highest in India. It has multiple challenges, but this is it. And Bangalore, the jewel in the crown, makes up 55% of GDP, not 40% in the economic survey. $180 billion GDP, $15,000 per capita income. Bangalore has 25 lakh people working in technology, 65,000 IT companies, 20,000 startups, 52 unicorns, about $90 billion of software services, $120 billion of total services out of Karnataka's $160 billion. India has $385 billion of service exports, including remittances. Bangalore has 200 million square feet of grade A office space, the largest in India, much more than Mumbai, Gingai, all the nice cities in this country. Possibly among the top 3 in the world. Bangalore absorbs more than 15-20 million square feet of grade A office space in the world, which is the highest in the world for the last 5 to 8 years. Our very beloved friend, Mr. Atik, went to Hong Kong to give all these statistics to those people in WTO and rather stun them by his very quiet demeanor and talking about data. So there's a lot of things happening. Now, how do you people make Bangalore vibrant? You need local leadership. I've been coming to Mangaluru from '94, and we want Mangaluru to go. Ramana Reddy has worked for it. B.V. Naidu has worked for it. ISN Prasad has worked for it. Now finally Atik has come, Mr. Atik has come with a grand leap program. You need local leadership. Till Rohit Bhatt came on the scene, we have not seen much progress. We prepared a report, Mangalore, how to grow Mangalore along with FKCCI many years ago. The report should be somewhere. Nobody worked on it. So you have to get your team, you have to spend your time, come out with an action point, you got to meet everybody and make it work. The policy is in place, execution is the key. And you have to do it. All of us are there to support you, help you in whatever way and make it work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that opening address, Mohandas, and setting the context. We have a very power-packed panel, and as with a lot of events, we are constrained for time. But I think the context has already been set for us, and I think at a broad level, there are a few things that I picked up during our conversation today. One is our own vision of creating 2 lakh IT jobs in the next 10 years, 4,000 startups, out of which we want 5 of them to be unicorns, okay, making Mangaluru's infrastructure 100% green, okay, we want it carbon neutral infrastructure for all the IT companies in this region, and that is from an IT perspective. The second thing is we want to establish Mangaluru as a data center hub, okay, so this is the second point. And third thing is an extended plan of how do you make this region also as a gift city, using that as a new rally cry, for the region. And what I'll do is today, I'll just ask 3 questions. Each of you to, 3 questions on different aspects. One from an economy aspect, one from a administrative aspect to, Sri Latik sir, from a skilling aspect to, Sri Ramana Reddy, and, to Naidu from a KDM perspective. How do we do it? Okay, so my first question would be to Latik sir. Sir, Mangalore people are very aspirational. we are tired of waiting, we are tired of becoming second, class citizens in this, and we want to do something wonderful. Okay, our region has always been very entrepreneurial, and we want to put the zinc back into the local economy. And we heard a lot of positive commentary here today. The minister himself saying that he's so optimistic. Our MP said he's so optimistic. From an administrative perspective, sir, how do we put this whole thing into action in trying to achieve these three goals? One is creating 2 lakh IT jobs here and 4,000 startups, 5 unicorns. Second thing is how do we establish a DC center, and how do we finally look at creating the gift city aspect as well. And in this round of our struggle, I think the citizens of Mangaluru, Udupi, Manipal region are all going to be with the bureaucracy as well as with the political system, and trying to make this happen. But from an administrative perspective, sir, you are an authority. What is your direction for us?
Thank you, Rohit, for that question, and thank you, Mohan, for the opening remarks. I think we have heard and in detail in the morning session, particularly the Minister Priyank Kharge spoke quite eloquently and elaborately about the overall vision for the state. So we are now looking beyond Mangaluru, and we have been told and looking at the response here, and also looking at the response that we found yesterday at the CEO's networking dinner, that outside Mangaluru would be one of the most prominent cities where we hope to see the beyond Mangaluru concept succeed. How do we do it? That's the whole question from an administrative point of view. So like the Minister also pointed out, the 3 P's, that we have policy, we have people, and we need to work towards the participation. So policies are there, people are there, but this is actually the hub of people. And we are actually producing the people and exporting to the other regions rather than retaining them here. Now, a lot of interest we have seen a lot of interest in this region. And this interest needs to match with the infrastructure. It needs to be matched with our forward vision, planning, and make sure that we look at this whole region, not just Mangaluru city, but the whole region in a holistic manner. So I am looking at the 60 kilometers from here to Manipal. So, and we have already we have some kind of an urban-rural continuum. Like we don't know where Mangaluru ends and Panamburu begins, and we don't know where Suratkal ends and Mulki begins. And from there, just about within 20 kilometers, you have Padubidri, and then Kapu, and then Udupi, Malpe, and Manipal. So we have already this excellent natural landscape. We have good quality of air. We have water. We have a very cosmopolitan set of people. So we need to create infrastructure. We need to create the building space, and therefore towards that the first steps have already been taken. In fact, for the last 2 years, I have been aggressively following up setting up of an IT park at Kionics land. We have 3 acres, 25 cents of land at Kionics on the way to the airport. There, through a PPP model, we are going to set up. Today morning, Minister announced, I am chasing it. It's going to the cabinet in the next cabinet meeting, and then tenders will be called. So we will have one major first IT park, Kionics IT park in Mangaluru. Within hopefully next 12 to 18 months, we should have. Actually, if you could clear it, I'm sure there is enough construction and building talent in Mangaluru to make that happen. And already Mangaluru city has transformed. We have a lot of good eating out places. Socially, it's become a more vibrant place, because I started my career in Mangaluru in 1993. I got married here in 95. So I have been here all these years. But what we are the change that we are seeing in the last 7-8 years, it's really encouraging. I think we need to put in place a vision document for infrastructure of this place. We need to plan for, if you are going to bring in 200,000, 2 lakh jobs, which means 2 lakh families, and some of them would need housing. And we right now you talk about 15-minute city, but if a lot of crowd comes in here, it will not be 15 minutes city. And we definitely should not go the Mangaluru way. where the growth has not matched with infrastructure development. We need to put in place a vision for infrastructure, and we need to take steps towards that. And in that direction, I keep talking to the district administration, and that is something that we need to do, I think.
So I think, just to add on to that point, sir, I think the need of the hour is some urban planning initiative as a serious urban planning. And I was at a CREDA event, last week, and the state president said, Rohit, for every 100 square feet of commercial space you create, you need 1,000 square feet of residential space and 500 square feet of leisure space to be created in a city. Okay, so I was thinking, 2 million square feet, then I multiply it, and this is going to be crazy. So I think urban planning is a need of the hour for our regions.
We need to create the urban planning framework. We need to have the enabling policy framework, and not all money needs to come from government. If you put in place the infrastructure, we can bring in the money from private sector and in a profitable manner, because nobody is in the business of charity. But if you create the right incentives, right policy framework, right implementation framework, then I think investment will come in.
Okay. So I think, one of the things is, also in urban planning thought process, we need to start evolving at a rapid pace.
Definitely.
Thank you, sir. The next question is to, Ramana Reddy, sir. Sir, I think you have seen it all. You have been the DC, you have been the ITBT secretary, and now you are in the part of the skill initiative. What do you think, sir? How do you think we plan for the next phase of this? There is a lot of optimism now in Mangalore, in our region. We are gung-ho about startups. We are gung-ho about getting IT companies here. The local builders, they're all very, very, keen. But what is happening is we are losing talent. Okay, every year we lose 60,000 people to outside. So this used to be like the Kudremukh iron ore 30 years ago. We used to send out iron ore and we used to be proud of it. I used to read it in the textbook. But now, as a country, we export steel. Okay, so how do we transform from exporting talent to exporting value? And from a skill perspective, what are those few things that we can immediately set on so that we are, going to enable this whole thing of, 2 lakh engineers, 8 lakh auxiliary employment, and, all the other jobs that can come to the region?
Firstly, I am very happy. Yesterday I participated in the CEO's roundtable, and today the enthusiasm shown by Mangalore is really commendable, and the work done by KEDM is also really commendable. Coming to the skilling and the skilling policy of the state government, actually over the years what has happened is, as a country, we have focused more on formal education rather than actual skilling. That is the reason why whoever went for vocational education used to be either a dropout, or whether if he has not got admission in the formal education, then only people went to vocational education. But now our policy is shifting towards skilling rather than integration of vocational education and formal education. In fact, as Minister has mentioned that this week or next week IT Park will go to the cabinet, but now we have formulated one skill policy for the state, first time for the Karnataka state. That is most probably going to the cabinet tomorrow. It is for the entire state. I am not saying only for Mangalore. But the main shift there is, now everybody, right from venture capitalists, industrialists, everybody is started saying that degree will become irrelevant in the near future. If you see the statistics, 85% of our engineers are not employable immediately after completing the engineering degree. So what we need is more skilling, and job roles are also changing. 6 months back when I was in a conference, the LinkedIn head of the country, she said 85% of the jobs which were there 20 years back are not there now. But that 20 years thing is gone. Now every 2 years maybe 85% of the jobs will go. The situation is like that. So earlier what used to happen is, once you had a degree or once you have a qualification, it would suffice you for 10 years, 20 years. Now it is changing so rapidly because of AI that upskilling, and now we are saying lifelong skilling. the policy shift of the Karnataka government now is, one is lifelong skilling, how we can enable. Two is shift from degree-oriented formal education to skills-oriented education. So under this, what you are having a big target for the next 3-4 years, and you want to have maybe lakhs together professionals in especially emerging sectors. So two schemes which will be there in the policy, I want to highlight. One is we have a program called Chief Minister's Kaushalya Karnataka Yojana. In that earlier what used to happen is, there is a concept of National Skill Qualification Framework, NSQF. Job roles only were there, which were not really relevant to what you want in Karnataka and Mangalore. So in the new policy, what we are saying is non-NSQF courses, if industry relevant courses, and if industry comes forward, we will support them. In fact, instead of earlier the skilling was only for giving certification. Now our shift is industry-led training. So there, even if it is not NSQF certified, we will be supporting and we will be clearing them. Second is another scheme which Minister has mentioned, that Nipuna scheme. Why we came out with that scheme was that all these emerging skills, AI, ML, cyber security, all these we were not teaching them earlier in our schemes. So we formed about 9 sectoral groups with all industrialists of those sectors, and they have recommended all courses. They have recommended what course should be taken and what will be the price for that course. That also they have recommended, and government has announced that scheme, which is about 300 crore scheme. The target is to teach skill 1 lakh people in the next 1 year, 5 years. So in that, the main thing is that industry also should come forward. Government will contribute 40 to 60%, but remaining 40% industry should come forward either in the form of CSR, either in the form of cash, or industry can give their space, give their trainers. So it is like a public-private partnership training model. So, and third thing is, in the new policy, lot of focus is there for the district skill committee, strengthening of the district, going for the skill gap study in the district. So all these 3-4, if we can try to concentrate on Mangalore, we will try to do that. One is come out with a district skill policy, see what are the skill gaps. Then second is make use of these 2 schemes, CMKKY and Nipuna. But entire thing is the shift is towards industrial training, and industry also has to contribute, and industry also has to participate. Till now what was happening, we were giving the training and certificate. After that nobody was taking them. So now the shift is towards industry participation, industry level training, and industry has to take them once they are skilled. So this is the policy shift which we are trying.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So I think from a policy perspective, from a skilling side also, there is a lot of action happening. So my next question is to Naidu sir. Sir, I think you are the agency that is supposed to, grease it and ensure that all of this functions smoothly, because you are the interface between industry and the government. And I think KEDAM has done a wonderful job, and I hope the Karnataka government even helps you expand the team so that you can achieve even much more, for initiatives like this. But what do you think, we should do as an immediate priority, and how do you think the local cluster people can participate it and strengthen your hands, the 3 top things that we should do?
Yeah, I think after seeing yesterday's CEO dinner and today's morning, so the model has started working. The model of the by industry for industry, the KEDAM has been created for that, right? So the KEDAM as an objective, it is supposed to act like an effective bridge between the government and industry. That has been done. That is the reason why all of you have been so helpful working with KEDAM to make sure that the Beyond Bangalore objectives are met. That is number one. Number two, it also support the government to facilitate in terms of the policy implementation. I think some of this area probably we need to work a little more closer with the department to make sure the policies are well implemented in the cluster. That is an immediate need in my personal opinion. Coming back to the 2-3 things, I think KDM has been evolving. When there is a gap, when there is a need for industry, go and support the industry. So yesterday, it has come out pretty well from the industry, what are the 3 or 4 things that are needed. And industry wanted to create a 2 million square feet area. That is, industry felt we need to support them to make sure that that is going to happen. The second thing is in terms of the talent, which Dr. Ramana Reddy has already mentioned. How do you make sure that 2 lakh employees can be made available for this cluster to grow? That becomes second priority. The third priority is the startups. Startups suddenly, 3 years back, there are not many startups are visible. Now suddenly you have 200 plus startups coming from this cluster. Not only that, 85 startups have gone to the Elevate program. And yesterday it is also shown that the startups are very innovative. So how do you support the startups? That becomes the third priority. And fourth is the data center. How do you make sure that, the data center roundtable is there in the afternoon? How do you make sure the data center investments come to this center and the cable landing and possibly a gift center, Some of these things, we work along with you, people in Mangalore, to make sure that the long-term vision, whatever you aspire in your document, are met. That becomes our immediate priority.
Thank you. My last final question is to Mohandas sir. I think you have been known to push us all around and making sure things get done. What do you think to all the people on this stage? What do you think should be the immediate few steps that we should do so that our level of progress it is now progressing, but how do we take it on a different level altogether? What are the immediate action we should take for the next 18 months, quarter by quarter? What do you think framework we should put so that we can all meet every quarter and see what have we achieved? So what would be your...
First, I think you must create a marketing team and a marketing brand. Please, market Mangalore, get more people in, reach out to the diaspora through LinkedIn and others. Like Vinay said, one LinkedIn post has got 300 people applying, and that too in that, very nice place. So market, create a marketing team and focus, go to the diaspora, put articles out in the media. You've done a fantastic job tweeting. Now people know, today, just now I tweeted 230 companies, 28,000 people, 5 million square feet available, blah, blah, blah. I want to see the response. So get them coming. So market, have a marketing team, and it has to be done by you people. You can't hire a marketing agency because they don't know what is happening. Do marketing, including videos. That's very important. And two, create the technology collateral. AI city, Bangalore, the AI city. To keep talking about it. Look, talk is always ahead of reality. Talk is ahead of reality. That's how things work. Because talk pulls in reality, make reality happen. And hold all those technology events with AI with him. He's doing a great job. And make case studies of all the AI work done here. Publish it on the web, publish it on in LinkedIn and wherever you want. So that people say, oh my God, what is happening? And they come here, you're able to present to them. Third, focus on capital. We need seed funds. You need seed funds. Get 100 people to give you 50 lakhs a year and create a seed fund. So that you can go on, any startup comes, you can give them 1 crore. 20 people putting 5 lakhs, 10 people putting 10 lakhs. Give them seed fund because that is very important. All right? And this cluster fund, please start it immediately. Work with them to get the cluster fund. I think there's enough money here. Get it all together for the cluster fund. It's not charity. You're going to invest. Then link all the VCs in Bangalore to come here. Because when you have pitching session, they must come here. I'm sure you know them. You got brotherhood connections with everybody. Get them to come here. So you have a pool of capital, 200, 250 crores invested in Mangalore ecosystem every year. And all of you should really open up your purse. And I think it's very important that you lead by example. And the next thing, what you got to do it, work with your academic background. so that all the placement officers know there's something hot happening. And whenever placement happens, you people from here go hire a lot more people, and all the people here go hire them, and then use the incubators in all the colleges to make the colleges give them some grant and make them grow 5x by connecting them with your systems. And make sure they invest in creating centers of excellence in technology. So every 2 months, every month, there's a big technology event happening here, because you got convention center place, everything here. Please do that. And then the last point, work with the tourism industry to promote this place for tourism. Because if more people come for tourism, you'll have more flights coming. More flights come, more hotels will come, more business will come, more money will come. Then the more the brand will be built. It's an extraordinary place. I think it's extraordinary. So do all these things and keep pushing at it. Every day you must push. Get up in the morning, bang your head against the wall. Even if you break your head, get another head. Just keep doing it. And every quarter produce a report. We did this, we achieved this. This is the aim for the next quarter, we did this. Do it for 2 years, then you'll find wonder, then inertia will take over, momentum will build up. You can't go like this, like a steam engine. You got to go vertically, all right? At the speed of light. I think you can do it. I'm very enthused about what happened yesterday and today. In fact, frankly shocked. It's wonderful. So happy after so many years. Just go do it.
My suggestion is, such a big event you can't do frequently, but what you have done yesterday, CEOs roundtable, you should do quarterly.
Understood, yeah. So, and we need all your support to come here, once every quarter, sir. Spend one evening with us. Okay, we'll bring all the people, and we want to give you a scorecard of what we have achieved, and you can keep guiding us. We will do this for the next 8 months, and I am sure everything will start.
You get to know Atik's wife and use wife's influence to get this guy here, okay? He's a very powerful guy. And Dr. Ramana Reddy, of course, he'll come here because he has to skill, he's got a target. BB will come here because that is his job. And the rest of us will follow if you give us a good fish meal and promise us.
Thank you.
I had a suggestion that next time you do a meeting like this, or any of your meetings, I think we should involve the academic institutions.
Yes.
Please invite the heads of the departments of computer science or any of the related fields. If there are any machine learning and artificial intelligence departments, invite them. Let them participate here, and let them come with some of their bright students, and they can also see.
Understood.
And we will invite the Vice Chancellor of the Mangaluru University to also come here, so that the academia, right, from Mangaluru University, your Mahe is there, and then all the institutions, some of the prominent engineering colleges, call them.
Yes.
So I think we need to have a very close interaction with the academia as well.
Okay, absolutely, sir. I think we didn't do that yesterday, and I think that is a point for improvement. Any question from the audience? We are done here. Any specific question from the audience? We've got 4 brilliant gentlemen here who have committed to supporting us on a quarterly basis.
How many of you are going to work for Mangalore for the next 1 year? Put your hands up. Some more. That's it, all of you. Now just go register. He's going to lead, of course. He's a Damad, son-in-law of Mangalore, right? You got to get him, and please, engage with his wife to make sure that, he comes. Now, she's also an IT professional. She worked with him in Washington, and he keeps saying me she earned much more than him. And he was an executive director's salary, but that's good. So what you should do is volunteer, form groups, keep working, and every quarter deliver a report, Rohit. All right? And go for it. Make it happen. Because the future belongs to you. India will grow from 4 trillion to 10 trillion by 2035. With or without you. With or without you. Join the gravy train.
Thank you, so much for your time. I think, we are, almost done with the panel. Okay, one question. Somebody, can you get a mic to
mic,
him?
please.
There.
Can we have one mic passed? Take this.
Hello, my name is Prince Pinto. So, since we are doing so much in Mangalore in terms of IT and other infrastructure. As my question to you is to Mohandas Bhai. From the coastal place, we have so much opportunity to do a lot more things to do in the sea, starting from the eco-tourism, to build a yachts, to marinas, and to encourage the people of Mangalore to enjoy. If we cater infrastructure, and we need to do this big time. So what are the things what we can expect from the government? I mean, Goa and Kerala is ruling this space, and we are handicapped, and it is very shameful for us that having this coastal space, we are not able to achieve.
There is a tourism vision group report. There's a coastal plan for 300 kilometers. It's already there with the Department of Tourism. Get that, form a tourism group, work on that, and get more resorts, more five-star hotels, more entertainment. You got that surfing club you started, right? Yeah, you're doing surfing, right? And have some festivals throughout. And you got to make it work, man. There's nothing else.
The reality is, we have things in moving.
I know the reality. I know it for 30 years. Nothing happened here. So do make it work. It's happening now.
Perfect.
Make it work.
Thanks.
Well, all right. Thank you so much. So that was it about the next fireside session there. I must say, very energetic speakers we had, and it was lovely having you all. And without any delay, I request Mr. Bhaskar Verma, sir, to join me on the stage and hand over the memento to our moderator, Mr. Rohit Bhatt. We thank our moderator for moderating the session and keeping it alive and making sure, because noon sessions are usually the tough time, but they have done a great job there. Thank you once again, Mr. Rohit Bhatt. Yes. All right. And now I request Mr. Rohit Bhatt, sir, to hand over the memento to Mr. Mohandas Bhai. You want to give it to them? Next, we have Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy, sir. A memento to Mr. L.K. Atif, sir. And last one to our chairman of CADEM, Mr. B.V. Naidu, sir. And now I request our moderator to kindly receive your memento there from Mr. Bhaskar Verma, sir. And we'll take one group picture together once this is done. One group picture together. Stand closer, sir. Please join. You can come forward. All right, thank you so much. With that, we are proceeding towards the next session. So we are going to have with us Mr. Vinod Subramaniam, who is the Vice President, Technology, Invest India, Government of India. He's going to have his addressal speech. So I request Mr. Vinod Subramaniam to please do come forward and take the lead from here. All those who had your food, can you all please clap? The ones who are hungry, I understand. The rest of you, can you all please clap and welcome the next speaker, Mr. Vinod, on stage. Your slides are set, is it? I request our team to do the needful. The slides have been already submitted. We need a pointer.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. A big thanks to CADEM and the organizers for giving us the opportunity to come and talk about Invest India. We're going to do a quick background here. Invest India is India's investment promotion agency, and I lead the technology sectors there. When you say Invest India, what is this? This is the agency that looks at bringing foreign direct investments into the country. So for quick summary of stats, India is approximately a 4 trillion economy. We do about 800 billion of exports. We get about $80 billion of FDI into the country every year. And our approach is really to see how we can accelerate that over the next 5 to 10 years. So what I'm going to do is quickly run through a few basics and also explain our approach usually in terms of how we do. I will drill down to one specific sector of interest, which is data centers. I'm going to call in my colleague Shaumil also to walk you through some specifics on data center in this. So can I have the slides coming on both sides, please, if it's possible? Okay. So Invest India is set up under Ministry of Commerce. We are owned private and public, so 51% is owned by private, which is the industry bodies, CII, NASSCOM, as you can see on the top, FICCI, CII and NASSCOM, and the rest 49% is owned by both central and state governments. We really work on investment promotion as well as trade and technology collaboration opportunities. When we look at organizations when they look at India opportunity, the way they look at is what you see on the right hand side. So any company, when they look at India, they could look at India for probably about 7 different lenses. One is look at India as a market opportunity to come and sell into the market. India is a pretty large market and contributes more than 16% of the global GDP growth at this point of time. So ideally, if an investor is putting $100 in, India rightfully should be getting $16 of that investment. So that's a market access. The other 2 lenses is really the back end. Do you set up your GCCs? Usually companies start by bringing operational costs down by bringing GCCs in, but very rapidly they move into innovation and R&D and development. So those are the 2 people lenses, and you know that India is the GCC capital of the world. We've got 2,000 plus GCCs. Karnataka leads with more than 50% of the GCC capacities, and all the innovation that's currently happening in the globe, a lot of that is really from IP created and developed from the country. The next 2 lenses is really around manufacturing. So companies who produce goods, they look at India for sourcing supplies. It could be components, if it's electronics, it could be subsystems, materials, sometimes chemical gases, sometimes semi-finished goods and products. And of course, branded product companies look at doing the hardcore manufacturing. In these 2 lenses, which is supply chain as well as for manufacturing, is where the large amount of capital investment comes into the country. If you are looking at GCCs, usually it's a lot of OPEX investments. Capital investments are long term and it's much more sticky, so that becomes our really big focus. The other 2 lenses is really around AI. AI is a big theme and it cuts across a lot of segments. And we use AI in a very loose term for a lot of intelligence, but the consumer side of it is what people are very familiar with. I can use an AI engine to get me a report out, draft some conversations for me. But AI is also used extensively in the manufacturing side. So when you are looking at electronics, for example, there's a lot of inspection, optical inspection, very precise instrumentation. In the manufacturing itself, billions of data points are generated on a regular basis, and that need to be analyzed for optimization. All of that is done by AI. And we've got really some wonderful companies in India who have 1,000 to 5,000 people working specifically on optimizing AI. I'm talking really behind the manufacturing lenses. And the last lens is the PEVC investments. Again, global companies look at India from a PEVC investment either as investments into them to build cutting-edge technologies or to partner and provide their technology for startup to scale up. So these are the 7 lenses companies look at. What we do from India is look at for sectors that help us grow. So if you look at India's simple stats, I talked about this, our aspiration is to grow and become 32 trillion economy by the time we get to 100 years of independence. And our biggest strength is talent and capital. Human capital is our biggest strength at this point of time. Demographic dividend is very high. Our average age is below 30 years, which means we will continue to have that dividend for the next 20 odd years. How do you capitalize on that? At the same time, bring in, the productivity and improvements in, personal GDP. So if you look at India stats, I think some numbers got talked about as well. India is at approximately about $2,500 GDP. Our aspiration is to get to, approximately 9 or 10 times that. If you look at cities and clusters, Mohan talked about Bangalore. Bangalore is 15,000 plus in terms of GDP. City-wise, Mangaluru, if I look at Mangaluru and Dakshina Kannada, it is close to about $4,600 GDP. So it's double that of the rest average, number 2 in Karnataka, and it's got a potential to scale up even beyond. How do we operate from Invest India is what you see on the left-hand side. We operate in 3 clusters. There's a country and economic relations team, which works with embassies and missions abroad. There's a sector team which understands the industry and the business. I lead the technology sectors within that. We look at companies, specific companies, look at how do you enable their business case for investing in India to become successful, and really handhold them. And then, of course, we have a government affairs team which have hooks into both central and state ministries. The state team is what works closely with the Karnataka government. I'm going to flip you through a few quick slides on how do we really look at targeting companies. Mohan actually talked about it. The real approach is targeted marketing. How do you go behind companies who you want to bring in here? So it's not about being reactive. Somebody wants to come handhold them. It's really about thinking through who are the right guys, and where does that question lead us to? It leads us to sectors. So if you look at India needs to grow the GDP, 6 to 8% average for the next 20 years. It cannot happen across all sectors. There are some sectors that help lift the GDP growth, and those are the sectors that get maximum amount of attention, priority, incentives, policy support, capital support, and sort of a red carpet welcome. I'll flip you through a few of that so you understand what we are talking about. The first one I want to talk through is electronic semiconductors. So you know that government has committed close to about $20 billion of support for this, right? Across different schemes, capital supports, capital subsidy scheme, as well as PLI schemes. The focus here is that if you look at it across those 7 lenses, you can see while some of them are selling into the country, they don't have back office, they don't do any manufacturing here, right? So that means you need a lot more effort here, proactive help, going and visiting them, understand their business case, and then building out their possible growth opportunity in the India's opportunity. Under that scheme, if you're familiar, we've got currently 10 fabs and packaging units currently approved by the government. One of which is in core semiconductor, Micron, and the others are, packaging units and compound semiconductor. Similarly, if I look at pharma, pharma is a very different lens. Here, India is a big pharma manufacturing environment, especially for generics, right? So there you can see a lot more green if you look at, from a market access perspective to a back office to actual, core manufacturing. Similarly, if I look at medical devices, we can see, while all of them have India as a target market, the amount of manufacturing they do is comparatively very less. We believe medical devices can be a phenomenal growth opportunity for us. Today, it's about 11 billion market. We expect that we can drive it the same way that the mobile phone industry has grown to drive it to about $50 billion by 2030. If I flip to the last one, which is data center, which is the focus that we talked about. If you look at, again, the top 20 odd data center players, including the hyperscaler, there are very few of them that are currently big time in India. India is about less than 2% of the global data center capacity at this point of time, and we have an ability to scale this to 20%, and that's, again, really where our focus attention is. I'm going to call in my colleague Shomil to talk a few specifics on data center, our learnings till date, and hope it can be a knowledge that you can take forward for planning your Mangalore activities. Shomil?
Thank you so much, Vinod. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'll try to talk a little bit about Invest India's perspective on data centers, which really is a crucial sector in enabling most of the technology that we are talking about today. Okay, this is all right. Yes. So our perspective really is that when we look at India's data center economy and the way it's growing, it's growing at a fast pace. We expect it to be 4x speaking conservatively by 2030. In spite of that, we feel that it's a very small percentage of the global data center capacity, and for a country of India's size, we have a room for a lot more growth. And on the left, we look at some of the top cities that host data centers, the biggest hubs of India. We see that Mumbai is one of them. Essentially, Mumbai hosts most of India's data center capacity. Currently, that is where the market is concentrated. So we have a lot of room of expanding beyond Mumbai and expanding beyond even tier 1 cities to cities like Mangalore. I want to quickly talk about how India is really a very lucrative destination to set up data centers, because so we talk about two things. We talk about the demand perspectives and we talk about the supply side considerations. And on demand side, so two parts really make up the key pieces in data center demand. One is hyperscale demand, which has been spoken about today, which is really the biggest cloud service providers like AWS, Google, Microsoft. And that demand is doing very well in India, and a lot of hyperscale data centers already exist. The second part on the demand side that is important when we talk about data centers is the demand from AI. And AI demand, at this point, we have the India AI mission doing some really good things. We have a lot of GPUs already deployed. There's a lot of room for growth there. On the supply side, though, India offers some very lucrative opportunities, because so here we have a comparison of Mumbai with similar hubs across APAC like Singapore, Sydney, Shanghai, and we see that India offers lowest power cost, lower construction cost, and really the power wait time is also the lowest when compared to all these geographies. Land costs are also very competitive, although Mumbai, we know that it's slightly higher on that. So again, when we talk about newer geographies, that will be additional benefit in terms of lower land costs as well. To talk about Karnataka, I think as the IT minister today mentioned, it was one of the first states to come up with a very comprehensive data center policy. So currently, although in Karnataka, all the data centers are located in Bangalore, and Bangalore makes up 10% of India's data center capacity, we have a very robust data center policy that came out in 2022, which has a bunch of extremely competitive incentives, some of which only apply if the data centers are set up beyond Bangalore. So we have capital subsidy, we have land subsidy, we have a lot of breaks on taxes, and then power incentives which apply across the state, including Bangalore. So this will really form the grounds for establishing Mangalore as a potential important hub in the data center business. And finally, in our experience of working, helping really some of the global players ground data centers across the country in big and small locations and big and small data centers in these locations, we've realized that some of the learnings that are there for established hubs are that hyperscale makes up a very important customer segment at this point of time. AI will probably make up one. So that is a segment that is important to focus on. Then land availability, really land that qualifies in terms of power infrastructure and telecom infrastructure that is required for any data centers. That is very important for states to identify. Power availability, I think we spoke about, a lot of speakers before me have spoken about that, and data centers, some of the data centers that we are working on, we are talking about 200 megawatts in terms of power capacity, and that really means that you need extra high tension power distribution network in proximity to these data centers, and that really needs to come up. And finally, of course, green power is important to ensure. For states which are coming up, which are expecting to establish a data center hub, the most important thing is that it will start by establishing edge data centers, and that's what needs to be focused on. A lot of companies, Indian companies really are I think some of them are here, are setting up these edge data centers across tier 2, tier 3 cities in India. We are also seeing some data centers come up in northeastern region. So that is how a data center hub develops. And of course, the other factors are quite similar. And finally, we say that data center policy is important, and Karnataka already has that. So that is, I think, already a very, very robust fundamental ecosystem enabler that exists. And I'll request Vinod to sort of come back and close.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to present about Invest India and our approach to growth. Really appreciate the time. Look forward to working with everybody in Mangaluru to scale up India and India's growth, participating with companies' growth in the overall journey. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vinod. Now I request Mr. Suyog Shetty, who is co-founder of New Year's, to please to come forward and hand over the memento here. Yes, towards the center, please. This side, front. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Vinod Subramaniam, the Vice President of Technology. Thank you for the contributions made today. All right, now moving on to the next part, to the next segment over here. So we're going to have a dynamic newsroom style dialogue on the making of Karnataka's next tech gateway, Mangaluru Explosion by Fusion. Now Mangalore, as we all know, is rapidly emerging as a strategic hub in India's digital economy, blending policy support, global collaborations, and a skill talent base. This newsroom style discussion will explore how the region is shaping its identity as India's next tech gateway, unlocking opportunities for innovation, investment, and inclusive growth. And the speakers for this, we have with us Mr. Bhaskar Kumar Verma, who's the Regional Director, South NASCOM, Mr. Gurudatta Shanai, who's the Managing Partner, Vertex Managed Workspace, Mr. Netaji Rajendran, Founder of Creole, Mr. Anandji Pai, President of KCCI, Canara Chamber of Commerce, Mangaluru, Mr. Vijay Krishna, CEO, Thought Genesis, Mr. Sunil Padmanabh, Industry Ecosystem Influencer. You all are requested to quickly come forward. And this session is going to be moderated by Ms. Marine Suzanne John, who is the journalist, Analytics India magazine. We request our moderator to please to come forward. Marine Suzanne John. All right. We request over here to kindly adhere to the timings. We are time bound. Timings that have been assigned. All right. So all the very best. Over to you.
Hi. The making of Karnataka's next gateway, Mangaluru Explosion by Fusion. Good afternoon, one and all present here. So, the making of Karnataka's next tech gateway is happening right here in Mangaluru right now. It's an explosion of talent and ideas and a fusion of culture and technology, as what this title suggests. So, I come from a field where I get to meet a lot of people who are actually ready to move out of Bangalore because of various reasons, and one next place they suggest or have in their mind is Mangalore itself. And as our Honorable Minister Priyank Kharge was speaking in the morning, 40% of Karnataka's GDP is being contributed from Bengaluru, and the next is Mangalore with 5% in the line. So here, Mangalore is not just becoming a fintech hub or an education hub anymore, but with strong talent pool, leading academic institutions and entrepreneurs choosing to return and to stay in the place actually, and with government initiatives like Beyond Bengaluru, the city is carving its place in the tech map. So I would like to explore today how the city Mangalore will be attracting investors and how the industry bodies will be supporting it, and obviously the opportunities and the challenges that come along with it. and also how Mangaluru would be shaping its new identity. Okay, so for that, I would like to give my first question to Mr. Bhaskar Kumar Verma. He is the Regional Director, NASSCOM, South Region. So, which sectors do you think would attract most investments here if they are coming out to be here? And how is NASSCOM actually trying to bridge the gap between the industry, academia, and the government to make the city more competitive?
No, it's a very good question. Before I start, first of all, very good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. And I don't miss a chance to come to Mangalore. I think this is my third or fourth Technovanza when I'm here. And I will tell you something very special about this panel. I don't know whether you all have noticed. This is the only panel, starting with which I have seen, we have a women speaker with us. And this is which I was noticing since morning. When you talk about development of country or a city, it has to be inclusive. You cannot have 50% or 49% of your workforce which is not part of it. So my first suggestion is, while we are talking about the development of the region, development of Mangaluru, but get women entrepreneurs together. Yes, in the yesterday pitch, we have few women entrepreneurs that talked about it, but it plays a very, very important role. And that's my suggestion to the anchors here for the region, if they can work towards it. From NASSCOM, we have a large focus on diversity and inclusion. I will just connect and take you back what I have spoken last year. And when Mr. Mohan Das Pai was talking about it, that was something I was able to relate. While everything is going fine in Mangalore, we are talking about how the revenue is getting generated, how many new organizations are coming in, but whether we are branding it. Because that was my suggestion for the last year. When we talk about Mangalore, how many of you are coming as a brand ambassador? And that was one of my suggestions last year when I said, if each one of you can influence 4 people in your network, whether it's in Bangalore or outside Bangalore, it's going to help. And the second most important thing which Minister also touched about is whether you want to become a Bangalore or a replica of a Bangalore, or you just want to be a original Mangalore. So that is something we all need to think about. Go a little deeper into what NASSCOM is doing. So we have a very special focus on emerging hubs in terms of what kind of support is required. And my request is, I think we have a couple of hours left to end up this event. And my colleague Shreya is here. I requested her to join. And she heads the deep tech. And that is the place where we are supporting heavily, whether it's Investment Connect, VC Connect, and mentorship, any help that you need. You can reach out to us and we'll be more than happy to help. And obviously she's going to speak about what is happening in deep tech program. So that's the important piece. I think that is more relevant. I think we all are talking about GCC IT services, but see more in a holistic picture, how everyone can come together, whether you may want GCCs to be but it has to be a symbiotic relationship between a GCC and a IT service provider. And the way in NASSCOM, coming to your question, the way we look at it and our blueprint is how we can work very closely with industry, academia, and government. And just give you an example, any large enterprises, they definitely look for someone in startup, which is the innovation piece. Then the second strategic imperative that we talk about, how we can skill and upskill. So we have a very defined program, which called as a Future Skill Initiative. And then the third piece that we talk about, the policy, where we work very closely. So Honorable Minister spoke about the GCC policy, ER&D policy. So in each one of the policy, we have played a tremendous role wherein what are the stakeholder consultation, what kind of subsidies, what kind of incentives they need. So we work very closely with all the large enterprises. And last but not the least, which I definitely something which I picked this time is diversity and inclusion. So these are the few points that I thought I will just share with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. My next question would be to Mr. Gurudatta Shenoy. He is the managing partner of a Vertex Managed Workspace. So I would like to have a comparison of Bangalore and Mangalore from you in terms of its IT space, and probably you could give more insights on startups per se and the usage of space per se in Mangalore city and Bangalore city. So if you could give me an insight to that.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, and I believe nowhere we can compare Bangalore to Mangalore. We are not even a 1%, but value-wise and quality of life and quality of product-wise, we are at par with standards. And if you consider, undoubtedly Bangalore is a tech capital of India. No other city can comparable. Whereas we would like to keep ourselves as a complementary to Bangalore and build on it with a reach for the Bangalore ecosystem. And if Bangalore is considered to be a brain of tech, Mangalore can be considered as heart which pumps the blood. Constant supply of tech talent from here has built Bangalore. So I believe in last 2 decades our academia has given more than 2 lakh great resource to this industry. And definitely this is a tipping point. I believe that from here we'll build a great story. And from our industry perspective, definitely we have missed the 2 decades of this race, but we are happy that we at least know that what not to do from the other city's story. So we are more towards than making it a grade A building, we want to make it a more sustainable building and which adds value to the city and more towards life has to be put towards that. So we are creating a platinum rated building for sustainable and net neutral kind of a thing. Those are the priority when we say IT infrastructure.
In terms of the space, if you can give to me in quantitative terms or the way it is built, if it's planned, if it's not planned, Mangalore has that advantage of again planning things and doing rather than Bangalore, right? So if you could give me some insight to that.
No, I didn't get you.
In terms of space, we work closely with managed workspaces, right? So it's also an emerging area where people don't want to have a single building for themselves, but they can collaborate also in that same space. So Mangalore has that advantage of planning it more than Bangalore because the city is already overfilling and there are a lot of chaos that's happening beyond it. So if you could comment on that also.
We are, as a city, Mangalore is culturally inclined and I believe who are working in Mangalore or want to come back to Mangalore, right? Somewhere he is attached to the culture, our food, our everything. So that is why somewhere I believe we will grow in a right direction along with our coast, nature and all those things. It is our responsibility. Nobody can blame Bangalore or anybody as a city. The people who makes a difference. That is, we have an advantage, I believe. I observe we have more than 35 companies. We have accommodated in last 3 years. About 2,250 people work. I believe 90% of them are either rooted or connected to Mangalore city. So they have that attachment and they deliver a value to city as well. So we need not to think about more of a chaos here.
Thank you, Mr. Shenoy. My next question.
But before you go into something which stuck to my mind, I will tell you the last year, and thanks to Rohit and all of you, you have put it as a Silicon Beach of India. It actually called by many people. And everyone is talking about Silicon Beach. Nobody knows, it's also known as a surfing capital of India. And I have checked with many people. So it's a perfect place where you can have a ER&D sector who can come and do in research and development. I have checked with few of them, and this is the place where they may want to get their people, which is not big in the number, but the kind of value proposition bring onto the table. It can change the game completely.
True, sir. We believe that.
Yeah, exactly. So my next question would be to Mr. Anand Pai. He is the president of Canara Chamber of Commerce. So Mangalore has this legacy of being the cradle to Indian banking and fintech, right? And also to many educational institutions. How can this legacy actually translate into a fintech or startup culture, or how can it aid to that?
Firstly, it's a pleasure being part of this panel, and very happy to know the commitment of state government towards Mangalore and this beautiful event, Technovanza Mangalore 2025. As rightly said, Mangalore has been always known as an educational hub and also as a financial capital with 4 major nationalized banks originating from here. Now, we have been known very much as a destination for education for many years with extremely good universities around here, starting with Manipal way back, and then even in Mangalore, Nitte, Derelkatte, having extremely bright students coming out from these great educational institutions. These were all actually going outside Mangalore for all these years, and definitely the name of Mangalorean students or the Mangalore talent has spread across the world that they're coming from Mangalore. Though we have an identity crisis of Bangalore and Mangalore, where many times we, when we go abroad and even in India, North India, when we say we're from Mangalore, they say Mangalore or Bangalore, right? So eventually now Mangalore has got its own identity because of the education field, and Bangalore is always known for IT. In past couple of years, you have seen an IT growth coming slowly into Mangalore. We never made big news about it, but Mangalore IT sector grew very consistently and very linear. And the result of it, which you all can see today, is 3 big companies having an exit from Udupi and 1 from Udupi and 2 from Mangalore. So that itself shows that what kind of talent this city has got to show. And this is given a much bigger message across to the world as well, that something is there in Mangalore. And it's not just that these students who come to Mangalore are not just Mangaloreans per se. They are people coming from abroad, and there are also people, NRIs, there are local people, there are people from entire country. Now, when they have come to Mangalore, they have realized it's such a beautiful place to study, it's a beautiful place, peaceful place to live, and they have developed dreams of settling down in Mangalore. So this has given another encouragement for people to, why not we start something here? And people who have gone from here, who have been very established and successful across the globe, they have now seen the potential. Why not we go back home and start something? And that has definitely given a boost. And to add to that, it has so happened that from the Canara Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we have MOUs with about 26 universities, colleges across our district and also in Udupi district. We see a lot of involvement from the, the management, from the educational institutions also, who seek our help and support in terms of guiding them in terms of internship. And as you all know, today everybody is inclined towards IT as one of the core subjects to study in engineering, with core engineering going down, the demands going down. And for us earlier, for them earlier, it was difficult to get internships elsewhere, but today it has been possible for them to get internships within Mangalore city. And they also seek a lot of support from the chamber and also other organizations in terms of how they can bridge the gap between industry and academia. And with the help of, everyone spoke here, that, that bridge is, slowly getting built stronger and stronger with all the community people coming together and helping this. So I don't see anything that is stopping for our fintech and IT growing in this field.
Okay, thank you. My next question would be to Mr. Netaji Rajendran, founder of Kriloi. So, as someone building in this ecosystem, what are the biggest opportunities and what importantly are the challenges you're facing in terms of infrastructure and everything, and especially if you can speak about in terms of talent?
So if you see all the cities in the world who are trying to be AI ready, let's say US has 4,000 megawatts, like I said yesterday. China has 4,500 megawatt. I'm only talking about the AI compute power. not the regular data centers. India has 68 megawatt compared to other countries, right? And out of 68 megawatt, only 30 megawatts is used by the AI companies in India, including Bangalore or any companies in India. They're still searching for the rest of the people to take use of the AI compute power. So that's the reality. So it needs to come from Karnataka to think for the AI age, because they are the only capable state who can even, as Minister was saying, create the capacity to even think for the next phase of India's IT sector, right? So we need to develop two things. Obviously, infrastructure is, we need to get ready for the landing cable. Grid needs to be ready, the land needs to be ready. More than that, I think the educational institutes and the startups needs to produce people to think for the future. So if they do that, then it makes sense to have AI city, right? If we can't even use the existing AI compute power, and if you want us to invest in AI compute, I think I was speaking to the minister's secretary and he said, we need to bring in 20,000 crore into Mangaluru, then we can bring in the sea cable, which is, it's not possible at this point. But the good part is, it's just starting. We have not missed the boat. Mangaluru can learn from other cities who have made a lot of mistakes initially. They got excited and got invested in so many data centers, and they did not think through the spec. Mr. Infobeam MD was saying, grid to chip totally changed. It used to be 14 kilowatt, 30 kilowatt. Now it is 100 kilowatt per rack. So people invested in infrastructure for 14 kilowatt and 30 kilowatt. Now they have to put in 100 kilowatt for an AI compute data center, which is not possible. They have to reinvest. Bangalore doesn't have to do that. So I mean, Mangalore doesn't have to do that. They can do it from scratch, plan better, think through the policies better. ESG is a big thing throughout the world. Now Bangalore can invest from the beginning itself, right? So they can mold the policies and get ready for the next age if they really understand what's happening around the world. Yeah. So it's a good chance for Bangalore to be an AI city, not just in terms of marketing, but really from scratch. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Rajendran. My next question would be to Mr. Vijay Krishna, CEO, Thought Genesis. So from morning, we are hearing about a lot of things full of optimism for Mangalore to be the next tech hub and all. So with this optimism so high, what are the real hurdles in funding, talent, or in scaling, or if anything else also you would like to speak about?
Yeah, thank you, Suzanne. First of all, I'm honored to be part of the Technovanza, and I've been seeing this year over year growing bigger, and the energy in this particular event is getting better and better. So this year, first time I felt that, hey, Mangalore has arrived, right? And we are in the inflection point, and thanks to the enormous potential from the region, the local entrepreneurship and government policies, and a lot of cooperation between people around here, right? However, we need to start planning the next steps, right? What exactly next steps mean to Mangalore? How do you scale from here, right? And how exactly we are going to make a Mangalore an AA city, right? How do we leverage existing our enormous technical universities around us, right? So these are the few things I think we had to plan. And to start with, I think, even we have a very good entry-level skills available in Mangalore, but it comes to the mid and senior, we still lack I would say, a good number of professionals, engineers here. Now, how do we develop that, right? How do we give a aspirational career path for them. So this is something that we need to deal with. And the second aspect of it that, when you say that if you want to become an AI city, Mangalore, how are you going to prepare for it, right? The AI itself in the very, very inception stage in the world. So the people who are working on it, if you try to relate it, we are in the 91, 92 of internet era. That is the analogy we are trying to give for AI today. So there will be trillions of agentic AIs, applications will be interacting with each other soon. How are we going to, what kind of protocols we need defined for that? What is the way of they're going to do that? There's so many researches going on around it today, right? How, as a Mangalore, many of them today, yesterday I think one of the CEO roundtable, even Mohandas Pai mentioned that how many of you are contributing to the open source community, right? There is a widespread open source communities set up today in the space of AI. There's so many things to be done, and probably I think we need to align our universities, professionals around here to contribute to that, and that automatically is able to bridge the skill gap, and as well as them to take the lead role in defining the AI landscape in India. So that is the first point what I was talking about in terms of skill. The other part what I want to talk about is the investment risk appetite, right? So we have wonderful startups coming from this particular space, and if they probably have to look up for the funding, they have to look beyond Mangalore today. How are we make an ecosystem by which they have access to capital in Mangalore? So Mangalore being the richest district in India and the second highest GDP in Karnataka. So we have so many HNIs. So we should be able to provide a platform and an education for them to have exactly invest in this kind of startups and harvest them, right? This is the second point I think I would like to bring up to this particular stage. And the third one, basically what we should be doing is, so we have every ingredient right now, I would say, to make something noise around the national level, right? We should market ourselves, right? Today, if you just go and probably talk about Mangalore, in Mumbai, or maybe in Delhi, most of the time they think that, hey, it's a nice harbor city with many education institutes. How exactly we can turn that, make it as a tech city, right? Why GCCs are basically would like to invest, how to make Mangalore put in their tier 2 strategy, right? The other thing that I would like to bring up is that, the biggest employer in India, GCC employers in India, are from BFSIs, right? Why we are not tapping into that? So Mangalore is popular for the BFSI, right? So these are the few things we need to bridge these gaps, and I think we will be taking a huger leap in the coming days of Mangalore, putting Mangalore in a global map of IT.
Okay, thank you. With Mr. Rajendran and Mr. Krishna speaking about AI first city, my next question is to Mr. Sunil Padmanabh, and this would be the last question. I'll be winding up soon. So when we talk about an AI first city that's coming up in Mangalore, what are the low-hanging fruits in terms of fusion and innovation opportunities that are here? And how can the city tap in and leverage AI? Also, who will invest in that, and how can we make it happen?
Yeah, hi, this is Sunil Padmanabh. So in the last couple of days, we have heard from almost everybody, from the Honorable Minister to the CEO Roundtable, that Mangalore is probably very well poised to become India's first coastal AI city, and also possible in AI corridor. So it's all great to talk about the AI part of it, and AI is a huge buzzword now. But the question is, who is interested in investing in some of the initiatives? What kind of benefits are we expecting? And probably, what are the immediate benefits that we see in day-to-day governance? It's not about we announced here in Technovanza that, Mangalore is going to become AI city, and we expect some startups sitting in some WeWork kind of a place and create an AI apps or create some kind of, AI use case there. But this has to reflect in every governance, every operational day-to-day usage of AI. So let me break it down and make it very simple. See, as an innovation evangelist, I have estimated that there are 5 sectors, 5 focus areas that one need to focus on so that the existing, legacy industries that we call, including the blue economy, which is the marine exports, the ports part of it, how do these existing legacy industries leverage technology and particularly AI? So we have a potential of overall about 300 to 400 crores of plugging in losses from this marine exports, simply because 35% of what Mangalore exports as fisheries and marine exports are lost in spoilages, because we don't have a cold chain box right from the boat to when it reaches the end customer in Europe and elsewhere when we export. There is no way to track the freshness of these exports. And that is giving us leaking a revenue of more than 400 crores approximately per year. And there is also an issue with the buying community that a lot of our fishes have this antibiotic residue, and that is again a huge stream of leakage. So where does AI play a role in all this? So this is one of the areas where startups, so in this entire game, everybody has a role to play. The startups build a solution, the investment community, the shippers, the exporters, the logistics companies pull in their funds. The government creates a seed fund in the academic institutions. And overall, the end customer benefits with 100% transparency and the stock they get. This itself is about a 358 crore estimated kind of opportunity in AI alone. So if you take in the first year itself, when we say Mangalore has to become an AI first city, which means first focus on domains which we are traditionally strong. We also have the ports. The issue with the ports today with the lack of technology and AI, they are paying almost 25 crore demurrages by ships being in the dockyard for more than required, and just because they don't get the right berth, there is no allotment technology used for this. So AI will play a very important role again in the traditional strong industry by uplifting a potential of savings here about 25 crores per month, which translates to almost about 200 to 300 crores opportunity in the first year itself. The third area which is very popular, sorry.
Just interrupting, if you could make it a little bit faster, if you can crisp the points a little bit and speak. Yeah.
So the third focus area is on the healthcare. So where we talk about use of AI for day-to-day happenings, which means even tracking things like the typical floods that happen in Mangalore and the impact of it on the productivity of the masses, which is estimated again about 250 to 400 crore kind of a thing. So how do we apply AI to recover these losses or prevent them happening? And importantly, disease control. So, at the onset of monsoon, Mangalore is very popular, sort of infamous for, tracking diseases and predicting, and lack of models to predict the onset of diseases and assigning specialists for, districts and villages which are infected by that. So AI plays a very strong role immediately even for the healthcare sector. So even access to remote specialists, telemedicine, for doctors in Mangalore to access, facilities there in local district hospitals. So that's another area. And in the education sector, almost about 3,000 odd eligible engineers who come out of the universities do not have a formal training in the AI tools. There is no center of excellences there dedicated to industry problems and use cases like what happens in fishery, what happens in ports. And we have yet to tap, I brought it to the attention of the Honorable Minister, there is a Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Almost about 5,000 crores is allocated to modernize our blue economy. So leveraging this as an investment opportunity is one area. And lastly, the global capability centers. We also heard about the importance of global capability centers, leveraging our traditional BFSI segment. So which means that we also talked about having, a low latency undersea cable, which is the mandatory technical step for BFSI GCCs to flow into Mangalore. So that's another area. So if we cumulate all these opportunities for an estimated investment of 800 crore in the first year, you can expect a uplift in revenue of 2,200 crores kind of a thing. So there is a strong potential. So AI first in Mangaluru means adopt AI in the conventional day-to-day industries. The common man gets to adopt AI. Visibility and benefits are seen, and hence progressively we stand to gain out of savings and earnings both.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Padmanabh. Having said that, the notion is clear that Mangalore just don't want another identity, but it's building in an identity of its own, an identity where diversity and inclusion is there, where AI first is happening. So due to the time constraints, we are not taking any questions from the audience. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much. Also, thank you for having me here.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a wrap there for the next session. And now I request our moderator, Merin, to do the honors and hand over the mementos there one after other. First and foremost, we'd like to hand over the memento to Mr. Bhaskar Kumar Verma, Regional Director of South NASCOM. Next memento to Mr. Gurudatta Shanai, Managing Partner, Vertex Managed Workspace. Now I request Mr. Netaji Rajendran, Founder, Creole, to please come forward. I request Mr. Anandji Pai, President of KCCI, Mangaluru. Next, I request Mr. Vijay Krishna, CEO, Thought Genesis, to please step forward. And last one in row, we have Mr. Sunil Padmanabh, Industry Ecosystem Influencer. And to hand over the memento to Ms. Marine Susan John for being a wonderful moderator, I request Mr. Kamal Karan sir, co-founder, Exfino, to please to come forward. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Marine. You have done a great job being the moderator. It is definitely not easy. Some valid questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, so one picture with you, group picture. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, next we are going to have a quick spotlight session. Now onwards, no matter what time has been given, we are going to cut it short, so make sure you're going to be quick and fast. So next spotlight session, this is going to bring together two of Mangaluru's most celebrated tech entrepreneurs, Mr. Suyog Shetty and Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbavi, to share their perspectives on Mangaluru's trajectory as a rising powerhouse in India's digital and innovation economy. So Mr. Suyog Shetty is the co-founder of Nimbia Solutions. Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbavi is the co-founder of Novigo Solutions. And this spotlight session is going to be moderated by Mr. Krishna Upadhyaya, who is the founder and director of Advait iTech Private Limited. All right. All right, Mr. Krishna, take it on from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to have this opportunity. Firstly, you've already made it difficult to explore this topic in 15 minutes. I'll try my best. To begin with, to both of you, you both have built companies here, scaled it, taken it to a certain level and exited right now. Doing it from Mangalore, was it a natural choice? Did you choose this or did that journey choose you?
Thanks, and thanks for inviting me for being part of this event as well. So for us, it was a choice that we want to do over here, right? Me and rest of the co-founders who in particular wanted to build it in Mangalore and Udupi. So that's how we started off. So when we started off, the intent was, that how do you build an organization in a place where we were born and brought up? Because after our engineering, like most of us, I think, we had to move out, right? And we always wanted to come back and do something over here. So that's how the idea was born. But I think the things started changing because there are a lot of apprehensions that can you build something in Udupi and Mangalore, right? Because there's always this narrative that, you can't build a scalable business out of this region. You have to move to Bangalore. But those apprehensions were always there. But I think we always believed that the talent always came from this region, right? We came from this region, and we've seen the talent moving out because of the lack of opportunities. And I think what we had to do was get the right opportunity and provide that within this place. So that's what we've been able to do in the last couple of years. If you look at our own journey, when we are in the initial years, even back in 2007, I think we were close to about 30 odd people, and in the last probably 6-7 years, we have moved that team from a 30 to about 1,000 plus in this region alone. That proves that there's enough talent available. And these are in areas of niche technologies around cloud, AI, in where we have built the skill set. Yes, to answer your question, this was a choice for us, but I think we made the best of the use of the talent available in the region to scale the business at this point.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm Praveen. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Again, for me, it was definitely a choice, and it was a strong conviction for me and my partners here, because we all are from Mangalore, and I've been especially born and brought up here, and I have been with the industry even prior to starting this company with Infosys, and thankfully, even though I joined Infosys in Bangalore, because in 90s, we hardly had any IT ecosystem here. 95 is when Infosys started looking at centers outside Bangalore, and they chose Mangalore. That was like, company coming to my hometown, and then of course they came to a place called Kottara, which is just walkable to my home. So that way I've been lucky. And then after that, in the 20 years of journey with Infosys, I have seen the talent pool and what best output that place can give. And with that intent, we were very sure that we wanted to start our new company from here. And we were also sure that this company can serve global market. And it's not just we two, there are many companies here who are based out of Mangalore, but serving the market globally. So it is a strong conviction that Mangalore can serve the global market. We have enough talent pool out here.
Yeah, so my continuation to that question, Praveen, is that when you try to go talk to customers about the kind of services that you can give, products that you can build for them, was that a hard choice or a hard sell rather for in your journey to convince the customer that you're building from somewhere like a Mangalore, which probably not too many people knew when you started?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. Actually, I again go back to my Info history, because I've been living there for 20 years. See, what happened during Infosys days, India was selling so-called GDM, right? Do work from India and serve the global market. So, and that took a while. People like Narayan Murthy, Ajim Premji, and all these guys had initial few years of convincing the whole world. But after a while, maybe after 1 decade, I think that got convinced. So there was no more question of whether India can deliver, because India has talent. India can pick up anything on the technology side. Now the second part, obviously on the tier 2, again, going back to my Infi days, initially we had challenge of convincing people to say, hey, Bangalore is the only place happening, Mangalore is not happening. But that eventually changed because we were able to articulate the value addition that Mangalore brings in. For example, if I list down the things, it's definitely the talent pool, I think, which already many people talked about. The talent pool availability, talent pool, the loyalty and the commitment that people have from here, and very importantly, the productivity and also low attrition being part of it. Because again, as part of Infosys, I remember the days where Infosys Mangalore used to get the best development center awards year on year just because the size wouldn't have increased, but in terms of all the organization parameters, both from financial side of it, operational side of it, and people side of it, and obviously the client feedback side of it, Mangalore used to get the best. So that gave us a confidence that Mangalore is the place to start. So as we speak today, we are 900 plus, in that 50% of our employees are from Mangalore.
So York, to you, now with the tech landscape changing, the way technology is perceived itself is changing. AI to some extent is a buzzword, some extent is a reality. A new AI company which wants to start from Mangalore here, what do you think is the opportunity that they have in terms of availability of people, ecosystem, and do you think Mangalore, like everybody has been talking about, can be the AI corridor for India and for the world?
So I think there's a lot of talk about AI and how this could become the AI corridor. And yesterday, I think there were in the panel someone talking about how, are we doing enough work in the region to even, be part of the whole journey, what's happening on the AI. But I think if you look at Niveus and companies around here, we've already involved in some of these work for some time now, right? We have solved some complex problems using AI, the next gen tech for global customers sitting out of Mangalore, right? We proved that it could be done. And these are global case studies now serving some of the largest airline industries, some of the largest manufacturing companies using AI and related solutions. So I think we've never differentiated that, we have to put that extra mile to solve it from Mangalore. We already have a talent, right? Like everyone else, it's a fresh start for everyone, irrespective you're in Mangalore or any other part of the world, right? So it's the same learning curve. The only advantage, what we have in Mangalore is we have a large pool of talent, which could be aligned to some of these tech, right? We work very closely with academia over here in some of the colleges, align the courses to AI and related technologies. Second, as Praveen mentioned, our biggest advantage is once you train them, I think people stick to you for a very long time so that you can work with them, go deep with either on the domain side of it or on the tech part of it. That's been a big differentiator for us when we start talking to both regional customers and global customers. So that means they see a long-term association not only with the company but also with the teams whom they continue to work, right? So that's been a big differentiator for us. And I think we are already doing enough work in the region with the companies around. It's only that we need to start promoting it and talking about it a bit more in this space.
So we have continuously talked about GCCs. These are probably GCCs for foreign companies to come and set up in this region. Do you see a great opportunity for other large companies within the country to come down here, set up their development centers, research centers, setting up that can happen over here and not just GCCs coming in here? And if yes, that's an answer to that is a yes. What do you think is the kind of opportunities that they will see over here?
See, I think we are already doing it to some extent, right? If you look at the work, what we are doing, what Praveen is doing, we are already serving global customers. But in case of us, we serve 80-85% of our customer base is in India. So we strongly believe that India is not a lagger in the tech adoption, right? A lot of innovation is already happening over here, right? We don't have to always rely on the global companies to come and set it up and then and build the teams. Today, I think there's a massive opportunity to serve both Indian market along with serving the global markets for us. And I think between both of us, we have already proved that you can set up and build complex engineering teams, to solve complex engineering work, whether it is for India or for global in this region. And the biggest advantage is the talent. Now, if you look at few years, there was a dearth of, lateral talent in the region, right? And a lot of that reliance was on the entry-level talent, which was always advantage. But in the last 2-3 years, what we have seen a big change is a lot of people outside of the region have started, started moving into the region. So that the middle management layer and the senior layer, which was required for us to build, deep tech and bring in that experience, that's been solved. And that's one of the big things, advantages when someone is looking at a region, can you build a scalable, engineering team out of Mangalore? Yes, we can do that, and we've already done that with both these organizations at this point.
Praveen, you earlier touched upon this. I want to explore that further. So you have centers other than Mangalore as well. How different is it from a people perspective, talent availability perspective, retention perspective in this region as compared to the rest of the centers that you have, from your own experience?
Yeah, again, coming back to even my Infosys days and after that, Mangalore has always seen single-digit attrition versus other places it's always double-digit. That is true even today. Even though we have centers in other locations for some specific reasons, Mangalore has been giving us the good output, both in terms of quality deliverables as well as long-term retained employees. So that way there is definitely a differentiation. So what we typically do is, as he said, right, when you want to start something new, now AI is a mantra, so we also have a team on agentic AI. We start that in Mangalore first, then try to expand to other locations. So anything to do something new in terms of either reskilling or upskilling a set of employees, I think this is the place to start and then go to other places.
Maybe last thoughts from both of you. If somebody is on the fence, deciding where to go, they have set up operations elsewhere, they are considering Mangalore and this region as one of the options, what is your message to them?
No, I think definitely you have to consider Mangalore because there are a lot of action happening on the IT ecosystem. So far, there was a challenge in terms of infrastructure, but I think that is also now solved. Pretty much, yesterday we spoke about having 4 lakh square feet or 5 lakh square feet space being available in the next 2-3 years. So with that, I don't see that as a challenge at all. And he talked about the lateral. So all we need to do is talent pool, freshers available, laterals available, infrastructure available. So what we need further is a market access. So I'm assuming the companies coming from outside will always have a market access. And we as a place, maybe we have to do little more branding about the location. That should help us to really go global and get more companies into Mangalore.
So
I think definitely Mangalore is an option anyone needs to evaluate. Right? And there are multiple reasons for that. One, I think it's a growing ecosystem. So that means you have a lot more people coming and helping you, over here. I think the enough human capital available, not only within the region, but now, a lot of, the recent survey shows that 95% of the people, from the region wants to come back. So that means there's much larger access to the, talent pool available in the region. The second important thing is the infrastructure is coming up, right? I think both from, there's a support from the government, the private players are coming in, setting up the infrastructure is coming up. There's a lot of IT spaces which is available, for someone to set it up. And last is, I think now there's also access to funds, right? So there are local angel funds which have started up. We've started funding the local companies over here. The VCs are interested in the companies which are coming and setting up organizations. So all the three areas which is required for someone to set up an organization, I think we have started in those areas, and I'm hoping that in the next couple of years it's only going to scale up from where we are. So definitely it's a good option for someone to evaluate Mangalore at this point.
Right. I think we still have a minute or so maybe I'll continue with one more last thought from both of you. Data center got discussed quite extensively. Where do you see that getting positioned for Mangalore?
I think I did speak about data center in a couple of sessions back, right? I think there are a couple of advantages. One is a non-seismic zone, right? Clearly, it's a place where, which is one of the primary criteria for setting up a data center. Second, I think, the access to the undersea cables and other stuff. So I think with the kind of demand what you're seeing, you need more regions within India, where the data centers need to be set up, which are closer to the business, especially in terms of the edge processing, in terms of reducing the latencies. So Mangalore is positioned well, to cater to that part of the business as well. And I think there are a lot of discussions already happening around that. I'm hoping that someone would announce a data center investment in the next couple of days, and things should pick up on those areas as well.
Right. Praveen, the last one to you. You sold your company recently to our system, one of the listed companies. So again, was that a hard sell for you being a company here, or was it very easy for someone backed by Blackstone to pick up your company, being somebody not from the spotlight region like a Bangalore or a Gurgaon? How difficult or easy was that?
Yeah, I think it's a kind of a loaded question. I don't think 11 seconds is sufficient for that. But I'm sure Suyog also will have enough inputs on that. I think more importantly, when you create a company, you should have a very clear exit strategy, right? Whether you want to go for an IPO, or you want to go for a M&A, or you want to just expand. Now, accordingly, you have to put your business strategy. Now, suppose if you are choosing M&A, you have to make your company visible outside, right? How do you make the company visible, right? There should be a value. Somebody has to see the value in your company, and the value can be anything. It could be an IP, it could be a unique solution, or it could be some unique niche area that you are focusing on. And then obviously the branding would help. And also I strongly believe a middleman or a mediator would definitely help in that aspect, rather than you yourself getting exposed. I'm sure, I know, even though whatever marketing we did, we have 110 clients globally, I think more than 80 clients outside India. Even then, I don't think you would have got access to Blackstone without having a mediator. So given that, I think once you put your house in shape in terms of value creation and in terms of financial and operational governance part of it, and then talent and a culture and some kind of a focus area, then you can try to go to the market. When you go to the market, there are enough people to help you, but you should have access to them. Then through them, you put your case across.
Right, I think the time was definitely not sufficient to explore this topic completely, but thank you gentlemen for answering my questions. I hope this should have convinced a lot more people who are on the fence to definitely consider Mangalore for their scale-up journey. Thanks KDM and Technovanza for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And we are extremely sorry for the timings that have been given over there. Now, to hand over the memento, I request Mr. Chetan Dixit, VP Beyond Bengaluru KDM, to please to come forward and do the honors and hand over the memento to Mr. Suyog Shetty, first and foremost. Mr. Suyog Shetty, co-founder of New Year Solution. Thank you for the contributions. Mr. Praveen Kumar Kalbavi. I hope no one is on sleep mode now. We want you all to clap. And last one to our moderator, Mr. Krishna Upadhyaya. Yes, we'll take one picture and then we'll move on to the next panel discussion. All right. The next panel discussion we are going to have on Mangaluru GCC story, talent, technology and transformation. Global Capability Centers, GCCs, are redefining India's digital economy, moving beyond metros to unlock new growth in emerging hubs. Mangaluru, with a strong talent base, global industry linkages and supportive ecosystem, is fast becoming a destination of choice for next-gen GCCs. This panel is going to explore how leaders are shaping the GCC journey, driving innovation, creating jobs, and positioning Mangaluru on the global tech map. So as the names are called out, I request the speakers to kindly hasten up and come forward. First and foremost, joining us, we have Mr. Vishwas Srivastava, who is a Joint Director, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, DAITI, Government of India. We have it as Mr. Namit Padmaraj, Director, Software Engineering, Bose Professional. We have it as Ms. Preeti Parekh, who is Executive Director and Partner, Global Capability Centers, IBM Consulting. We have with us Ms. Pooja Singh, CEO, Manipal FinTech. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Mohammed Hanif, who is the founding partner, Novigo Solutions. Moderator is here, Mr. Mohammed. Yes. How many minutes you want? Okay, Pooja. Miss Pooja Singh, she's on her way. I think you can start with them, I think. We'll not waste time. She'll come and join. Miss Pooja, once you're here, you're requested to join them. Okay, on the stage. But we can start. The time given is 20 minutes. All right, the time given is 20 minutes. All right, that's fine. She can come and join. You can start. Let's not waste time. You can start. She'll come and join.
Good afternoon, all of you. GCC is the new buzzword in the market. All of us know how it is powering the digital economy of the country and how Bangalore is the powerhouse to drive this digital economy. And like all the challengers in this beyond Bangalore clusters, Mangaluru also becoming a very formidable, location to attract GCCs. Today morning we had the minister present some fascinating data. Mangaluru is a very aspiring city to be the GCC hub now. We have 8 GCCs that are operating now in Mangaluru. We aspire to have 225 more GCCs by 2030, including 25 big GCCs, not only the satellite nano GCCs. So to have this discussion and throw more color into this GCC discussions, so we have a very good panel. I welcome all of you, starting with Ms. Preeti Parekh, who is the Executive Director and Partner GCC for IBM Consulting. We have Ms. Pooja Singh, CEO of Manipal FinTech. We have Namit Padmaraj. He is on news more than anybody in Mangalore in the last 1 month, the Director of Software Engineering for Bose Professional. And we also have from the government, Mr. Vishwas Srivastava from DAT, which is a government of India, from the government of India. So we'll start with Preeti first. Preeti, one of the aspirations of emerging cities like Mangalore is to see how big is, look at Mangalore. If you have to consider Mangalore as a potential destination for, say, IBM, what are those parameters that you look at in identifying the city? And how is Mangalore, going to, pan out in that context?
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's so great to see all of you on a lovely, what day of the week is it? It's a Wednesday afternoon. So I was at the Beyond Bangalore Summit in Mysore, and again the enthusiasm and the energy was very similar to what we see today. So it's great to be here and see Mangalore. 20 years from, 20 years ago, I used to be in Emphasis and I used to run half their BPO business in Mangalore. So I would come here 4 times a year, and my memory is that tile factory office, which was a new space, Emphasis started a center there because Jerry Rao was the chairman of NASSCOM. Jerry Rao was our chairman, and he decided that he would invest in Mangalore. And believe me, we had the best experience during running that center. It was our most successful center. We put in a lot of knowledge work in that center. And before coming to this summit, I called the center head who was running the center to ask him why did he leave Mangalore. And he said, 16, 17 years ago, there were not that many lateral opportunities for him to continue in Mangalore. Today, I'm so delighted to hear that the Emphasis team is back here wanting to grow in Mangalore, and I look forward to what they want to do here. So the point I'm making is there is a time for everything, and maybe the time for Mangalore is now. Like they say, apna time aayega. Because if you think of the GCC story, we had Honeywell and Texas Instruments and all of them who had started 25 years ago. For the first decade or so, we had less than 400 GCCs. Now, we have a GCC opening every 3 days. So we have 2 GCCs opening every week. So this acceleration is going to have a lot of downstream value for cities like Mangalore. And I think to the question that you asked, what are the top 3 things that as IBM we look for? One is this whole ecosystem which is sustainable and inclusive and not just a pocket of excellence. Because the emphasis story that I narrated earlier was like a pocket of excellence. But now when you see, you know, hundreds of companies operating here, the whole ecosystem of talent, infrastructure. I remember that time in the evening, we would just go back to the guest house. There was not even a single mall that we could go to. We would be scared to bring clients because which hotel do we put them up in, right? Sometimes we used to bring the clients to the guest house because we had a lovely guest house here. So I think the point is that the whole ecosystem, when it nurtures itself, is a good time for us to look at, a city like Mangalore. The second thing that we look for in IBM is proximity to one of our main centers. Because whatever we might say, you need a big brother to hold your hand till you come on your own. So for example, for us, Mysore Center takes a lot of energy from our Bangalore location. The Mysore talent has access to all the hubs, the innovation center, the research labs, and so on. So we will not take a very remote center which cannot be buddied up with one of our major centers, because that's where we give talent the mobility, we bring the cross-skilling initiatives and all that. And finally, social infrastructure. I'm so glad that there are places to go to. Now there are 10 malls in the city. So it's very important because today's talent wants to go to a nice office, they want to go to a pub in the evening, they want to hang out with friends. So and that is the value of coming to a smaller city, right? So the development of social infrastructure, I think, is as important as anything else. So those would be our considerations as we think of a new city.
Thank you, Preeti. It's very insightful to hear all that from big companies like IBM. That is something that industry here is very focused on in inviting big companies to set up the GC centers here. We'll come back to Preeti in a while. Vishwas, one of the things that industry is looking forward for is how government is looking at it. You know, while there are policy incentives both from the state and the central, right? How are you looking at decentralizing the GCs going to big cities? You know, what is the policy framework that is in place? And for cities who perform better than others in beyond Bangalore cluster, for example, how do you ensure fairness in, you know, giving more to those cities so that, you know, they can grow at a much faster rate?
Thanks, Hanif, and good afternoon, everyone. Expanding the base of our IT industry beyond few selected urban clusters and promoting balanced regional growth remains a key focus area for the government in the past. Accordingly, in this year's budget, a national framework for global capability centers has been announced, which will be formulated as a guidance to states to promote global capability centers in emerging tier 2 cities. Accordingly, Ministry of Electronics and IT is in process of evolving this national framework through consultation with various stakeholders, which includes industry associations, GCCs, and the state governments. Through consultations, various enablers have emerged, which can promote the global capability centers in emerging hubs, like future-ready talent ecosystem, like availability of talent in emerging technologies, and also the talent pipeline, which can help these GCCs to scale up their operations. Next-gen infrastructure, the physical, digital, and tech infra, as well as the social infra. Because many a times we listen from the companies that in emerging hubs, they find entry-level talent, but they struggle to find, rather retain middle-level and senior-level people because lack of adequate social infrastructure. The regulatory is, there is no consistency among regulations across states. So MNCs which have multiple units across states, so streamlining with respect to the compliances can help promote GCCs. Innovation and tech ecosystem at a location, because presence of IT industry and innovative startups can attract GCCs to emerging hubs, because this can help them to form a strategic collaboration. And branding of these emerging hubs is equally important. each of the emerging hubs can be promoted based on their unique characteristics, like their specialized talent pool or their best-in-class infrastructure, and can be many others. So as companies are looking to adopt multi-tier model, this gives an immense opportunity for India to evolve beyond metro-centric delivery to a distributed, digitally enabled tier 2-3 cities. For this, a collaborative effort is required among central and state, industry and academia to leverage this full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwas. It's really good to see, even when the minister spoke in the morning, the collaborative effort both from the center and state in making this happen. And we look forward for more such, interactions with the industry as well in enabling some of these incentives flow down to, beyond Bangalore clusters. Namit, as I said, you have been the talk of the town. For me, as someone who has tracked the Mangalore IT industry for the past 2 decades, I think Bose Professional coming to Mangalore is one of the top 5 news in the last 20 years in promoting brand Mangaluru, and we should really give it to Namit for making that happen. Namit, you have done this in the last 6 months. You know how Mangalore the ecosystem is, what kind of support you got. Then can you throw some color to the few more Namits in the audience if they want to replicate what you have done in the last 6 months, right? So how would you see Mangalore as a potential destination for nano GCCs coming to Mangalore and setting up core engineering team in Mangalore? Can you throw some color on that?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Hanif, for having me here. It's been about 10 months we are operating in Mangalore. And we started with just one person coming down from Singapore to start a R&D center here. For about 5 to 10 people, it was what our plan was. And in last 10 months, we grew from 1 to about 25, and we'll still grow further. Initial few months were challenging because for any R&D center to grow, you need a good talent and a good infrastructure. So infrastructure was not a problem. Our, good workspace providers were helpful to give very good infrastructure, but finding the talent was a bit difficult for initial 2-3 months because we were looking for someone who was at the mid to senior level grade, and finding them here right away was difficult, but eventually we got the hang of it and we formed that core team of 2 or 3 people. From there the references came through and people started to notice the brand name and start to reach out, and we could form that team. It's possible to form the core R&D team in a city like Mangalore because we have so many engineering colleges. People who studied here went abroad or went to Bangalore or other cities and made great products. So definitely it's not the problem of the talent. It's about people coming back and forming that core group and wanting to make it here. I think that's what it would take, I would say. Yeah.
And, in terms of the lateral talent, because you do hardcore engineering, right? How do you see when you have some, requirement in a particular technology, how do you see the response? I mean, is it, favorable in terms of, scaling the team? You have built the foundation now. How do you see it?
So whenever you open up a role, right, there are like hundreds of applications for sure. The quality of application is about 20%, I would say. But even in that, I mostly look for people who has roots to Mangalore because there is a long chance that they will stay here for long and contribute in our R&D journey for long. So that's how we go about it at this point of time. We also have some talents who came from different places and moved here. It's too early to say like what will be, how long they will be here and things like that because we are just 10 months. But finding a talent has not been a problem, I would say. Yeah, it's possible.
Sure. Thank you, Namit. Pooja, fintech is something that Mangalore as a cluster is really focused on. We have been discussing this for past 2 years in different forums, in CII, KDM, different initiatives to position Mangalore as a fintech hub for GCCs. Given our background of setting up 5 nationalized banks in this region, we have a history of very good banking talent, very good CA talent. So fintech is something that Mangalore can champion. So you have set up a fintech company. So given what you see in Mangalore, how do you see Mangalore as a potential GCC destination for fintech hub? And what kind of industry academic collaboration you would want because we have a lot of people from academy here, so to make Mangalore as a fintech destination.
Hey, thanks for that question, Hanif. So being part of the proud Manipal group and having contributed a lot to this region, we have always been a spinal cord for the banking ecosystem. Even till today, all sorts of banking stationery to cards, we hold 60% market share there, and we print cards for every possible bank in this country. So having that depth into the financial ecosystem and being part of the group, we gave birth to Syndicate Bank here. We've always wanted this region to grow as much as it can, and given fintech as a background that we are talking about. So today, what is the gap that fintechs are bridging? Let's understand that. One very critical gap in the country today is access to credit, which means today 25 lakh crores is the gap of credit availability to people who really want to do their businesses. The SME segment has to be funded. Can this region create again, become a cradle for providing solutions towards financial inclusion, towards access to credit? So can we look at different global capabilities coming in, looking at different global practices coming in from this region, which holds a lot of legacy, a lot of talent, a lot of innovation for any new product, especially in the financial services sector. So if it was in any place in this country, it has to be Mangalore giving solutions for the financial services industry in this country, especially things like financial inclusion, cyber security, data security, and the last mile reach. These are the kind of problems which today a lot of people who really want financial services are facing. And can this region provide that? The answer is yes. Can this become the next Pune or a Bangalore or a city that can really thrive on how new products for servicing the last mile customer come out, is what we should focus on. And definitely that capability is there, definitely that platform is there, and definitely that advantage is there with the city. So we as fintechs are really looking forward to these kinds of centers, these kinds of regions, providing those solutions which can work for the global and for the Indian markets. Yeah.
Thank you, Pooja. Preeti, coming back to you, GCC is also a service offering for a lot of tech companies now, including ours. So now, if we get a request for setting up a GCC in scale, how can companies like IBM help us set up mega GCCs in cities like Mangalore? Is it something that we can count on big players like you?
So we can certainly play an important role in shaping the thinking of GCCs to consider locations like Mangalore. Having said that, GCCs have become very sophisticated buyers. There are procurement teams who are doing location analysis. We offer that as a service. So what we do is our confidence comes from the fact that we have for ourselves built an ecosystem of how to set up a GCC and scale it. So that same playbook we bring to our clients and tell them that, look, this is something that we will co-create. This is what we see as the strengths. This is where we see that it will help you de-risk the business. Can we use our ecosystem partnerships, like with the same set of talent partners that we use in, let's say, the center that we are supporting in Bangalore, we will try and bring them here. This is how we will enable you with infrastructure, with legal issues, cyber security, data center is a huge draw here. So we will enable the client to make a meaningful decision in their journey. Now clients will trust us with a combination also. In our mind still, there is some more work that we need to do in Mangalore before it becomes an automatic appearance on the location advisory maps of our clients for their procurement teams, or we should also engage with advisory firms and tech firms like ours to evangelize Mangalore even more. Because today there are lots of considerations, and partners like us can put a stake in the ground to tell the client that we have the confidence, we have done this in other cities, and this is why we think it will work. So I think bringing our entire ecosystem, helping them staff some initial talent from IBM to get them off the ground are the various ways in which we can help GCCs move here. And we will certainly look for opportunities to do that as this ecosystem scales up.
Thank you, Preeti. And given that you had championed emphasis to grow in Mangalore, and now you have gone beyond Bangalore to Mysore, we really look forward for IBM to set up something in Mangalore as well.
Sure, look forward to it.
Vishwas, you spoke about different policy incentives. Is there anything for the academia that is very specific to GCCs that we can look forward to? In a lot of engineering colleges in this region, close to 25 engineering colleges, a lot of them have center of excellence. They have incubation centers. Is there any particular incentive that academias can look forward to?
Yes, they are. These days, many of the MNCs are partnering with academia and getting the talents ready according to their needs. So in tier 2 cities also, which have good academic institutions, first of all, we need to upgrade our trainers also, like various programs like Train the Trainer, because they should also get exposure what is required in the industry. Because many a times we listen that academia always get this feedback from the industry that they are not getting a work-ready talent pool. But academia say, industry never says them what is required. So active collaboration from both the parties is very much required for this.
Thank you, Vishwas. We have 2 minutes left in this discussion. So quick closing comments from Namit and Pooja. Namit, I'll go with you first. For people who want to set up centers here, because Mangalore, one thing that we are very different from other tier 2 cities in India is we have very good lateral talent. We have close to 200 to 300,000 techies from this region working in different places. A lot of them here, a lot of them following in the social media. A lot of them want to do what you came back and replicated in Mangalore, right? For them, what would your message be?
Yeah. I think, if more and more experienced people who have worked abroad or working in Bangalore, if they can come back here and start building from here, it will build a lot of ecosystem. It will help each other, and we will just grow together. So if you need any kind of help or guidance or any kind of sounding box, I am ready to help. That's what I would say.
Sounding box is the right word for both professionals. So, Pooja, the closing comments from you.
Last comment from me is that I really look forward to cross collaboration from many, parts of this city, which is from academia to innovators to people who've done startups themselves successfully here. Learn from them and see how they can produce more for fintechs. That is what I would like to be part of and like to see this region grow more than anyone, anywhere in this country. So, yeah, good luck to that.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you to all the panelists. I think we had a wonderful, given the time that we had a wonderful discussion on covering some aspects of GCC. Mangalore as, very good aspiration in terms of where we want to reach. The entire industry is working together with different departments of the government to enable this. And we really look forward for all of you to, champion this cause in different ways possible and make Mangalore truly the GCC hub of India. Thank you for joining this discussion.
Well, thank you so much. I request you to stay back. Ma'am, please stay back. Now I request our moderator, Mr. Mohammad Hanif, to hand over the memento to the speakers there. First and foremost to Mr. Vishwa Srivastava, the Joint Director, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. I think we all have to clap for ourselves now. The energy is definitely low as we are moving towards the end of the sessions. Next to Mr. Namit Padmaraj, Director, Software Engineering, Boss Professionals. Next to Ms. Preeti Parekh, Executive Director and Partner, Global Capability Centers, IBM Consulting. And next one to Ms. Pooja Singh, CEO, Manipal Fintech. The lady with a very pretty dimple, I must say. Thank you so much. And now I request to hand over the memento to Mr. Mohammad Hanif, Mr. Mukesh S., AVP Project Silicon Beach Program. Mukesh. All right, we'll take one picture together. One group picture. Mukesh, please stay. All right, thank you so much. Moving on to the last panel discussion of our Technovanza 2025. This panel discussion is on fueling the startup ecosystem, policy, partnership and global opportunities. So India's startup ecosystem is entering a new growth phase driven by strong policies, global capability centers, accelerators and founder-led innovation. Mangaluru and similar clusters are at the forefront of this shift, creating opportunities for deep tech, fintech and digital innovation. This panel brings together leaders from government, GCCs, founder networks, accelerators to discuss how collaboration can unlock the next wave of startup success stories. And for this, joining us we have Dr. Manish Thomas, Chief Executive Officer, Manipal Government of Karnataka, Bio-Incubator and K-Tech Innovation Hub, and Bairak Bionest. We have with us Mr. Pierre Boudon, Attached Economic Consulate General of France in Bangalore, Ms. Shreya Sharma, Director, Deep Tech, NASCOM, Mr. Akhilesh Bhatt, Executive Director, TAI Mangaluru. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Johnson Tellis, co-founder and CEO in Unity LLP. Now this is the last session. Those who want to join, please join in and be there. Be a part of the session. This is the last one. Fueling the startup ecosystem, policy partnership and global opportunities. Wish you all the very best. You have 30 minutes.
Okay. Thanks for stressing that this is the last panel discussion 3 times. It also makes our job a little easier. So we'll make sure that whatever we are going to discuss, you know, in brain you have something called as recency. That means the last thing that is told to you, you'll always remember. So I'm glad that even though we are the last panel, a lot of audience are going to take away a lot of insights from this. So I'm sure that we'll keep it crisp. We'll keep it very useful, meaningful for the audience. Now, a lot of people that I've met in this whole gathering, one thing they have told me consistently is Mangalore has been growing. And every time they come to these kind of discussions, they see new faces, new businesses, and therefore new opportunities. And it is heartening to see how Mangalore as an ecosystem has grown from the last decade. I'm sure that we have a legacy of, I always tell 3 centuries, where we have come from trade, we have gone to banking, we have gone to education, we have become hospital hub, we have become the tech hub, and now we have become the startup district. So we have a legacy of last 3 centuries, but the last decade is what we have seen, there's a lot of momentum going on, and there's a lot of buzz around startups, and people are coming back to Mangalore. Of course, the previous 2 panel discussions that we have seen, good exits, but at the same time, the previous discussion, we have also seen senior folks coming back to Mangalore and wanting to set up their startups here. Every time I go around in Bangalore, this was a coffee table discussion. Everybody is talking about their pitch and they're talking about where's the next money going to come from. But that's happening in Mangalore right now. So let me begin with what is driving the Mangalore startup ecosystem. And I want to start with people who are from Mangalore. So Dr. Manish and, Akhilesh, I would like to pick it from you.
I'll start maybe.
Sure.
So, Johnson, as you pointed out, we have been known for being enterprising, right? It's like I said, started with trade. We are the cradle of Indian banking, 4 nationalized banks, as a lot of other people mentioned earlier. We also built a very good private transport system, right? That doesn't exist in most of India. It has been taken over by the government. But enterprising people here in Mangalore have been, growing it. Cutting to the modern age today, like we have 16 incubators here, which means that a lot of the government grants that have been coming are reaching the right, talent pool, that is the startups. Founders have the
opportunity to experiment, because they know that there is a safety net that they're providing. You yourself are involved in a lot of startups. One is that, and then we have accelerator programs, like TAI runs an accelerator program called Nurture. We select some startups, we help them with structured mentoring for a period of 12 weeks. Some of them we have followed up with angel investment as well. In the last few months, I think yesterday Rohit mentioned in the CEO's networking roundtable that we've done 1.5 crores worth of investment through angel investments, right? Like charter members writing individual checks. So overall, all these things when you put together, you are able to give startup founders that opportunity to experiment and aim big, right? When you know that there is a safety, net for you to experiment, you will likely to aim bigger. And even if 5% of them are a success, it's a big deal. And that's how, the momentum grows. And when we see success stories, we'll follow up with more experiments.
Yeah, so Akhilesh, the thing is, we have a lot of entrepreneurs here. Probably they are first timers. And there are a lot of institutions here who are setting up incubation spaces. Did you know that in Mangalore, there are about 6 incubators which are government funded, and there are about 13 incubators which are private funded. There are about 700 seaters that are available in institutions alone, and all funds get dispersed through them. Yet, the total number of seats that are filled in our incubators is less than 300. That's, let's say, 50 to 60%. I'm not saying that there is no aspiration. You can see that around. But when organizations like TAI are bringing together best of the mentors, best of the industries, you are also getting angel investors to come together to invest in these companies, and you have, TAI Nurture, etc. What is the gap? Because you run incubator, you run accelerator. What do you see is driving the ecosystem first, but what do you also see is the gap that people like Akhilesh, when they're driving this ecosystem, they're not getting the right talent? You can take this.
So obviously, Mangaluru ecosystem is growing. This is, as we see in the entire country, since 2009, the drive of startup and innovation is already started. And by 2014, the policies is making a key momentum, give a key momentum in this activity, especially coming with the Startup India Task Force and the policies of Startup Karnataka. So the primary supporters or the grassroots supporters of innovations is in this region or across India is academic institution primarily. And almost all our academic institutions, if you take the statistics of past 5 years, almost all academic institutions come up with either an innovation cell or an incubator. And a couple of accelerator also started in the academic premises. So the key drive happened from the policy push, taken up by the schemes and programs of the government. Support has fund. For example, say more than 50 crores of investment happened into the incubators to nurture them and build that ecosystem, infrastructure, resources, and facilities for these startups. So if you look into the classical Mangalore-based startups, most of them are service-oriented. If you look into the recent trends and deviation of all these startups coming out of the incubation is backed by intellectual property and deep tech. And why this is happening is we have the premier institutions in this ecosystem, which are in the top ranking in India. And also we have the top ranking incubators, award-winning incubators in this region. Especially Yenapoya, Manipal, Nitte, these are some of the premier incubators which are nurturing this ecosystem. So what an innovator requires is when they are coming to Manipal, majority of the deep talents are floating or migratory. They are coming from diverse parts of India. And for my knowledge, it is more than 600 plus startups are working here. And their registrar of companies may be diverse places across India. But deep tech startups are working. They are developing this product here and migrating to the various parts. So this is only because we have a strong world-class infrastructure, facilities, resources to back this research. They can grab the intellectual property. And if you look into the funding scenario towards the startups, more than 30 crores of funding has come in last 3 years to the startup ecosystem in this Bangalore. These are government grants, not private grants. So obviously, once this ecosystem is mature, the research institutions are anchoring. They have a policy. They have a policy to support these innovators, not only their own innovators, but also innovators from this ecosystem. We can change, we can see that change, and that momentum is already visualizing in the startup zone here.
Yeah. Something very interesting to note is, the way Manipal does, especially under your leadership, the way they fund startups is the startups that are backed by research, right? And most of the incubators that I saw last time were all research scholars, then building businesses. It's also interesting to note what you have just said, that most of us are also building service businesses. That means we are taking a technology and then we are building applications on top of it. And then we are going. So the moat that is required probably doesn't get, and therefore they find it difficult when they're going to scale. But also it's very interesting to see if we are talking about all the pieces together, if it is already there, what should we expect next? We are also expecting the next global startups, etc., to come from this region, right? That means there are certain pieces that would still be missing. So I want to know from Shreya and Pierre, you guys represent a larger body, especially Shreya, you are representing NASSCOM's deep tech. And you might have already seen startups that are coming from different parts of the country, which are coming from mature ecosystems. What do you feel is needed when we have programs from TIE and then incubators that are available, which are government funded, and there's a lot of funds that is available from government? What do you think is missing in Mangalore, which you have seen in mature ecosystems?
Thank you. It's a great question, and we've been listening about it since morning, and various people have come and, given their versions of it. I wouldn't want to say that there's something lacking here. Let me say that a successful entrepreneurship business starts with the mindset. What I feel we should nurture is the mindset here, which should be a product-led, research-led mindset. There is, we've seen the industry is keen to put in money. We've seen that government is supporting here. You're saying that, ideas are there, but ideas will only turn into successful ventures and scale if we have a global mindset from the very beginning. While you'll produce locally from here, if a startup has to expand, it has to have that kind of mindset. That's point number one. Point number two, I would like to say is that, you need to support these startups through the journey that they live. From let's say TRL 1 to TRL 3 is where your grants will come into play, because all of these startups are into the research mode. They're testing their theory. They're testing, if this technology can potentially solve the problem that they're trying to solve. So that's when government needs to back them, institutions needs to back them, right? Let's say they reach TRL 3, after TRL 3 to let's say TRL 6 is when they would need a seed fund in place. And that's what I think Mohandas Pai was trying to say in the morning, that if there are, successful businesses, not tech businesses, but they have the kind of capital, they should pool in money and create a seed fund to support startups at that side, so that they don't really die. They don't fall into the commercialization valley of death. They need to reach a TRL 7. TRL 7 onwards is when a VC partnership will come into play. So you need to also have, he called out in the morning, 25 VCs should be sitting and operating from here, right? So that whole, I would say the whole ecosystem needs to be present, and I see that's already started happening with what we're putting here today and the discussions that we are driving. And then government is of course supporting, and you have the industry already. So once it crosses the TRL, let's say 9, then it's commercialization.
So Shreya, just look at from, when she says TRL, it's basically different stages of building a product for somebody who is building this business first time. But let me just simplify it for you. If you are somebody who has just come up with an idea, very aspirational about building your own business, want to be independent, you are done with your ex-boss, etc., your first go to incubators which are run by Dr. Manish. That's the first step. Because that is where you get the seed money. You don't have to pay anything. They will give you money to build, provided your idea is liked by their committee. This is first step. But it is also an important step. There are 6 incubators in Mangalore. Altogether, there are 13 government-funded incubators in Udupi and Dakshina Kannada. First step, very important, because they have a knowledge of all the grants that the governments are dispersing, which you will definitely miss.
Yeah.
If you of death, which means you can die anytime, as in your business, you will have the money available. But Pierre, Shreya mentioned about having a global mindset. Now, somebody who is building from Mangalore, you know, France and Europe and all the other countries, Europe, US, Middle East and so on, their economies are larger and the buying capacity for products, etc. are higher. If somebody from Mangalore wants to build something for an ecosystem that is available in France, you know, or any other European countries, how do you build that mindset? So you represent France, you're in the consulate, you're also a reason for a lot of these cross partnerships to happen. So what have you seen and what would you encourage these people to do in terms of building a global mindset right from the beginning?
Okay, first, thank you. It's my second time here in Mangalore. The first time I was really impressed by your ecosystem, and I do share the same feeling today. So to answer to your question, I think to improve the Mangalore ecosystem, 3 indicators will stand out. First, market acceptance, I will say. Like your companies, your startup need to find customers in your ecosystem because companies live within an ecosystem. Then I will say that public support is really important, and I will take the example of Paris on this side. You need a strong backing from the state, and I think the KDM is really involved in this, but it's not enough. And as Mohamed Daspai stated, private initiative is really important. And finally, you need a mindset shift where innovation is celebrated and you are not afraid of taking risk. And I think in Mangalore, you have this kind of mindset. You are not waiting for the state to find a solution, you find the solution. So if I take really quickly the example of Paris 20 years ago, there was nothing. It was not known as a startup ecosystem. But with strong state involvement, with private funds and with more visibility through strong initiative, we made Paris the capital of startup in Europe. And so this is a triangle I would like to outline. You need policy support, private capital, and global network. And finally, I will not quote all the assets of Mangalore we have mentioned this morning, but based on all of your assets in the ecosystem, I think we can do something with France. In Karnataka, we have almost 200 French companies, and to be honest, we are not very implanted here in Mangalore. So I will do my best to convince them to come here, especially in the field of hotel industries. You need 5-star hotel, we can provide that. In the field of academic cooperation, we already have some academic things going on between our university. And in the field of AI, we were proud to host India as a co-chair of the AI Summit in France, and France will work with India for the next AI Summit. So on this basis, I believe Mangalore can replicate the next decade what Paris achieved in the past decade. Thank you very much.
For institutions that are there in Mangalore, KDM has already initiated partnership with the consulate. So there are a lot of partnerships that your institution can have with the institutions in France, and that's a gateway for your students to get exposure for international opportunities through this channel that KDM has built. Please make use of this too. And especially in Mangalore, because it's a part of the Beyond Mangaluru city, they have this specifically designed for institutions in Mangalore. Okay, moving on. Again, when we talk about the global mindset, when you build products for global, it's not that Mangalore has not built such companies. We have companies like Servify, hopefully it gets listed in the next year. We have Discover Dollar. All of these guys are from Mangalore. They have built global brands, they have built global businesses, they have also got unicorn status. Why aren't they building from Mangalore?
See, they would have probably left the town
earlier,
okay. Right? Back then.
Okay.
Because there weren't a lot of opportunities, there wasn't internet, Zoom, and other things that we have now. But what I've noticed, or what has changed, Johnson, that's what matters, right? Is now people are coming from their large city, metro where they're living. They're coming back to Mangalore and starting from here because they have that family connect. And we have a strong diaspora, and they always keep coming back. Yeah. It's not like other regions where they, move away to US and they never come back. They settle down there, they build their community. They always keep coming back here, whether it's for religious events or whatever. They have that connect and they want to be connected to this region. So while they're building global brands, I feel that the next generation will build global brands from Mangalore. In fact, Bindu Jeera is a brand that has come out of Mangalore. I'm sure several of our startups whom we interact with will also build large brands out of Mangalore. I know Canara Farms will do that. I know Sitara will do that. And they have left their life in large cities to come to Mangalore and start up here.
Right, right. But how do we build, deep tech companies which has the global mindset right from beginning? So when, Akhilesh mentioned, he's right. I mean, I'm also being optimistic here. We also see a lot of people coming to Mangalore and wanting to do something or contribute back here. But when you create an ecosystem, you need to create a platform for those guys to have something to contribute here, right? And especially in deep tech, what do you think we could create that you have seen in mature ecosystems?
See, generally startups tend to run behind numbers.
Okay.
And
when you say numbers, these are revenues, customers, and all that?
It could be revenue numbers, it could be the stages, it could be, achieving milestone in terms of numbers, right?
Sure.
And our ecosystem has also always been, you would have seen that we keep on mentioning that so-and-so unicorns have been there in India. Bangalore has produced so many unicorns. So unicorn is considered as a very strong metrics. Contrary to that common belief, I feel that if India is to truly build deep tech, we have to go beyond the numbers.
Okay.
You cannot have numbers when you're really talking about core technology, building more product. So you have to go deeper.
But Shreya, tell me.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you.
Okay.
So let's talk about Mangalore, right? If Mangalore has to really produce deep tech startups, they should probably play to the strengths that we have here,
right.
Which is, let's pick an example which
Marine.
I saw yesterday, agri-tech, water tech solutions, right? Build those with the kind of talent that you have, back that with the diaspora support,
right.
Take it, have a solution which, which crosses a particular milestone, associate with organizations and the support systems. Once you are at a stage which is beyond from this place, you need to tap into the national ecosystem. You can still operate from here, but you have to deliver globally, right? So start, and then for scaling, you have to also get engaged in those ecosystems. I think that's what required. So rather than, thinking we'll do this, pick very selective.
Yeah, so
focus.
For this, you need long-term, outlook, which basically means the way you are raising money also needs to be planned well. If because you want to raise money and you want to become a startup news in some of the magazines or media channels, you might pick the wrong fund and therefore they might keep a gun on your head and ask you to chase numbers.
No,
raising the right set of money from the right set of investors who are, what we call compassionate capitalism that we speak about these days.
Patient capital.
Patient capitalism that we speak about these days. You will have the kind of, organization that you can think from a long term.
And that's what NASSCOM does basically. So we tap into, our role here is to connect the startups with the right kind of funds, which are either VCs or corporates, so that they can support themselves in a longer run, point one.
Sure.
Second, we also help them in, exploring or taking their solution to a wider geography.
Sure.
We've got Pierre here who's, and you have a partnership with France. NASSCOM runs an interesting program where every year we take delegation of deep tech startups to US and Middle East. And we've done 10 editions of it now.
Got it. You got the chronology, right? You start with Dr. Manish, then you go to Akhilesh, then you go to Shreya. Yeah.
Adding to this, we have foreign startups soft landed in this ecosystem. We have startup from Sweden, we have startup from Aberdeen already landing in our land. And we have sent so many startups abroad. One of our startups soft landed in Netherlands, Eindhoven, and they are scaling it up there. It is not our ecosystem already mature enough. There are some lacuna we need to fill is the anchoring or hand-holding of the startups. If individual mature industry in this cluster, if they can handhold one startup at a time, then we can see wonders from this ecosystem. So we have many deep tech startups, and if you look into the funding scenario, we have the second biggest cluster in deep tech, which is applying for the funding for the government, as well as the government of Karnataka, especially in the Elevate scheme. So in every round, more than 60 plus applications are going in deep tech sector from here. So we need to handhold them in this structure, and sector-specific seed money is required. Up to 1 crore of investment is available with all incubators. We have availability in NITE, we have availability in MUTBI, we have availability in Bioincubator, we have availability in Enapoya. All these incubators having the seed fund, up to 1 CR they can handle. Beyond that, you have to support from the local VCs and angels.
Yeah. Also interesting, both of your points, one interesting thing that has come up, also leverage the local ecosystem because that will create a moat and also a differentiator. Especially in Mangalore, we have the largest ecosystem for marine specific startups. There's a new incubator accelerator that is set up with Fisheries College. Plus, there is a fund, huge, I think close to 10,000 crores of investment is going to come into this sector. So which means if you are a startup who are having some deep tech, IP, but you want to apply for this sector, there's an opportunity that you can specifically design from here and scale to other ecosystems too, which is an interesting point. Now, if I were to, all of us are very passionate about building this Mangaluru ecosystem. And we know that there are young entrepreneurs. There are also corporates who have figured out business aspects, but now want to run their independent business. There are also people from global diaspora who want to start something from Mangalore. Of course, they are going to other ecosystems, but they want to have their roots in Mangalore. If all of us want to contribute to the development of this ecosystem, give us some indicators, which you have seen, because Paris is also, France is in top 10 startup ecosystems. What are some of the indicators that you can give us, which we know we can use it as a metric that we can follow? And when we know that we are going in that direction, we know that we are actually maturing as an ecosystem. What are some of those indicators? You'll have to click the button. So this is...
Yes, it's working. So I will say like 2 indicators which are not original, but which can give you some feedback on the ecosystem. First, the international presence, which means how many MOUs has been signed between Mangalore universities and foreign universities, how many startups have raised funds abroad, how many foreigners participate in your events. I think it's a good indicator of a global ecosystem. And then I will say talent retention. Out of the 60,000 talents who are trained here, how many will stay, will create a business, will found a family? I think it's really important. And on our side, it's good for people like me from Consulate to come here, to attend this kind of event, to see what is going on, to make after that a report, to sensitize the French companies to come here and to work with you. And we have a lot of things to do together. For example, we can build bridge in terms of academic cooperation. We can build bridge in AI, in health also. I know that you are really advanced on this topic. And finally, on fintech, we do have the presence of major French banks here in Karnataka. And I already had some discussion with some people from fintech. I will connect them with these major banks. So do not hesitate to come, to reach out to me. I can give you some advices. And finally, last announcement, 2026, it will be a big year between France and India, Indo-French year of innovation. So we'll do a lot of events. We would like to organize maybe a side events here in Mangalore between France and India. So that's it. Thank you.
Achilles, we could actually create one event where sector-specific we can have French companies also participating, but at the same time Mangalore companies also participating, and that could be a good exchange of maybe businesses that could happen here, or jointly they can have something over there as well.
Absolutely, we could plug stages, right? Like we all start all the way from idea, POC, MVP, etc. We want to track it, POC, MVP, etc. We want to track it. Our goal is to have 4,000 startups by 2034, 35. The other indicator is money coming in from local entrepreneurs, as in seasoned entrepreneurs, investing back into the ecosystem. I feel we should put our money where our mouth is. So if we don't do that, we are not moving in the right direction. So these 2 indicators are clear indicators of how our ecosystem is growing.
Right. Got it.
I would just go a little deeper into what he said. I said one of the good indicators would be if Mangalore can pick one specialized deep tech cluster. It could be marine, aqua, as you mentioned. Then we, come out with, let's say, 100 startups in the next 7 to 8 years. And another way to, kind of see if they are growing or have a good KPI to measure would be how many of them are actually working across the globe. They have solutions or partnerships with the global corporates from here. That would be a great indicator for you.
Sure. If there are incubators or accelerators in this room, these indicators we have asked, you can also plug it in your KPIs and see whether you can monitor it. Yeah.
Yeah, for the ecosystem enablers, we need to focus on the development of infrastructure and facilities. Second one is connecting them with the mature industry so that early financial support will be done for the startups. These two indicators, incubators and ecosystem enablers, need to focus.
You said the financial numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so IP. So, Pierre mentioned about the number of exchanges and the global startups. This was more from the ecosystem having a global mindset, right? And then you did mention about how we are bringing people together to put their money. And this is important because when founders put money, they already know why they are putting the money. And it's not basically from a return standpoint, but it's more like, I have been through that journey. I would like others also to go through that journey and they'll lift them up. Absolutely. The confidence in the ecosystem, which also allows others to put the money. And then when she spoke about deep tech, again, the focus is more on creating that sector-specific areas where people can build the moat and scale globally. And then finally, those financial aspects, how much money has come, what stages have people grown to, and of course, we'll have to chase some metrics there, but something that is more useful from building the startup from a long term. Right. So we have got these insights. All of this is crucial in terms of ensuring that our startup ecosystem matures faster and we don't wait for things to organically grow. Of course, it will do but by giving right nudges, it can accelerate the growth much faster, which will benefit not just the organizations that are there here, but the next generation of entrepreneurs who are wanting to scale or build global brands from Mangalore. We are already optimistic. We are already seeing the momentum. We just want things to kind of leap right enough and then benefit more citizens of Mangalore. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Can we have a round of applause to all the panelists?
All right, thank you so much for that. And I believe main strengths of Mangalore, we have a good strategic connectivity. And also we can say we have a cost advantage compared to major metro cities. Definitely it's cost effective. And when you come to Mangalore, first thing they talk about the cuisine over here, especially the seafood, the beaches, the greenery, and we don't have so much of pollution. And we have better roads as well, comparatively, I must say now. And these are all the added points. And I believe that finally, the last thing, we had this last panel session, and most of them were attentive. Since it was the last part, most of them were attentive there, and we all had a great time as well, listening to you all, to your inputs. And now I request Mr. Johnson Tellis, you'll be doing the honors and handing over the memento to the speakers on the stage. The first memento, we'd like to hand it over to Dr. Manish Thomas, the Chief Executive Officer, Manipal Government of Karnataka, Bio Incubator and K-Tech Innovation Hub. Our next memento, we would like to give to Ms. Shreya Sharma, Director, Deep Tech NASSCOM. And next we have Mr. Akhilesh Bhatt, Executive Director, TIE Mangalore, and Mr. Pyre, who's the Consulate General of France in Mangaluru. Guys, I said this is the last one. Can we all please clap for them? This is the last panel discussion, and nicely moderated and nicely done. Thank you so much, Johnson Tellis. And to Johnson, I request Mr. Bhaskar Verma, who's the Regional Director NASSCOM, to please to come forward and do the honors. Last ticket. Yes, thank you so much, Johnson. All right, I request Mr. Bhaskar Verma to please stay back, because we had one product launch in the morning segment which was left out. They were not present over in the morning. So now I request Sarlata IT Solutions, Training and Recruitment Startup. If they're present over here, to please to come forward. Sarlata IT Solutions, please come forward. This startup product launch is something we missed, and product launch is something we don't want to miss today. You have to be a part of this, to please come forward. and receive the honor from Mr. Bhaskar Verma. This is a product launch, guys. They need our support to make sure and ensure more such products and more such companies keep coming to Mangaluru. Thank you so much. Having said that, we are moving on to the valedictory session over here. And as part of valedictory session, I request Mr. Krishna Mohan, Sir, Deputy General Manager, SBI, to come forward and give a keynote address there. So this is the part of the valedictory program.
Hello. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಿಂದ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ಈ ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. Respected dignitaries, distinguished officials from the government, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, the leaders from the industry, startup founders, GCC leaders, entrepreneurs, academia, and my dear friends. I sincerely thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to State Bank of India. It's a true privilege for State Bank of India to be part of the Technovanza 2025 in Mangaluru, the Silicon Beach of India. I see this event as a milestone for Mangaluru cluster, as this day will be written in the history of Mangaluru as a day when the entire ecosystem has converged together to make Mangaluru cluster to the next orbit in the path of innovation and technology, and to shape the next chapter for Mangaluru cluster in the India's digital economic journey. One of the key focus areas of this journey has been to provide a very congenial ecosystem for the global capability centers, startups, and other innovative business ventures. Mangaluru cluster has all the ingredients to achieve the escape velocity to move into the next orbit. With its skilled young talent, world-class institutions, cost competitiveness, and thriving startup ecosystem, and strong support from the government, Mangaluru cluster is perfectly positioned to be the next big GCC and startup destination. Technovanza 2025 is where partnerships are forged, where ideas meet action, and where the blueprint for the future of Mangaluru cluster is drawn. As many of the distinguished speakers yesterday and today have expressed, branding is the key in this progressive journey. Being the largest bank of India, State Bank of India is the true proxy to the entire Indian economy, and we have been actively engaged with zeal and enthusiasm in the digital economic initiatives taken up by the government and industry. With a view to strengthen our commitment, our bank has signed an MOU with Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. This partnership will extend focused support to the startups and GCCs across emerging clusters like Mangaluru. With our focus on engaging with the startup ecosystem, our bank has opened 6 startup branches across India, one being in Mangaluru, catering to the end-to-end requirements of the startups from incorporation to the public issue. Our bank is providing liability products, treasury products, and trade finance products, tailored funding solutions, advisory support, connecting to the venture capitalists and accelerators to the startups. In addition to the above, we are very glad to inform you that our bank is the first bank in the country to put up a policy for financing of startups. We are also supporting the entire ecosystem of startups by catering to the financing requirement of the supporting industries like data centers, green energy, etc. Our startup branch at Mangaluru has financed numerous startups and has a book size of 1,300 crore for funding of startups. In addition to the above, being the biggest financial conglomerate of India, we are also engaged with the startups from the funding side by way of investments, where our private equity desk at the corporate center, they invest in startups in the early stages of their forming. On our bank's engagement with the global capability centers, we have tied up with 58 GCCs till now across the state of Karnataka. We are glad to inform you that the bank is opening an exclusive GCC center in Mangaluru very soon. As the GCCs grow in Mangaluru cluster, it will bring new jobs, global expertise, and accelerate the innovation culture, and our bank is poised to be part of this growth journey. In Mangaluru also, we are actively engaging with the GCCs established here, and we are in the process of opening a designated desk for GCCs and startups at Mangaluru SBI. Our bank is committed to contribute for the development of all three capitals required for the growth journey of Mangaluru cluster. That is the human capital, the financial capital, and the physical capital. We have been supporting growth of human capital by funding the institutions, the educational institutions, and also providing loans to the students. We have been supporting the financial capital by providing funding to the industries across the ecosystem of the startups and GCCs. We have been supporting the physical capital formation by funding infrastructure and real estate related activities in the Mangaluru cluster. I'll conclude by saying, let us work together for a better tomorrow. ಈ ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. Thank you.
I now request Rohit sir to please to come forward, hand over the memento to Mr. Krishna Mohan sir. Thank you so much. SBI ನಮ್ಮ banking partner ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂಡದ ಪರವಾಗಿ on behalf of entire team, thank you so much for the contributions that you made towards Technovanza 2025. A small memento as a token of gratitude right in the center. Yes, thank you so much. So as we are moving towards the valedictory part, the valedictory process was cut into short because so many of them have to catch their flight. So you all have to board and you have to leave, so we are not going to delay on this. Quickly, we would like to thank our sponsors. A big shout out to all the sponsors for making today's event a grand success. Our title sponsor, we have Work, banking partner, SBI, GCC leadership partner, Adaptive, technology partner, ESDS, beverage partners, Canara Farms, event curator, Active. We thank all of the sponsors because without their support and without their collaboration, this event wouldn't have been possible. And we also would like to thank for being a part of the first part, the opening ceremony we had with us Honorable Minister Shri Priyank Karge sir for joining us in. We also thank our KDM team, the chairman of KDM, Mr. B.V. Naidu sir, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi. Okay, so now I request Mr. Chetan to please to come forward and on the stage there. So word of thanks, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತೆ, ಮುಖೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಚೇತನ್ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವೋಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. So finally, someone from our team has made up our mind. Looking at Technovanza response that we got this year, we're indeed very happy and overwhelmed with 770 people attending there. Thank you, and over to you, Chetan.
Thank you, Lavita. Hello, we have all come for the final session. Hello. First of all, a heartfelt thanks to each one of you to make it here, supporting us and encouraging us. And this year, it's bigger than the last year. Thank you once again. And again, not but least the least, thank you to our entire government of Karnataka, led by Honorable Minister Shri Priyank Kharge, MD Mr. Rahul, and the entire officers of government of Karnataka who has supported for this event. And then our honorable, our chairman, Shri B.V. Naidu sir, who's been a constant guide and support for all of us. Our CEO Sanjeev Gupta, who's been a great force for all of us to him. And then not but least the least, I would like to sincerely thank our sponsors, the Work, SBI, AdAptech, ESDS, Canara Farms, Active, Inside Out team. So without their support, we wouldn't have been able to make this support. And the most important, our partners in progress. So our partners in progress, where we call our NASCOM, ASSOCHAM, IESA, STPI, who are our great supporters, who has been helping us. And also from the regional, we have fantastic collaborations and working with the organizations of the local ecosystem, the Mangaluru cluster, that is the CREDAI Mangalore, DASINFO, KCCI Mangalore, Startup India, Silicon Beach program, Shine, TIE Bangalore, TIE Mangalore, and there's a Zoin group. And Silicon Beach being a great partner, along with the CII, CEOL, and others. So once again, heartfelt thanks to everyone. Meanwhile, may I request Mr. Rohit Bhatt and all the industry anchors to come on stage. I request all the industry anchors of the Mangalore cluster. And I also invite the entire KDM team to be on stage. Team.
I think you all can ditch the chairs and tables and come forward. Come in the front, we'll move it back.
Once again, a big round of applause for the entire industry anchors, the KDM team, and the partners in progress. Without their support, we wouldn't have been able to make it. Gurudat sir, please join us. Can we also have our SBI partners? Gaurav. IO Inside Out team and also the Active team, who's been a great support.
I think youngsters with no knee pain, you can come in the front, kneel down. Youngsters come forward, no? Mukesh is also young. Come friend. This space, all the faces are not visible. Usually when we mention young, all will be hopping forward. Now everyone is standing. Okay, come forward.
Finally, if I request our KDM industry anchor lead, Mr. Rohit Bhatt, to do a final concluding remarks. The entire team is here, the entire battalion is here, and then we also have the audience before we do a final thing. Thank you.
So we had a very, very energizing 1.5 days. Thanks to everyone who, attended this event, graced it, and made it very, very special. Every year, Technovanza is an event we look forward to because it not just showcases Mangalore and our region, but it also energizes everyone to aim for something higher in the next year. So I think, we are special only when people come and, make it special, and we thank you, for, being there. And lastly, thanks to all the industry anchor, all the industry people, and, KDM and their people. Every year they come here and help us pull this show together. And I think Chetan, Gaurav, Mukesh, Suvin, I think the name is endless, yeah? It is, it is there, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for the entire team here?
All right, thank you so much. We request all of you to join for high tea. High tea has been served. We've got Mangalore specialities which have been served there. So please join for high tea. And if someone would like to come forward and take pictures along with your team, you all are most welcome here. You all can come forward. If you all want to take pictures along with your team, with our team, please do come forward and you can join. So, word of thought for everyone is dream big, start small, and act now. Wishing you all the very best as we are coming for the last part of the segment, winding up over here. This is a wrap. Mangaloru Technovanza 2025 edition 5 has seen a great success. We thank each and everyone for making it even more special. Thank you to all the delegates once again. Snacks, some Mangalore local specialities for your taste buds there. So please do try before you all can leave. And to take pictures, you can come forward. The stage is all yours, the platform is all yours. Come forward, take some pictures along with your team and make it a memorable one there. And as we're going to say, come and take pictures. There are so many youngsters, students who are part of Technovanza. You are the future generation with high hopes. Please come forward and capture this moment. Come and take pictures. Meanwhile, once again, I request to join us for high tea. Don't miss on that. We are students from different colleges, PU, degree, of our Mangaluru. All the students, you all can come forward. Where you want, you stand and take your pictures. It's okay, that's fine. We had volunteers. We thank especially all the volunteers. You all have done a great job, working since morning for the last 6.5 hours there, contributing towards the Technovanza. We thank all the volunteers on behalf of our tech team and also on behalf of our academy and making this event a success one. Any more students? Next batch. You all can come forward and take pictures, okay? Our delegates would also like to come forward and take pictures. So please feel free if you come along with your team. Come forward and take some pictures. Okay, we have to make this quick there because the photographers are going to leave. Before that, you all have to finish. Quickly on the stage. Okay, these students are looking for Mr. Johnson, I think. Is he here? They're literally searching for you, Johnson. All right, next, quickly. Those are waiting, come. Quickly come, take the pictures, and then it's going to be a wrap. Before leaving, please have your tea and snacks. To our delegates who are waiting to take pictures, you all can come forward now.
Job. ಪಿನ್ಗಳು ಸ್ವಿಚ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಸೊ ಕೀಪ್ ಇಟ್ ಆನ್ ಫಾರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 5-10
ఏమన్నా